So well, sir, YouTube link is active now.
Okay, thank
You
you.
can circulate.
जब थोड़े ये चीजें सॉल्व करने लगते हैं और क्लियर करने लगता है ये बड़ा आसान काम है और कोई भी बुरा है मगर किसी भी नई ऑब्स्टिकल को घोड़े को इंट्रोड्यूस करना काफी काम होता है। बहुत सारे घोड़े इसको जल्दी एक्सेप्ट नहीं करते। आज के में भी इसको एक्सेप्ट नहीं किया। राजकुमारी को एक ट्राई कर रहे हैं, एक्सेप्ट करें। ये इतना आसान नहीं है क्योंकि घोड़े के अंदर का डर है किसी भी नई चीज को एक्सेप्ट करने में काफी समय लगा। ये लॉन्ग प्रोसीजर है। आप इमेजिन कीजिए कि ऐसी कोई 10 ऑब्स्टिकल के सामने होंगे जो घोड़े उन सबको क्लियर करके और शांति से वो घोड़े कितने लाइटली और कितने बैलेंस्ड माइंड। और कई घोड़े कई बार इनको करने के बाद भी फिर वो उड़ गए। उस समय ये मेरा मानना है कि घोड़े का अंदर का डर उसके जिंदा रहने अच्छा है वो उसको अकेले करने से उसकी ट्राई करते हैं इसीलिए राजकुमारी जॉब धीरे धीरे हमें में जॉब में और थोड़ा मजेदार भी रहेगा भी रहेगा खाने वाला भी रहेगा। अगर जो घोड़े इन ऑब्स्टिकल्स को एक बार क्रॉस करने लगेंगे क्रॉस कंट्री लाइक शायद
Sir, आवाज is not listenable. Sir. Voice is not listenable, sir.
अभी स्टार्ट नहीं हुआ।
मैम आवाज नहीं आ रहा सर, आवाज नहीं आ रहा।
The program is yet to start now. We are. Sir, can we wait for another 5 minutes, sir? Sorry for the inconvenience. We'll be starting the program shortly.
Yes, Vijay Lakshmi. Just in 2 minutes, है ना?
Okay. Okay, sir. I'm requesting Dr. Tanu sir and Dr. Sarendra Kumar sir to please display our flyers. Yes. Very warm welcome to Dr. Veer Singh sir.
Thank you very much.
And all participants.
Sir, good evening or good morning, both to you.
Good evening from this side, of course, and I am so happy, मनमोहन. बहुत दिन बाद तुमको देख रहा हूँ और तुम्हारी वो इमेज, छोटे वाली इमेज अभी मेरे सामने है.
Thank you. सर बस 2 मिनट में शुरू कर रहे हैं सर, वो बीसी साहब से बात.
कोई बात नहीं. Take your own time. Don't worry.
So how are their developments, sir? In your
बस सब ठीक चल रहा है.
टोरंटो में ही है अभी.
हाँ, ये मैं मार्च में आने वाला था, लेकिन थोड़ी प्रॉब्लम हो गई और फिर अब जो है सितंबर तक नहीं आ पाऊंगा.
अच्छा सर. डीन सर, पांडे सर, हाँ सर भी जुड़ गए हैं. डॉक्टर वीर सिंह सर. सर म्यूट है आपका.
Good morning, Dr. Veer Singh Saab.
गुड मॉर्निंग एंड गुड इवनिंग फ्रॉम दिस साइड. बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद, आपने इनवाइट किया और आपको शुभकामनाएं. थैंक यू सो मच.
So shall we start, sir?
श्योर.
Just डोबरियाल साहब.
जी सर.
थोड़ा सा आप 10 मिनट की टाइम मांग रहे हैं. 10 मिनट.
हाँ, ओके.
थोड़ा इंट्रोडक्टरी शुरू करें, बाकी सब फिर आ जाएंगे.
तो एक बार मैंने सर का रिक्वेस्ट डाल दिया हूँ. 15 मिनट्स टाइम चाह रहे हैं साहब. या अजी विश क्या
हिसाब से हम बिगनिंग कर ले, तब तक अभी डॉक्टर विजयलक्ष्मी एंड आपका होगा अभी तो टाइम
Yes,
लगेगा.
sir. Many of the participants they have joined, sir, and some of them they have joined in YouTube also.
You can actually brief a little bit about the webinar and all the program which we are doing in this week of biodiversity day celebration. That actually you can brief that.
चल that's आप बताएं डोबरियाल साहब क्या करें साहब को.
थोड़ा इंट्रोडक्टरी तो सर शुरू हो सकता है वैसे, जब तक अभी सर के इसमें तो टाइम लगेगा थोड़ा है.
उनको ज्वाइन कर लेने दीजिए, कोई बात नहीं.
थोड़ा अच्छा होगा सर.
जी.
हाँ जी जी.
5 मिनट रुक जाते हैं सर.
हाँ 5 मिनट रुक जाए.
कौन करने वाले हैं ज्वाइन?
तो बीसी साहब ज्वाइन करना चाह रहे हैं.
अच्छा अच्छा, जी जी. हाँ,
Good morning, Dr. Wangsu Saab.
Good morning, sir.
जी डॉक्टर साहब. 9:30 लिखा था, वो साहब कह रहे थे इसे, तो क्या बोले? हेलो.
नमस्कार सर.
गुड मॉर्निंग.
गुड मॉर्निंग. गुड मॉर्निंग. मैंने कहा बीच में वीडियो मिसिंग सा लगा मुझे, लेकिन शायद अभी
पहले आ गए.
मॉर्निंग. नमस्ते सर, वीर सिंह सर.
हाँ जी, नमस्ते. हाँ हाँ अजय. हाँ जी.
नमस्ते सर.
जी.
और सब बढ़िया है?
जी सर.
जी.
गुड मॉर्निंग चतुर्वेदी साहब. गुड
मॉर्निंग सर. हमने कम से कम इस पर देख तो ले रहे हैं, नहीं तो सकाली की देखी.
थैंक यू डॉक्टर साहब. थैंक यू फॉर योर टाइम.
वेलकम. 。 । 。 । 。 । 。 । । । । । । 。 । । । । । । । । । । । । । । । 。 । 。 । 。 । 。 । 。 । 。 । 。 । 。 । 。 । 。 । 。 । 。 । 。
हाँ सर ज्वाइन करने वाले हैं सर, आ गए हैं।
डोबरियाल साहब, हेलो डॉक्टर डोबरियाल।
सर शुरू करने के लिए बोल रहे हैं। यस
Start it, please.
गुड मॉर्निंग सर। हाँ
Good morning, Dr. Veer Singh ji. Good morning.
नमस्ते नमस्ते सर।
गुड मॉर्निंग
जी, आपसे मिलकर बहुत खुशी हुई सर। थैंक यू।
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
Sir, now can I start the program, sir?
yes please.
Okay. So, a very warm good morning to everyone. Honorable Vice Chancellor, sir, our invited speaker, Dr. Veer Singh, sir, Dr. Rajat Thakur, Dr. L. Wang Chu, and our Dean, sir, Dr. A.K. Pandey, Dean Agriculture, sir, Dr. S.K. Chaturvedi, sir, and all the other participants, the head of the departments of the university, faculties, and students of the university, and also the participants who has come to join us from all across the country for this national webinar to be held now. So, which is on the topic, nurturing the nature for health and prosperity. So this webinar has been organized in association with the International Day for Biodiversity 2021. So the International Day for Biological Diversity, it is celebrated each year on 22nd May, a date in our calendar dedicated to raising global awareness about the importance of protecting biological resources and the global biodiversity that shapes our environment, not only on the various species of plants and animals, but also around us, but also the genetic diversity of each of them as well. So the great variety of ecosystems that make up our planet. So the Secretariat of the Convention on Biological Diversity has announced the Biodiversity 2021 slogan, "We are part of the solution." So the slogan was chosen to be a continuation of the momentum generated last year under our overarching theme, "Our solutions are in nature." So which serves as a reminder that biodiversity remains the answer to several sustainable development challenges. So to join this cause, our university is celebrating Biodiversity Day 2021 by organizing a national webinar under the guidance of our Dean Horticulture, Sir, Dr. A.K. Pandey, sir, to raise the awareness among the students also. Various competitions like essay writing, poster competition, poster making, then slogan writing, depending on the themes related to this year's theme, that is, we are part of the solution, has been organized, and we have evaluated the result also. So before again officially starting the inauguration, as many of the scientists, faculties, they have joined from all across the country, I would like to say brief introduction about our university. So Rani Lakshmibai Central Agricultural University has been established in 2014 by an Act of Parliament under the Central Agricultural University Act 2014, Act number 10. Like any other universities, the Central Agricultural University Jhansi has the key objectives to impart education in different branches of agriculture and allied sciences, undertake research in agriculture, undertake programs of extension education, and promote linkages with national and international educational institutes. So last year, the academic building and administrative building of the university has been inaugurated by Shri Narendra Modi ji, our Honorable Prime Minister of India. And recently, Rani Lakshmibai Central Agricultural University received the Excellent Infrastructure Award by Agriculture Today. So this was the brief introduction about the RLBCAU Jhansi. So now, humbly, I would like to request our Dean Horticulture, Sir, Dr. A.K. Pandey, sir, to give the welcome and inaugural address of the webinar.
Thanks, Dr. Vijayalakshmi ji. Very good morning to all the participants. Most honored, our beloved Vice Chancellor, Professor Arvind Kumar Sahab, Today's very distinguished speaker, Professor Veer Singh Sahab, Dr. Ajay Thakur, Dr. Yal Wangchu from Pasighat, all my esteemed statutory officer of the RLB Central Agriculture University, my counterpart Dr. Chaturvedi ji, Dean Agriculture, Director Education Dr. Arvind Kumar ji, Dr. Research Dr. A.R. Sharma Sahab, and Director Extension Education, all my esteemed faculty members of College of Horticulture, Forestry, College of Agriculture, dear delegates, my dear students, this is the very important occasion where whole world is celebrating International Day of Biodiversity. This biodiversity, it's a beginning and its introduction where it began in 92-93 in Rio de Janeiro conference and further in Nairobi. And once United Nations took the decisions that right from 2000, it will be celebrated as an International Day of Biodiversity. So we have passed 20 years journey of celebrating International Day of Biodiversity. This year's theme, we are part of these your solutions, is the very relevant. I am very much thankful to my organizing committee of the College of Horticulture and Forestry, who has proposed the theme, Nurturing the Nature for Health and Prosperity. During this period of this your COVID, our health has become a very crucial issue. So this theme looks very appropriate. Dear delegates, I am extremely happy to welcome our Honorable Vice Chancellor. He has given his kind consent to be the chief guest for today's program. And he has also given consent to address on this very auspicious occasion of biodiversity. Dear friends, I am privileged to utter few words about my very esteemed personality, Professor Arvind Kumar Sahab, Honorable Vice Chancellor, who is a known academician of country, and the way he has nurtured all the ICR institutes, agriculture universities, state agriculture universities, while he was as a Deputy Director General Education, and how he looks the dream for tomorrow's future, and particular for nurturing to this your agriculture education of this your country. We are all very much grateful for his vision and very golden vision, we can say. In very adverse conditions, and though for the adversity, Bundelkhand is known for that. And coming to this your Jhansi and establishing a central agriculture university, and with this your notion of to this your institution of to this your of importance of national excellence. So that credit goes to this your Professor Arvind Kumar Sahab. As earlier he has served to this your ICR Institute and very good service to this your very important crop of to this your oilseed. Oilseed is the very crucial nowadays. We have got a good food security, but still struggling for to this your oilseed crops. And the way he gave to this your strength to this your programs, that we all know about his significant contributions. Dear students, I want to speak something other than to what you all look. I am very much grateful to our worthy Vice Chancellor, the way he gives message to students, the way he takes the care of students, takes the care of to this your stops. That is the something very deeper that makes him a very, in my eyes, in my thoughts, he is the very senior in that respect. Dear students, yesterday I was listening when this your program was organized by our Director Education on the eve of this your Biodiversity Day. What is the beauty of our Vice Chancellor that he communicates the message, he gives the message in so simple way that he was just mentioning that number of the things we can address, number of the issues related to this your climatic concern, just we are throwing to this your garbage, we are just throwing to this your plastic, just we are not taking care of this your water, and for very simple thing, for to this your Bundelkhand conditions, he sets, once we get to this your source of water, immediately we switch over to this your very water lucrative crops. We have to be very holistic part to this your nature's cause. So in this today's program, once again, sir, I welcome you, and we are very much grateful for giving the consent for this inaugural sessions, for your presence, and sir, for giving this your presidential address. Dear delegates, today's our keynote speaker is the very eminent personality, I will say. I was informed by our colleague Dr. Manmohan Dobriyal that throughout the life, Dr. Veer Singh Sahab has devoted for the cause of this your nature, and he's a very prolific writer. I was looking his number of these your books, and more than hundreds of articles, and every article, every title, every books that indicates where we are to nurture to this your nature or future. So this is the I will say to this your my organizing committee that we are fortunate to have such a learned speaker, and sir, I welcome you at our Central Agriculture University in Jhansi. And dear students, I am very much thankful to my organizing committee and all my concerned, Dr. Dobriyal, Dr. Vijayalakshmi, and all other colleagues. That today's program was knitted in such a manner that it should be very useful for to these your students, and for that purpose my today's two speakers, and one from very premier institute, Forest Research Institute, Dehradun, Professor Ajay Thakur Sahab. Sir, I welcome you in our today's inaugural programs. And second speaker from very remote corner of this your northeastern region, Dr. L. Wang Chu. I have opportunity to work Dr. L. Wang Chu. He is a eminent personality in the field of to this your horticulture, and you all know that citrus good biodiversity in northeastern region, and he is taking care. And in that context, if I narrate that if I gets the very first news up to this your Bhattacharya and Datta, who first identified to this your Citrus indica from northeastern region. And while I was at Pasighat, Dr. Wang Chu has loved to this your collect to this your Citrus indicas from to this your Arunachal's forest. And apart from that, he has collected a number of these your wild germplasm to this your citrus. So I welcome Dr. Wang Chu Sahab for today's programs, and I am very much thankful for giving the consent to address our participants, and especially to our students for citrus biodiversity of northeastern regions. Dear delegates, today on 22nd, we are organizing International Day of Biodiversity. And you all know that country has got a very eminent personalities who have served to this our forest cause and very holistic manner. And in that list, name of Dr. Sundarlal Bahugura appears on the tops. And unfortunately, yesterday he passed away. Sundarlal Bahugura, who took the lead to save the forest, and his very kind words, Chipko movement, Chipko Andolan, that gave us such a momentum to save, that he became to this your legendary leader of to this your environment cause. Grateful nations organized his devotion, his services, honoring with the Padma Shri, Padma Bhushan, and number of these your universities conferred him this DSc degree. Unfortunately, yesterday, at the age of 93, he passed away. So we all pay rich tribute to this Sundarlal Bahugura. Here, delegates, we are hosting this webinar in Bundelkhand regions. Bundelkhand region, you know, that is the nestling between north of to this very rich Indo-Gangetic plains and south of to this Vindhya region. And it has got a very unique, its geographical locations, and it is very rich into this it's a different type of to this biodiversity, right from cereal to this pseudo cereals to different type of to this millets, and good wealth of to this forest diversity. Today I am very much fortunate to this taking the consent of Ajay Thakur and further my colleague to this Dr. Dobriyal Sahab, who will address these issues. And apart from that, it's beauty into this number of wild food crops, wild vegetables, and a number of wild relatives. Just when taking the name of the few in the cucurbits, such like to this Cucurbita colossus. Colossus is almost finished from to this Indian continent, and it is available into this Bundelkhand regions. And so in the different wild species of to this okra, such as many heart to this Hicalneus to this tetraphilus, all are very visible into this Bundelkhand region. So taking this today's program on such important topic and on such important occasions, once again I welcome to all my students, all my delegates, and once again I will say to that we are organizing committee are extremely happy to welcome our worthy Vice Chancellor Professor Arvind Kumar Sahab in inaugural session, and for his consent to deliver the presidential address, and Dr. Veer Singh Sahab for giving the keynote address. So with this brief welcome address, I request to Dr. Yamnam Vijayalakshmi to continue the programs. Thanks to all.
Thank you so much, sir, for the welcome address by giving a brief biodata of all the distinguished personalities that are associated with today's webinar, and all the participants from all across the country. That you a warm welcome to everyone also. So before I request Dr. Veer Singh sir to give the keynote address, I would like to give a brief introduction about him. So Dr. Veer Singh. Dr. Veer Singh is a former professor of environmental science at G.B. Pant University of Agriculture and Technology. He has more than 3 decades experience of teaching, research, extension, and research supervision. He has also worked as coordinator of liberal education, director of communication, editor-in-chief of 2 monthly magazines published by the university, and nodal officer of disaster management for Uttarakhand government. He has been educated and trained in many universities and institutes in India, and has also worked with many reputed organizations outside India. So he has a passion for environmental science, ecology, agroecology, and eco-philosophy. So he has published 53 books, many monographs, a lab manual, more than 250 research articles, book chapters, and popular articles. So in his book, Fertilizing the Universe, he proposes a theory of astrobiological evolution. So, and institutes of his textbook on environmental plant physiology is also gaining popularity in universities and institutes of higher education. Professor Veer Singh Sir is also a climate reality leader committed to creating awareness about the ongoing climate change and its long-term implications on every walk of life. So after his superannuation from the university in June 2020, he is living in Toronto, Canada now, where he is engaged in environmental writing and freelance journalism. So his articles on vital contemporary issues are being widely published in English and Hindi dialects and e-magazines. So we are very much delighted to hear from you, sir, about as of a very great personality you are, sir. So the topic Professor Veer Singh sir will be talking about and giving the keynote address. It is the biodiversity annihilation and epidemics. So now I would like to request Dr. Veer Singh sir to please give the address. Sir, please unmute yourself.
Thank you very much. Namaste from Toronto, and we are into time zones. First of all, very happy International Day for Biological Diversity, and thank you. I am so much grateful to you all for inviting me to share some of my views on biodiversity with you and to learn from you. So many things. There are so many issues associated with biodiversity. Biodiversity is one of the greatest wonders on Earth, and we are a part of this biodiversity, but unfortunately we are in vertical relationships with the entire biodiversity. Life is biodiversity plus life processes, and of course I shall share my view on one of the least discussed issues of biodiversity, that many of the problems, they are owing to biodiversity destruction. And the theme of this biodiversity day is we are part of solution, but I shall mainly focus on the other way around, on the other side of this this theme. We are part of the problem. Okay, let me upload my PPT. Are you able to see? You are.
Not yet, sir.
You can see?
Not yet, sir.
Not yet, sir.
No. I think there is some different mode of. Okay, this will come from here.
In center, sir, share screen will be there.
Share one.
Share screen. Green. Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes, now it's coming, sir. Yes.
Okay.
Zoom कर दिए सर. Full.
हाँ, zoom कर दूँ अभी.
Slide show में. Yes. हाँ.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Okay, biodiversity, annihilation, and epidemics. And of course, I also gave subtitle pandemics of the future. Let us start our story with a village, in an African village, Mebao 2. This is the name. Pronunciation may be different. I think this is a French word, and of course, Mebao 2 village of 150 people on the banks of the Ivindo River in Gabon in Africa had suddenly shot into limelight whole world in 1996. Not because of some great achievements, but due to uh, due to import of an epidemic. The villagers used to manage malaria, dengue, yellow fever, and sleeping sickness disorders. They often encountered. They used to encounter these diseases. One day, in the month of January in 1996, some boys of the village went to a forest, some dogs with them. The dogs killed a chimpanzee. The chimpanzee was brought to village, skinned, cut into pieces, cooked and ate by the villagers. 31 people who were involved in these processes caught very high fever in a few hours, and 21 of them died. The cause of the fever and death was Ebola virus, which came to the village along with the chimpanzee. So this is not the complete story. This is just a trailer. This is just a trailer, of course. And Time magazine in 2015. This is very famous magazine, and every year it projects. It focuses on someone as a man of the year or personality of the year. In 2015, the Time magazine declared the Ebola fighters as the persons of the year. Ebola was in limelight till the emergence of the novel coronavirus in 2019. Now, in December 2019, from Wuhan in China, this virus emerged, and this epidemic, which was epidemic in Mebao village in Africa, it turned into pandemic. The chapter was different, but the process was the same. The destiny of Mebao 2 was repeated in Wuhan. Here it entered through pangolin. Pangolin, as we know, it is an ant-eater mammal with scaly skin, जिसको हम कहते थे चींटी खोर, लेकिन आदमी जो है वो पेंगोलिन खोर बन गया. Okay. The only difference was that the novel coronavirus in Wuhan was more virulent than that of the Ebola virus of Africa. While Ebola virus was an epidemic, coronavirus disease named as COVID-19 assumed a pandemic proportion. So there are so many pathogens in wildlife. There are so many pathogens in ecosystems. Pathogens, they are not something alien. They have not come from another world. They are there in our world, but they are lying in their habitats where they had initially evolved. But they have been dragged to our colonies, to our society. Viruses, bacteria, molds, and many other causal agents of epidemics are hidden in wildlife habitats. For example, natural forests, especially in the tropical ones. Ebola, SARS, bird flu, and now a novel coronavirus. They are spreading rapidly from their ecosystems and entering into human society. New diseases are reaching humans through zoonosis, that is, disease transmission to humans from animals. These diseases are not limited to just a few places. They have reached wherever there are human beings, and we ours is the only omnipresent species on Earth. According to the US Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, CDC, about 3/4 new emerging diseases, they originate from animals and infect humans. Such diseases are known as zoonotic diseases. Of course, the history of zoonotic diseases is not new. For example, rabies and plague they passed from animals to humans centuries ago. Marburg hemorrhagic fever, that is Marburg HF, caused by bats. Marburg virus, first observed in 1967 in Marburg and Frankfurt in Germany, and Belgrade in Yugoslavia, which is now Serbia, and believed to be transmitted by bats. And but these pathogens, they are somewhat rare. COVID-19, which emerged in Wuhan, and the Middle East respiratory syndrome, that is MERS, a disease caused by camels, coronavirus, also known as MERS coronavirus, spreads in the Middle East and is now spreading globally. Okay, there are other pathogens also, which are passed from animals to humans. For example, Lassa fever. This is a viral hemorrhagic illness caused due to eating food contaminated by rodent urine or feces, and it was first identified in Nigeria in 1929. Nipah virus. This is a zoonotic virus transmitted to humans from fruit, bat, or flying fox. This was reported from Malaysia. SARS. It is spread from China to 30 countries in 2002 and 3, and it killed hundreds of people. Zika virus. This is also, we are listening a lot about this virus. This is it is spreading through Aedes species of mosquito. And the West Nile virus, this is transmitted to human beings through infected mosquitoes. And first of all, it was emerged in Africa and mutated and became established on other continents. According to a team of US researchers, there were 335 diseases in 2008. 335. That emerged in human society between 1980 and 2007, of which at least 40% came from animals. 40%. According to other report from The Ecologist, a magazine published from Britain, and its editor had also once visited Rani Chori, our campus. Edward Goldsmith, he's no more now, of course. This magazine was initiated by him, and I read this article only today. New and emerging infectious diseases have increased significantly since 1940. A total 60% of these have been zoonotic, with 72% of these zoonotic diseases having been caused by pathogens originating in wildlife, including SARS, HIV, Ebola, and Nipah. Again, according to The Ecologist, there is a large number of yet to be identified zoonotic viruses that could lead to pandemics more lethal than COVID-19. So this is also a kind of trailer. So researchers, they conclude that these animal-borne or zoonotic diseases associated with environmental changes and human behavior. Environmental changes and human behavior. These are two main factors. Of course, regarding biodiversity annihilation, I have used this word because we are one of the millions of species on Earth. We are the largest, on an average, largest species. We 99.9% species, and all other species on Earth, they are in our control. Not even a single seed can germinate without our mercy. And look at us, how poor we are, that we are nowadays living on the mercy of a virus, which is not fully living. This is between living and non-living. उसकी अनुकंपा पर हम आकर टिक गए हैं because of our action of biodiversity annihilation. And biodiversity annihilation के इसके causes बतलाने की आवश्यकता ही नहीं है, because we all know the factors associated with the biodiversity annihilation. For example, road networks, building construction, tourism, urbanization, industrialization, and population explosion. And of course, in India, the problem of population explosion is surpasses the problem of COVID. Lifestyles based on overconsumption, habitat fragmentation. क्या होता है habitat fragmentation? जब होती है तो the wild animals, they change their migration routes, and there are increased chances of their coming into contact with human beings. Land use change, of course. Monocultures, they are extremely vulnerable. And economic plants, because our life is now based on limited plants, economic plants, because we evaluate every plant, every species from the perspective of from consumptive value perspective mainly. And if a particular species is not of direct economic importance, we declare it weed, we declare it useless, and we try to eliminate that from the scenario. और यह एक विडंबना की बात है, ये हमारे सबके साथ में जुड़ी हुई है, हमारे भविष्य के साथ में जुड़ा हुआ है कि हमारी एग्रीकल्चर जो है दैट इज नॉट बायोडाइवर्सिटी फ्रेंडली, नॉट बायोडाइवर्सिटी फ्रेंडली। और सबसे बड़ा आघात जो है एग्रीकल्चर ने ही दिया है बायोडाइवर्सिटी को। ये हमारे लिए एक बहुत बड़ी चेतावनी की बात है, क्योंकि a sustainable future, we can usher in a sustainable future with sustainable food production. और जो हमारा food production processes है, this is very vulnerable because we depend on shallow rooted crops which are quite unsustainable. और किस कीमत पर उनको हम संभालते हैं, किस कीमत पर हम प्रोडक्शन लेते हैं, हम जानते ही हैं। और nearly 75%, 3/4 energy needs of entire humanity, they are fulfilled by just three crops, that is wheat, rice and corn. तो हमारा जो जीवन जो है 3 फसलों के ऊपर है, हमारा अस्तित्व जो है टिका हुआ 3 फसलों के ऊपर। और उनकी पहले हमारे यहाँ पर एक बहुत ही वाइड जेनेटिक डाइवर्सिटी हुआ करती थी। अब जो जेनेटिक डाइवर्सिटी है दैट इज इवेल्युएटेड इन टर्म्स ऑफ प्रोडक्टिविटी। और हम यह नहीं, ये एग्रीकल्चर में एक चीज आती है प्रोडक्टिविटी, और जो सारी एग्रीकल्चर की हमारी फिलॉसफी है दैट इज सेंटर्ड ऑन प्रोडक्टिविटी। लेकिन प्रोडक्टिविटी क्या है? व्हाट इज प्रोडक्टिविटी? प्रोडक्टिविटी इज एन इकोसिस्टम फंक्शनिंग, इज एन एट्रीब्यूट ऑफ इकोसिस्टम फंक्शन। तो जो इकोसिस्टम फंक्शन है दैट इज बीइंग कंप्रोमाइज्ड। वी आर आल्सो इन ए सेंस इकोसिस्टम प्रोडक्ट्स। And of course, pollution is also one of the causes of biodiversity erosion. As a consequence of biodiversity annihilation, humans have come close to wild animals in the natural environments. The whole humanity is bound to encounter viruses and many other pathogens. We are bound. We have invited those viruses. They have not come on their own. The transmission of diseases from wildlife to humans is an inevitable price of modern mode of human economic development. This is the price that has to be paid by society and individuals who do not even have the means to prevent and treat diseases. And of course, the future is full of pandemics. इसमें वैसे हमको डरने की बात नहीं है, बात डरने की नहीं है, एक सचेत रहने वाली बात है। एंड वी एज ह्यूमन बीइंग्स, एज एजुकेटेड पर्सन्स, वी अंडरस्टैंड द प्रोसेस ऑफ एवरीथिंग। what would be the consequences of one action. We understand this thing. So don't be surprised about the coronavirus outbreak. It is not something to surprise us. Most pathogenic organisms are to be discovered. The coronavirus is only a tip of the iceberg. Also, don't be afraid of pandemic you are encountering. Our future is ready to accommodate many more pandemics. Of course, biodiversity and market links. अगर कोई चीज नेचर के अंदर है तो हम उसको वहां देखना पसंद नहीं करते हैं. That should come into our drawing room. That should come on our tables. नेचर के अंदर सब बेकार हमको लगता है. तो इसी तरह से जो अधिकांश बायोडाइवर्सिटी है दैट इज आल्सो कमिंग टू मार्केट, और मार्केट में उसको एक म्यूजियम, एक कॉमर्शियल म्यूजियम बन गई है वो. तो मार्केट इज ग्रोइंग एज ए कॉमर्शियल म्यूजियम ऑफ नेचुरल बायोडाइवर्सिटी फ्रॉम where the trade of many zoonotic diseases keeps going on. Trade, I have used this. So the trade of zoonotic diseases. Okay, a sizable proportion of the fast growing urban population in the world needs fresh meat, due to which these markets are flourishing. And I think we all have heard about the wet markets, means wild animals are brought, killed, processed and sold in wet markets. So China is at the forefront of these wet markets. वो वहां पर क्या क्या बिकता है? wolves, salamanders, crocodiles, foxes, rats, squirrels, pangolins, eagles, turtles, scorpions and all kinds of insects and moths. So पूरी डाइवर्सिटी जो है that is there in these wet markets. जितने भी एनिमल्स बिकते हैं उनको उनका फ्लैश भी बिकता है. वेट और दूसरी वेट मार्केट्स हैं वेस्ट एंड सेंट्रल अफ्रीका. Dozens of species of monkeys, bats, rats, and mammals are slaughtered for meat in urban markets in West and Central Africa and sold near open defecation dumps in Africa. Lagos wet market in Africa is very notorious. Here, another bomb of epidemics can explode at any time. So ecologists, they opine that these wet markets storm human species with viruses and other pathogens. Dangerous. Meat eaters are also responsible for biodiversity destruction and epidemics and for pandemics of the future. This is what the world is leading. I am not saying this thing. This is what the world's leading environmental magazine, The Ecologist, suggests. And the magazine refers to the meat eaters as eco-villains. Sorry. Okay. So the epidemics and the pandemics are rooted into biodiversity annihilation. We can conclude. The higher the rates of biodiversity annihilation, the greater the chances of the future generations to encounter more and more deadly diseases. And of course, there is brighter side of biodiversity, as we know, because none of these species on Earth is independent. So biodiversity, natural biodiversity, it acts as a barrier to the spread of diseases. हम भी जानते हैं एग्रीकल्चर के अंदर जितनी बार भी एग्रो बायोडाइवर्सिटी जितनी भी हाई होगी, ये बीमारियों के चांसेस उतने ही कम होंगे. So this is best way of managing diseases in ecosystem itself. Chances of transmitting the disease from an organism to others in a biodiversity rich ecosystem are pretty less. It is also an eternal truth of nature that the higher the biodiversity level, the greater the ecological stability and sustainability. So the degree of biodiversity is directly proportional to sustainability. There is a strong link between biodiversity and sustainability. We assess the severity of a disease on the basis of its morbidity and mortality, but do not reach the roots of the disease. ये भी एक समस्या हमारे यहाँ पर जो है वो उसके इलाज के पहले सोचते हैं, उसके रूट्स तक जाने की नहीं सोचते हैं. Okay, Nat. What is an imperative? Because biodiversity is a product to be put in inverted commas of evolution. But at the same time, biodiversity is also the nurturer of evolution on our living planet. And our survival, our sustenance, our material progress, our glory, and our happiness, they are all woven around nature's biodiversity. Biodiversity protection, conservation, and augmentation is not only necessary, but an imperative for the human race. This is an imperative of our race. This is an imperative of our times. There can be no other option. हम जो है as human beings, we are the most immaculate product of evolution. We are the climax of evolution. We are the most genius species of evolution, and we are also evolution conscious in itself. Everything is in our control. We are the custodian of entire life. We are the custodian of the whole planet. We are not only of whole planet, we are also evolving as, we are also emerging as custodian of the whole cosmos, of the whole universe. Of course, so we can imagine our dimensions, so we must be proud of ourselves. So we are not just a species, we are not just structures, we are a phenomena in ourselves. So हम कई बार जब हमारी स्ट्रेटेजीज होती है तो हम जो है टारगेट रखते हैं बायोफिजिकल टारगेट्स कि ये करना है, ये करना है, ये करना है, लेकिन हम उनको ध्यान ना देकर जो है हम वी मस्ट थिंक अबाउट फेनोमेना. फॉर एग्जांपल, धरती पर जो है कौन से 3 फेनोमेना है जिनसे सारी चीजें हैं, जिससे पूरा अस्तित्व है, जिससे पूरी सृष्टि है. वो हैं फोटोसिंथेसिस, कीमोसिंथेसिस और नाइट्रोजन फिक्सेशन. ये तीन फेनोमेना है लाइफ के, और हम अपने आप में एक फेनोमेना है इवोल्यूशन के. और इवोल्यूशन हमको डिजाइन जो किया होगा कुछ सोचकर ही किया होगा. अब हम उस रेस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी तक अगर पहुंचते हैं अपनी कॉन्शियसनेस के माध्यम से, क्योंकि जो 3 ऑल परवेडिंग फैक्टर्स हैं पूरे ब्रह्मांड के अंदर, 3 ऑल परवेडिंग फैक्टर्स हैं: लाइट, इवोल्यूशन एंड टाइम. Light, evolution, and time. The 4th omnipresent, 4th all-pervading factor is human race. We are also emerging as the 4th all-pervading factor. We are present everywhere. और हम जो है कहीं पर भी कोई फेनोमेना हो, चाहे सूर्य के सतह पर हो, चाहे नक्षत्रों पर हो, चाहे चंद्रमा पर हो, चाहे किसी दूसरे ग्रह पर हो, उसमें अवश्य हमारी टांग अटाते हैं. हम किसी भी सारे इतने जिज्ञासु है हमारा माइंड जो है, इवोल्यूशन का एक ऐसा प्रोडक्ट है हमारा माइंड कि हर चीज को जानने की इच्छा करता है. और एजुकेशन इसी को ससाइट करने के लिए है. एजुकेशन हमारी इस जो माइंड की जो है क्वेस्ट है उसको संतृप्त करने के लिए है अपने आप में. तो वी नीड टू फोर्टिफाई दीज 3 phenomena: photosynthesis, chemosynthesis, and nitrogen fixation. And we can do that. And it is because we are not only part of problem, we are also part of solution, and we cannot afford to be less than part of solution. Solution के पार्ट नहीं है तो अपने अस्तित्व पर ही प्रश्न चिन्ह लगा देंगे. And it is all readily possible for us to do, for we ourselves are the supreme phenomenon on earth, on the living planet. Of course, तो सबसे जरूरी चीज क्या है? We are the homo sapiens. और सारी समस्या जो है इस धरती पर होमो सेपियंस ने पैदा की है. We are homo sapiens. हम जो है क्लाइमैक्स ऑफ इवोल्यूशन है. तो हमको we have to transcend ourselves from homo sapiens to homo ecologicus. और homo ecologicus हम स्ट्रक्चर में नहीं बदलेंगे, अपनी थिंकिंग, अपनी फिलोसफी के माध्यम से बदलेंगे. This is an imperative of our destiny. So for the sake of our destiny, we have to evolve ourselves as Homo ecologicus. Thank you very much. Love, light, and glory to you all, and thank you very much for giving me this opportunity to learn from you. And I wish you photosynthetic smile. Okay, and of course I am leaving for you this ode to photosynthesis. Photosynthesis का बोधि गीत. बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद.
Good morning, sir. This side
Excellent,
Dr.
sir.
Kumar.
Excellent.
धन्यवाद जी.
नमस्कार डॉक्टर साहब, डॉक्टर अनिल कुमार बोल रहा हूँ.
अरे अनिल, हाँ अनिल, आवाज मैंने पहचान ली. कैसे हो अनिल? बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद. मैं सोच रहा था कि आपसे, हाँ ठीक है अनिल.
Very nice to see you after a long time. And
हाँ ठीक, thank you अनिल.
Deliver very good lecture in this university.
Thank you अनिल. Oh, हाँ.
Okay. Thank you very much, sir, for giving some valuable information about the biodiversity annihilation, its factors. You have talked about what are the factors which is causing it, how to deal with it. You have talked about, yes, you have reminded us that the future of pandemics, that is coronavirus, is only a tip of the iceberg. So we should be ready to face our own fate. So we now, at the crucial moment, what we have to do, that we need to do. So sir has talked about the wet markets, the threat of the wet markets to human species also. And sir has talked about the epidemics and the pandemics. Those are they are rooted into the biodiversity annihilation. And sir has also given us the glimpse of the brighter side of natural biodiversity. And yes, that is why we need to conserve our biodiversity to maintain the sustainability of the environment. So yes, the biodiversity is also product and nurturer of the evolution of this planet. So the need to fortify the three things that this phenomenon you have talked about: photosynthesis, chemosynthesis, and nitrogen fixation. Yes, we should be taking care about that. And the need of the hour for the sake to save our diversity. Yes, sir has rightly said, sir, the transcendence from human sapiens to Homo ecologicus. So yes, well, for hearing from you, sir, we have learned many things, and yes, we have been reminded us of our job or what we have to do to conserve our biodiversity to make the sustainable planet. Okay, thank you very much, sir.
Thank you so much.
Yes, sir. So taking this opportunity, I would like to share some information about the registration of this webinar. So for this national webinar, more than 300 participants or the delegates from all over the country have registered, and already 100 participants have been joining the national webinar in the Zoom link, and more than 150 participants, they are also joining in the YouTube link. So more than 250 participants, they are connected currently with us now, hearing from you, sir. So now making forward the program, I would like to request our Honorable Vice Chancellor, sir, to give his presidential remarks on the importance of Biodiversity Day and the national webinar on the topic, nurturing the nature for health and prosperity. Thank you, sir.
Good morning to all of you. Let me first thank Dr. Beer Singh for providing us a lot of inputs. I know from the days I was at Pantnagar, and his unique work in environmental sciences and lot of innovative things he has taken up at GV Pant University of Agriculture and Technology. Thank you, Dr. Veer Singh ji. I know that the time is really not matching, and you are in Canada, we are here in India, so time is quite different. But nevertheless, you have been able to have an interaction with our faculty members and also students. I'm really very happy and feel grateful to you that you have spared some time, particularly during the odd hours, I would say, while I talk about Canada. Friends, we have with us our deans and directors, and also heads of divisions, faculty members and students, and also our neighboring institutes, IGFRI and CFRI, the scientists and directors, they are also participating in this important program. You know that, as Vijay Lakshmi has really pointed out, this newly created university we are establishing, and we have come out with a very good academic building where we intend to create all world-class facilities for teaching and research in agricultural education, research as well as extension education. Friends, you know that this International Day for Biodiversity, particularly we call biological biodiversity, it is celebrated every year, and it is celebrated on 22nd of May. We had also on 21st of May a very good lecture by Dr. Rajen Dobral, who is the Director General of Uttarakhand State Council of Science and Technology, and he also gave us very good aspects about the biodiversity, about the Biodiversity Act. The few days back, you know, we have been celebrating the World Earth Day on 22nd of April, and World Earth Day theme was Restore Our Earth. This was the theme, and ultimately the theme of this year is we are part of the solution, because it's the human-made interventions who is also the creator and also the destroyer of the biodiversity. So both the things are there. And we have to see that while we celebrate this Biodiversity Day, our purpose is to create an awareness, to awaken the people that how fragile our planet is, how important it is to protect it, because the survival of the humanity, survival of the biodiversity is really dependent upon Mother Earth, and if we are not protecting the Mother Earth, certainly the biodiversity is adversely affected. And if we are not protecting biodiversity, all the phenomena on the earth would be adversely affected. So it is when we talk about biodiversity, it is all the living organisms living on this earth from all sources. It doesn't mean that terrestrial sources, but terrestrial sources, marine sources, other aquatic systems. So biodiversity is a very, wide aspect, and really biodiversity refers to different forms of the life: floral, plants, fauna, animals, microorganisms, bacteria, including fungi, actinomycetes, any living material, asset. They all create biodiversity. And there is a lot of, fundamental variation. And we have made a lot of advances. And as a consequence of advances in terms of the lifestyle, in terms of our living conditions, in terms of the urbanization and many other things which I will come later, it has got direct and indirect influence on our ecosystem, ultimately influencing the biodiversity. Our main aim is how we can protect our environment to make it a clean living situation, healthy, and sustainable habitat for the people. You know, we need to educate the people about the biodiversity. When we talk about biodiversity, we have to educate about the variability, about its importance, how to use it, and the theme should be to reduce the use of natural resources, the reuse and recycle. Reduce, reuse, and recycle. These are the three very important words when we talk about saving the biodiversity. We must also have the cleanliness, educate the masses, conserve the resources, particularly water, and use up the energy sources which are in nature rather than many man-made use of energy sources. How we plan the environment, different environment. You know, we have different ecologies, whether it is subtropical, tropical, desert, humid, hill, any kind of ecology. When we talk it, we have to see that in all the places, the ecology is different, the biodiversity is different, the plants are different, and ultimately we have to take care accordingly. Now you know that India had the Biodiversity Authority located in Chennai, and in 2002 we have a National Biodiversity Act, and also we brought Protection of Plant Varieties and Farmers' Right Act, which has become very, very relevant in the present day context to save and protect our biodiversity. As I mentioned yesterday, there has been a lot of drain of our rich biodiversity, and in India now we had the Biodiversity Act, but the other countries much earlier, you know, had stringent measures so that their biodiversity is not eroded. In fact, we are a signatory of Convention on Biodiversity in 1992, and since then, you know, we have to see that we have to be in line with the global scenario, and we have to see how we can protect the biodiversity while keeping the interest of large masses over the earth. You know, the biodiversity, when we talk about biodiversity, it includes, as I've told, the species, plant species, or even if we talk, we have nearly 3 lakh plant species, 6 lakhs of fungi, and 10 million animal species, a large number. And over a number of years, many have become extinct. You know, India is considered to be one of the 12 mega biodiversity, and host about 45,000 plant species and 89,000 animal species. But what is happening? By and by, these biodiversity, the plants are becoming either extinct or become very, the number become very much reduced. The reason you all know that the reason has been the population growth, the utilization of the natural resources, whether it is land or water or air or energy, which is the primary source, or secondary like coal or oil or natural gases, what we talk. Also the phosphate and potassic rock, iron and other minerals, biota, all kinds of vegetation and animals. So natural resource, when we talk, that provides humans a wide range of services for decent livelihoods, and these are called ecosystem services. Because as you know that the natural resources are limited, and we are by and by utilizing our natural resources to produce more. Now, the concept is produce more from less. What we are doing, we are producing more, but utilizing lot of natural resources, be it water, be it nutrients, be it on the cost of the soil health, or be it on the cost of environmental degradation. So this how we have to see that how best we can maintain our natural resources. We know that in India we are celebrating. We have produced this year 303 million tons of food grains, a unique record. Horticulture, we have produced 325 million tons. Even oilseeds, we were talking about oilseeds we are importing, and oils, edible oils to the tune of more than 70,000 crores. But this year we have a record production of 37 million tons. So we are having a record production, but land is limited, 141 million hectare or so. It is almost constant over a past number of years. The resources are limited. So ultimately, we have to see that although we are producing, but we have to give to our Mother Earth so that we are able to maintain these resources, and maybe the next generation do not abuse us for excessive use of natural resources and ultimately creating a lot of imbalance. Now, if we just give an example, we have the biodiversity hotspots, and northeastern India is considered one of the very hotspots for biodiversity. And because of the Zoom cultivation, because of the human intervention, lot of human intervention. Earlier, many part in northeast used to be almost free from human intervention. But when the needs have grown up, population has grown up, naturally there has been drain of the biodiversity, loss of the biodiversity. Similarly, if we talk about, for example, in Punjab, just one example I am taking, although even if we talk in Bundelkhand, take any part, many travel parts which are still unexplored, and there is a lot of variability with respect to biodiversity is concerned. I usually quote the example of Bhutan, where if you want to go from one district to another district, you need a pass. You are not allowed. They protect their forest area. These are the protected forest. But in India, there are very less area where human intervention is not there. So if we have the human intervention, naturally there is loss to the biodiversity, and as a consequence, about 8,462 species have vanished in last 25 years. Many insect species, many useful, plants on this planet have vanished. Many even animal species we used to see, lot of variability we used to see, but we do not see lot of variability. Even take any crop. For example, if you take maize, or if you take wheat, or if you take rice, these are the key food crops. And wheat in India, Punjab, is the leader as far as the wheat cultivation is concerned. Punjab used to grow 41 varieties of wheat, but now hardly you will find 5 to 6 varieties under cultivation. Similarly, in rice, they used to have about 37 varieties. Now they have hardly 80 varieties under cultivation. So this means that we have narrowed down our biodiversity for want of producing more and more. In corn, you see lot of variability in terms of the grain size, in terms of the color, in terms of the cob, in terms of the maturity, lot of biodiversity used to exist. But we have again, for the sake of repeating, I am saying that we have narrowed down, and we are intending to produce more and more utilization of the very high yielding varieties, and we have to provide, food security to our ever growing human population. The human population we in India have, contribute to 7%, 17% of the, contribution of the human population. So India is a, key country which has to provide millions of mouths. We have 1.38 billion population now, and this will go on increasing, ever increasing. We, had to increase the production from 822 million tons. I'm not talking food grain production. I'm talking everything, whatsoever is required by the human beings for edible purposes. 822 million tons, and we will require by 2030 1056 million tons. So imagine we have to have lot from our Mother Earth, and for that we have to have extra measures to have a better utilization of our natural resources and produce more from the less. Now, biodiversity is three I have talked about. The biodiversity, the first major cause is population growth, as I have just mentioned, and globally we shall be having 9.7 billion population by 2050. So this is, already we have exceeded 7 billion population, and this population explosion is one of the cause of the biodiversity threat. Then our resource consumption, as I told you, whether it's a natural resource or there is resources for our livelihoods, because of the increase in the population growth, it has increased. Then climate change has impacted a lot about biodiversity. You see a lot of, floods, lot of droughts in years. And the study yesterday, I was looking at news that almost we have the 5 such cyclones in 1 year, which used not to be earlier. So this is certain that climate has changed, and recently, because of the Taute cyclone, in Arabian Sea, lot of coastal areas in Maharashtra, Gujarat, Rajasthan, nearby, and also in other coastal parts severely affected. And now we are having another in the Bay of Bengal. So these kind of the phenomena are occurring because of the climate change. Temperature is increasing, global warming is there, and during this time we have already gone for, in 2016 the temperature has gone up by 0.93 degrees centigrade, which was much, if we take the average temperature, it is 13.8 degrees centigrade and plus 0.93 degrees centigrade in 2016. And our Paris Agreement, we are signatory for the Paris Agreement, and it says that we should restrict the increase and all, precautions and, policy decisions should be taken so that we are able to contain the enhancement in temperature by the end of this century, not above 1.5 degrees centigrade, and in no case beyond 2 degrees centigrade, because it will adversely impact our sea level, our, glaciers, our, seasons, cropping seasons, and the situations where we take up this crop. I will not go into detail. The climate change is a big topic, but certainly it has impacted the biodiversity, and also the habitat over-exploitation of the natural resources, which I have talked to you. The urbanization. Earlier, India used to have, large population in rural areas, but for the sake of employment and enhanced opportunities in the urban areas, people are moving to urban areas, and it may be, almost 50-50. So the question is that there is now government is, taking a lot of measures for, taking the amenities to the rural areas. As our ex-honorable President Abdul Kalam ji used to say, Pura, providing urban opportunities in the rural areas. So that is what is needed, and that's what the government is also presently looking into, so that the migration is reduced, and in another areas such facilities are does exist. Then also invasive alien species and environmental degradation. These are the issues which really bothers the biodiversity and have impacted the biodiversity. Now, you know that India is such a vast country where you have different kinds of the climatic situations, be it tropical, subtropical, temperate, different kinds of weathers, different seasons. Almost everything is available in one or the other part. But what we need to do in order to protect our biodiversity is, as I told you, protect our natural resources. Also see that the adversities which the human interventions has made are reduced, and our amenities and the lifestyle, a bit change we need to make. As this corona pandemic, which Dr. Veer Singh ji was talking now, he has given a wide range of different epidemics and pandemics, and this is really true. This is really because of the human intervention. It is not created by nature. Definitely because of our human intervention, because we have impacted the environment, because we have impacted our flora and fauna, we have impacted our biodiversity, we have kept a much drain on our natural resources, changed our lifestyle, which has really resulted in lot of disturbances. Now what is happening? Everybody is locked inside. We are not moving. And how the life is moving? Now, earlier we used to say how we will remain within the house and how we can perform the job. Now we are sitting. My friend Dr. Veer Singh is in Canada. We are able to see face by face. We are talking. Digitalization, unique, advancement in technology. So we are able to perform. So we have to relook into our into our way and style of living, so that we are not utilizing much of our resources. Where our air conditioning is not needed, why we used to have air conditioning, which have lot of greenhouse emissions, and the carbon dioxide concentration have been increasing over the last century. We take carbon dioxide or methane emission or nitrous oxide. Say, lot of, I will not give you the data at this stage, which will make my talk much more, elaborate. But definitely I can say that we certainly need to reduce it, to contain. Otherwise, it will have adverse impact on our biodiversity. Ever increasing carbon dioxide is not desirable, and therefore carbon dioxide sequestration is much more needed nowadays. Planting a tree is much more needed. I quote an example that normally a person need oxygen worth 8 tree. How much 8 tree provides oxygen? That in the lifetime one person needs. So it means if we have 1.38 billion population multiplied by 8, that much minimum tree we must have, so that the human population is not suffering. This is only human. We are not taking other into consideration. If we take animal species, if we take the other species which needs really oxygen for their survival, this requirement will be much more. And we are having deforestation. The forest area is hardly 22% in the country, where we require about 1/3 of the forest area should be there. Lot of deforestation is there for the human needs. And as I've told you, in Northeast particularly, this Zoom cultivation has really lost many good forest covers. In many states like Uttar Pradesh, I usually used to go, we have hardly forest area ranging between 6 to 7% in different, maximum in different years. Haryana and Punjab below 5%. So if we do not have sufficient, forest cover, if we do not have sufficient biodiversity, how we can sustain our life? If we talk about, now in Corona, people are fighting for oxygen cylinder, moving from, across the globe, moving from one part to the another, express trains to take the oxygen. This is the kind of situation we are having. So we certainly need to have a situation, certainly not to have situation where people have to move taking a oxygen cylinder on his back. So that kind of environment protection we should certainly have. And secondly, we must make all the measures so that our soil, Mother Earth, is not much disturbed. And in that case, the natural conservation of our, whether it is residues or whether it is, other matters, other trees, we need to protect it. Like Dean College of Horticulture and Forestry, Dr. Mande was talking about Sundarlal Bhaguna Chipko Andolan. It became so popular. Simply, it gave a slogan, Chipko, and he did not allow to cut a tree. And that is really a big thing. For example, chinar, if we cut chinar, a 12-meter height of chinar, it provides, enormous oxygen. It provides about 12-meter length, about 100 liters of oxygen. Similarly, people, neem, bargad, which we call banyan tree, and even tulsi, even bamboo, even the many aquatic species, they are real contributor to oxygen. Why we worship people? Because it provides a lot of oxygen to the human population. And that's why many places in many villages, while we go, every village had a very old, either a banyan tree or a peepal tree, where people go and worship and want to protect it. For example, in Rajasthan, if you go, this Prosopis cineraria khejri, people used to worship it. So that's kind of worship to the plant is really because we want to have more and more oxygen, we want to provide it. Now, you know that atmosphere has got two important gases, nitrogen and oxygen. Oxygen to the tune of 21% and nitrogen 78%. And we need to have such a measure so that the oxygen concentration is not reduced, the other atmospheric gases are not increasing. That part we need to take it. Then diversification is another important answer. Continuous having that particular crop, rice, wheat, for example, in Rajasthan. Now we think about biodiversity, we think about the diversification of the crops. And this is what is the present day need. Conservation agriculture. We have a lot of crop residues, about 600 million tons of the crop residues. Many of it is burned. So that is not desirable to burn 125, 130 million tons of the crop residues. We need to conservation of agriculture need to be given much more emphasis. And also we need to raise the soil organic carbon by promoting our agroforestry system, which is very unique. Hardly we have 3.2% area under agroforestry system. We need to promote agroforestry. We need to map the natural resources, where it is draining, what it is, having a continuous monitoring and observation of our natural resources needed. Integration of the crop livestock is needed. Livestock species, because it's now alone crops can make some distinct, impact. It is the crop livestock together, which used to be earlier. In past few years, tractorization have come up, and more machinery farm have come up. The livestock, use of livestock have increased, except in drylands. If we go to part of Maharashtra and Karnataka, there is still a lot of use of the bullocks. They rather worship bullocks, and even on Monday they will keep holiday for the bullocks, no work for them. So that's a kind of unique practice over there. Then the forest cover enhancement, I have already talked about. We need to enhance the forest cover, and also the protected cultivation wheresoever we can grow. It is again will help in the utilization and the cultivation of such a species in the off-season, which otherwise we cannot grow, and enhance area under the micro irrigation system, where flooding is more common. We are, destroying our water resources, which is already scarce. In India, in 1947, we have around 6042 cubic meter per capita per annum by the availability of the water, which reduced to 1816 in 2011. And it came down much below the critical level of 1700 cubic meter per capita per annum in 2007. So that is the kind of the thing. And by 2050, we shall further reduce by 1220 cubic meter per capita per annum. So from 6,042 to 1,222, huge reduction in the per capita availability from 1947 to now. Over a period of almost 100 years, we will lose a lot of water availability, and about 17% of the population by 2050 would be under absolute water scarcity, and we will have coverage of about 22% population, which will certainly suffer due to water availability. So that kind of situation is there. So where we are going, we need to see that how we can increase the micro irrigation system, which is hardly, very meager. I would say it is hardly 9.2 million hectare area is covered. We need to cover much more, and we need to save the water, save our planet. So these are certain things which has affected our, climate. Even for example, soil loss, even erosion, and even water erosion, destruction. It is causing many times a lot of soil loss, lot of loss to the nutrients. And on an average, if we take about 15 tons of the soil is lost per hectare per year. So this soil loss, naturally, by and by, when we are going for urbanization, more and more, investment in our, housing and industrialization, naturally, it's having a lot of area which is going to these, for this purpose, and we are reducing the area or not able to increase the area under the agriculture. As I have talked about, it is already 1.141 million hectare, and so it is constant over a period of time. So whatsoever area is there, we have lot of wasteland, lot of unutilized land where we are not able to take care of. So that's the situation which is prevailing now. And overall conclusion is that we need to conserve and preserve our ecosystem. We need to provide preserve our vast diversity, and many species which have just vanished. We should have certain interventions so that we are able to protect them. For example, many tiger reserves are there, many reserve forests are there. This is a good thing. And to quote few example, many, for example, snow leopard in Himalayas. It's almost desert cat in Thar desert. Great Indian python in northeastern region. Wild auk in Ladakh region. Dolphin in Ganga, almost vanished. Crocodile in eastern coast. And mangroves have nearly converted. And the coral reefs have provided, which provide raw material, have really are being destroyed. The wetlands particularly have destroyed. So many things. Spotted deer in Andaman and Nicobar has, really by and by it is almost vanishing. So there are many species. Some examples I have given. There is a lot of species, as I have told you, which have vanished, and we need to really protect them. We need to conserve them. We need to educate what kind of variability we have. We need to map them. We need to create much, awareness in large masses by way of debates, by way of essays, by way of, posters, by way of cartoons, and so on, so that people are really aware about this biodiversity. I am happy that many students are taking part during this period, and they have really contributing. They have been contributing in one form or other, though they are not on the campus, they are at home. But being at home, they are really contributing. And as the theme is, we are the part of the solution. We have to make it. We have to do it. No one else will do it. And we have to see, we have to educate, we have to teach. This is our social responsibility, so that we are able to protect our planet, protect our environment, protect our biodiversity and protect ourselves. With these words, thank you very much for having a patience to listen to me. And I'm really thankful to Dr. Veer Singh and many other colleagues who shall be speaking, including Dr. Ajay Thakur or Dr. Bangchu and our colleague Dr. Dobial or Dr. Pandey or many other colleagues who shall be speaking on this occasion. This will be a real education as far as the biodiversity is concerned. Thank you very much.
Thanks, sir. We gratefully acknowledge for your very valuable address. Thanks, sir.
Thank you very much, sir, for summarizing all the important points related to the biodiversity. Sir has reminded us again regarding the need to celebrate the Biodiversity Day is to create awareness among us, and we should move accordingly to that. Then about the diverse nature of biodiversity, also sir has talked about the natural resources. They provide a wide range of ecosystem services. That is why we should also be protecting them. The importance of soil health, biota, and ecosystem, sir has talked about, and the threat of the June cultivation near the northeastern region of part of India. But given sufficient time to recover and restore, it will also be a boon to the nature and biodiversity. Then sir has talked about also the problems due to intensive cultivation in Punjab also, that we should be taking care about. Then about the climate change also, sir has elaborated many things and its effect in different parts of our country and its effect on the biodiversity itself also. So the effect of urbanization is also a must role now that we should be keeping in mind to conserve the biodiversity. Then the need of planting, and sir has pointed one good very important point. We should change our lifestyle. So now we should change our lifestyle to conserve the biodiversity as the nature it should be. So the need of planting trees to get sufficient oxygen in one's life should also be known to a particular person, and we should plant more and more trees to sustain our planet. So the conservation of natural resources like soil, vegetation, water bodies, these are all also a must, as rightly said by our Honorable Vice Chancellor, sir. Then the need to conserve the conservation measures in order to conserve the reduce the soil losses. Then we need to protect the soil health. And the last agenda that sir has told that we should protect our biodiversity. So thank you very much, sir, for giving that important talk as a presidential address on this important occasion on the International Biodiversity Day 2021.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Okay, so now again, I would like to congratulate Dr. Veer Singh, sir. The message chat is overflowing with appreciation for the talk that you have given. So thank you very much, sir, again. Then moving forward, regarding sorry, I forgot exactly the word.
Result announcement.
Yes, regarding the result, regarding the results of the students, I have to apologize to the students, as we have sent the entries. We have kept the last date till 20th. So we have sent the entries to 4 of the judges for evaluation. But for now, we have got only two replies from the judges, and another 2 replies will be getting in few minutes or few time. So just to be fair to the students within the competitions, I would like to take some more time, and we'll be enclosing the results through the mail. So we'll be giving you the results after some more evaluation, because the result that we have got from 2 judges, that is also varying. So to be fair in the competition, so we would like to take the opinion of other 2 judges so that the competition should be fair. So we'll be announcing that later on. So now we have come to the end of the inauguration session. So for this, giving the vote of thanks to all the participants and the invitees, I would now like to invite Dr. Manmohan Dobrial, sir, head of the Department of Forestry, our professor and head, Rani Lakshmibai, Central Agriculture University. So, Dobrial, sir, please.
Thank you, Dr. Vijay Lakshmi. Though already much we are in late, so no, just formal vote of thanks. So first of all, I good morning to all Honorable Vice Chancellor, sir, Dr. Veer Singh, sir, Dr. Ajay Thakur, sir, Dr. Vangshu, all the dean and directors HODs, faculty members, and our dear students. So I first of all I thank our Honorable Vice Chancellor sir giving now consent to organize this webinar. And as already Dean sir spoke that our Honorable Vice Chancellor is very humble to organize means to permit us all these programs, especially all these educational and even the most of the forestry programs of the nature related, either biodiversity day, wetland day, forestry day, all days we are celebrating. I think forestry we are celebrating more days rather than other disciplines. So I thank you, sir, giving us this opportunity to celebrate this biodiversity day, and also permitting to us to invite the guests from the different areas to benefit our students. So I thank you, sir. I thank Dr. Veer Singh sir, who is my teacher also during my graduation days in Ranichuri campus. So as I told, after a long time, I think once 4 or 5 years back, I met in Pannagar only to sir. And when I told sir, message, sir, I want to have your lecture for our student especially. So sir readily agreed, and he, and you all know, he has to keep on writing so many columns on the ecology and different aspects of nature. You see in the Times of India more of the speaking trees and all, most of the on that aspect is, and the thing is that he tell those things in a simplistic way, so that even a layman can understand the how we are attached to the nature, and what to be done for the as a human being. So as in his speech also he told that we have to transcend from the our Homo sapiens to the Homo ecologicus. So that itself shows that how much he is concerned about the nature. And though during our, I remember that yesterday we already paid homage to the Sundarlal Bhoganaji, and sir once met us to Dr. Bhogana to our hostel in Ranichuri, I think 95 or 96. So Sunday we were discussing this also with our all Pannagar colleagues, who was a great environmentalist. So thank you, sir. You have narrated all the aspect, especially right from the how these zoonotic diseases are interlinked with the human beings and why they are spreading. Because we are encroaching their areas, and we are human being is thinking. Even in the apex of the profit level, he thinks only himself. So we should see the holistic for the nature. And as already saw the productivity, which is the attribute of ecosystem functioning. So we should also take that in concern. The human being is a phenomena, not just a biophysical aspect, and that way we have to see. So I hope our student also benefited from your talk, and we hope, sir, in future also we will be in touch with you, and especially sparing time for this odd hours in night here in Toronto. So thank you, sir. I thank my our dean, Dr. Pandey sir, who is always in forefront of organizing all these kind of events. Though he is a man of horticulture, but very much inclined to the nature. And always whenever we put some proposals, sir agrees to, okay, we will go for the conducting the webinar. Why not? Why just to celebrate in the small way? Why not go by big way? So thank you, sir, for giving us this opportunity. I thank all the Dean Director, Dean Agriculture Chaturvedi sir, participating in the event and encouraging us. I also thank Dr. Anil Kumar, Director Education, who is also yesterday itself we had one lecture, as BC sir told, that on the Dr. Duval, Director General of UCAST, and he talked about the on patent and pharmaceuticals laws and biodiversity. And today also sir also wrote some article on the oxygen demand. So something he was calculated 53 crore for the lifetime a human being is required from at least 35 trees. So that kind of some economics to be done, so that people will aware that how much the importance of the trees. And I thank our Extension Director Research, all the head of departments, my colleagues, and all the delegates who joined in this inaugural session, all the my dear students participant in this. I also thank to all the members of organizing committee who are making this successful. I also thank Dr. Ajay Thakur sir, we will be delivering after this in technical session, and Dr. Wangchu for accepting our invitation and giving this the talk on this World Environment Day, the theme on the nurturing the nature for the health and prosperity. So I think we will have a good message from this deliberation from it during the whole day from this webinar. And lastly, I thank all for this joining to us in this program. Thank you to all.
Thank you very much, sir, for the word of thanks, and thank you everyone for joining us. This will be the end of the inaugural session, and as we are already late, right after this inaugural session, we'll be starting our technical session. So thank you all for joining us in the inaugural session. For the technical session, now I would like to hand over my colleague to Dr. Garima Gupta, who will be hosting or comparing the program of the technical session by Dr. Garima Gupta. So, ma'am, if you are here, so please carry on with the technical session. Now we'll be starting our technical session. So, Dr. Garima, ma'am.
Thank you very much. I am
Thank you, sir.
leaving now. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Sir, you want to say something?
Okay, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. So, Dr. Garima, I have already informed ma'am. Ma'am, if you are there, please come forward and take over the platform.
Not here? Dr. Garima?
I have already informed ma'am through phone. So, should I continue?
Yeah, you continue otherwise, yes.
Dr. Garima, whenever you see the message, please respond. So for the technical session 1, the first speaker that we'll be having with us today is Dr. Ajay Thakur sir. And before inviting Dr. Ajay Thakur sir, I would like to invite our Associate Professor and Head Dr. Gaurav Sharma sir, Department of Horticulture, Rani Lakshmibai Central Agricultural University, to give a brief introduction about Dr. Ajay Thakur sir and also welcome him for the talk. So first I am requesting Dr. Gaurav Sharma sir to give a brief introduction.
Thank you very much, Dr. Vijay Lakshmi. A very good morning to all of you, respected Honorable Vice Chancellor sir, Dean Directors, heads of the departments, faculty members, dear students, and the distinguished speakers. In fact, it is my proud privilege to welcome and introduce Dr. Ajay Thakur sir, a renowned forest scientist who is working as Scientist F and also heading the Division of Genetics and Tree Improvement at the prestigious and the only Forest Research Institute, Dehradun in Uttarakhand. He is also the Senior Program Coordinator for the Academics at the FRI. And he started his career as scientist in the Rainforest Research Institute, again an institute of state importance at Jorhat, Assam, where he worked on the propagation and genetics improvement basically in bamboo. Like his research career, he has a brilliant academic career as well. He has done his BSc in Forestry from G.V. Pant University of Agriculture and Technology, Pantnagar, and he was awarded a gold medal in the UG program also. He has done his MSc in Forestry from Punjab Agricultural University, Ludhiana, Punjab, and then went on to do PhD in Forest Genetics from Wales University, UK. So we can see how varied the education and research work of Dr. Thakur sir is. His research interests are basically in clonal propagation, tissue culture, and cryopreservation of rare and threatened species, in vitro variation, polyploidy of important forest species, and molecular taxonomy. Apart from propagation, management, and production of bamboo, he is also involved in developing products of the bamboo, which is of really very importance because today we are talking very much about value addition in every component. So he also has many research papers, book chapters, and articles to his credit, and is a very vibrant writer. And I have seen some of his YouTube videos whereby he is trying to explain so many things in an easy language and in the extension form. So again, it is my proud privilege to welcome him. And today he will be delivering his talk on a very important topic for us, in fact, that is forest biodiversity in Bundelkhand region. And with this, I cordially invite you, sir, to start your lecture. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Gaurav. And it's really nice and kind words for that. And first of all, I'm really grateful to VC, Honorable VC, and Pandey sir, who invited and proposed for a lecture on forest biodiversity. Yes, Dr. Manmohan, he personally contacted me. Actually, by that time, I was just recovering from the post-COVID thing. So now I'm recovering better. And I'm really happy to see, you know, if you're coming out of thing, then you always happy to see the people and your own colleague. That naturally, I hope, going to increase my blood level better. So thank you very much. So I'll straight away, because time is short, so I'll straight away try to come on the topic. So forest biodiversity, basically. And now I think it's visible. It takes about 15 seconds or something like that. Is it visible?
Visible, sir.
Okay. So yes, now I'm coming to biodiversity, forest biodiversity. Strangely, well, I started most of my career as a forest tree improvement person and forest genetics person. But the base part is I was able to see very good biodiversity whole north of India, from Punjab to northeast. I can say the most eastern side of the India. In fact, I was able to, because I was in explorer team of genetics. So, you know, then you are able to see all those things. And my first species was a very important rainforest species, Holong, Dipterocarpus retusus. Tarbonatus also it was said, synonym it is. So I was able to see real forest. I mean, I've never seen anything in my life before, when everything, logs and everything is lying in the forest and just decaying normally. No people are there, because people populations are very less there in that part. And because of insurgency and other thing also, people movement were quite less. So yes, I was lucky, and I've seen, I realized like how it is, and it is important it is. And I'm I'm basically here in Dehradun dealing with genetic diversity. So genetic diversity, but then if you have to understand everything, you have to understand ecological diversity, everything, then you can just work on your area. My area of specialization, Dr. Gaurav already told, it's cryopreservation and long-term preservation using in vitro propagation, especially on the rare and threatened species. In fact, I'm working on few species where only 10 or 15 plants are left in Uttarakhand. So those things are also important, and broader term, it's a really big thing. First phenomena I recall of biodiversity or diversity exploration in Pauranic thing, it's a Sagar Manthan. Up sab logon ne, most of you have heard about Sagar Manthan. Sagar Manthan, when it happened, and then a lot of things came out. So what Dr. V. Singh described, a lot of, there was Amrit, there was a wish. So Shiv was great. He took all wish for us. Now Shiv is a Pashupati Nath also. So he is a Adi Dev, and he is a Dev who is a, I mean, most oldest. एंड आप उनको छेड़ेंगे, जंगल में बैठे हुए हैं, पहाड़ों पे बैठे हुए हैं, तो डिस्टर्बेंस आएगी. और जो डॉक्टर वी सिंह ने कहा ये तो सही बात है. Still, I'll try to restrict myself on that. Biological diversity, variability among living organisms in that ecological system, including the process, living process, because living process is more important nowadays. The whole process thing is. So before coming to that, one thing is very important is habitat. You know, biodiversity is sometimes for a particular place or particular ecological reason. It may be for five species, not more than 5 species. And in certain area, you have biodiversity of 1,000 species in a maybe 1 hectare or something like that. So, but wherever they are living, I mean, then that ecological area, even where there are 5 species is there, that is also rich, because in that area, that is the maximum ability, that habitat has the maximum ability to sustain that species. So this is about like a particular area have a particular balance, and a process is going on until unless it is going to be disturbed. So most problem we are creating, why we are on that other side of destruction, what Dr. V Singh already told, we are mostly disturbing because of our growth of population. If you see in 100 years how we grew, and results are always there, and there more will become. So I'm going on technical side as well. Lovejoy in 1980s, he mentioned about number of species. And that was the initial understanding of the taxonomical, basically taxonomical biodiversity. Then further elaborated by Rosen, Ward, especially biodiversity, and later Wilson edited the proceeding, that National Forum on Biodiversity. That proceeding was the most important proceeding. And later it was popularized, and now it's not a very old term. If you see, a lot of people are born around this. So I guess it's not old term, only 33-year-old. Then we realized and we become very serious on that. And now there are type of biodiversity I'm coming to. It's a taxonomical, genetical, and ecological. Taxonomical is just where we are just concerned with the name and number of species. Ecological is a very wide, basically it involves all type. I mean, the process, the living organism, and also interaction with the nature environment. So that's very important, most important. Genetic is whenever we talk about within that species, if I'm talking about X species, so we are talking about biodiversity of that species. That is very important. How I'll explain. We know there's a very bad and very disheartening phenomena of pandemic is going on. A lot of, people, they are infected. Many of them, most of them survived with no damage, little damage, mild, symptomatic, asymptomatic type of. There are a few people who gone to hospital, needed more oxygen, and there were unfortunate. Those who are not able to cope with this and succumbed. So this is what we call genetic diversity. So how your body, the thing is same, and how your body is reacting. Then there is, nowadays we are talking about variants. So these are the variants. Now earlier it was only one, and now because it reacted to certain population, virus is one of the most cleverest, as a Amar type of thing. So they change a slight change on DNA scale or RNA scale will going to change the whole, the strategy. So this is important for that point of view, for that individual species. Total biodiversity on Earth is estimated 14 millions. And known to science, it is 1.75 millions. And only 13% of, so you can see by the data, only 13% of the species, total species, only 13% we have described. Still, we are not aware about many, because I'm talking about microbial world. It's almost untouched. It's coming like every time, everything. Now I'm coming to India. It's we have 329 million hectare of area, total global area. It is at only 2.4%, but total global population, it is 17%. And we have age-old history of having big population. It's not today's thing. And percentage of global livestock population, we have 15.6. So you see, for a very tiny land area, so many resources we are we are depending on them. And our GDP is also one of not best. We are ranking 140 around the world. And this is the map of the forest in India. I took from FSI report. So now we have total forest area 78 million hectare. So this is precisely 23.3 hectare. And that is, we have, if we talk about total global biodiversity, we have 8% of the total, I mean, known biodiversity of the world. Faunal diversity, it's a 91,000, and floral biodiversity, it's a 48,500 known species. So I'm coming to biodiversity scenario, and it's a percentage across, I mean, of the total bacteria, known number of species, 850. Data may vary because sometimes, you know, when we acquire those data, sometimes older data we get. Fungi, 23,000 species, algae, 2,500, bryophytes, so many of them. I mean, you can see there are many of them. So I'm just coming to, I mean, the earlier one. And if you, gymnoangiosperm is a plant population. So it is 64 gymnosperm and 18,500 angiosperms. And in no doubt insects, it's a really huge 53,000. So I'm coming to next, it's a rank, our rank in the plant richness, it's a 10th. Endemic species of higher vertebrates, our rank is 11th. Center of diversity and origin of agriculture crop, our rank is 6th. So this is the map, global biodiversity of the total, I mean, especially I'm talking about plants. So across the world, if you see the density, so the most dense is in the range of more than this a red one. The red one is on Himalayas, you can see. Then the second one is the purple and pink and purplish. So on the Western Ghats and the Sundaland. So I'll describe in further. So if you see the worldwide, there are patches of the biodiversity that is marked by different bodies in the world. India is one of the 17 mega biodiversity country of the world. 34 biodiversity hotspots in the world are there. And India has 4 hotspots. So we have Himalayas. So Himalayas, you can see on the left of your screen, from, you know, that starts from the Pakistan ranges, especially Karakoram ranges, and up to South China, crossing the Myanmar and South China. So this is the Himalayan hotspot. Biodiversity never rely on the country, because by पक्षी और पेड़ नहीं जानते हैं political boundaries को, और वो मानते नहीं हैं. So that includes all specific, very specific type of biodiversity area. Then other is the Western Ghat in Sri Lanka. So that starts from Maharashtra and goes to Sri Lanka. Specific community, species commonality and continuum is always there for that criteria. Then other is Indo-Burma. Indo-Burma is Indo-Burma and Sundaland. So Sundaland is where partly India is having that, especially the states of Mizoram, Nagaland, Tripura, and then that goes to Myanmar and finish, I mean, including South China and Vietnam. And the last one is, it's Indo-Burma. Indo-Burma is basically where our, I mean, Andaman and Nicobar Island is involved. Other part is not involved in that area. So Himalayan biodiversity, we have extent is 7,41,000 plus area, and protected in that protected area is around 1,12,000. So protected areas are very important, because those areas where biodiversity law applies very seriously. And you can see the list. I don't want to repeat those things. You can see this list. Endemic species details are there, birds and mammal details are there, and different categories of protected areas are also there. We will discuss on different categories later. So next one is Western Ghat in Sri Lanka. Area is 1,89,000, so roughly 1,90,000 square kilometers. And protected area is about 26,130. And I mean, 1 to 4 categories are defined categories which is Government of India controls. So that is also 21,000. Endemic plant species, you can see the richness is huge. It's a 3,000. And then likewise the bird and other thing is there. You can see also the human population density. Indo-Burma is 23 lakhs, it's a quite large one, and protected area is relatively small, 2,30,000 as compared to that, 35,758. India has a good share in that, but a lot of countries have their different roles. Endemic plant species are 7,000. Some of them were really rare and very specific to that area. Human density is relatively small. Sundaland has area is 15 lakhs, and if you can see, the protected area is around 1,80,000, and different category it is only 77,000. Plant species 15,000. So it's also very rich in biodiversity. But again, I told you different country has their different law. If you see, because only lesser part of India is involved, so we have most of our area in that, lying in that under protected area. So benefits, benefits I told the Sagar Manthan. So roti kapada or makan, basically all things are coming out of that. Biodiversity is one thing where you rely on one thing or other thing, even though you do some chemical synthesis. Naturally, first you have to go for the original one. So that is there. That always come from that. And living thing, non-living thing also, some non-living things were once upon a time were living thing, like all the carbon stores in the world. So, and intangible benefit, we are talking about carbon sequestration, sacred and aesthetic value, etc. Most important, it is like it helps in survival. ये नहीं रहेगा तो सर्वाइव ही नहीं होगा. हमारा जो हैबिटेट डिस्ट्रक्शन है, यही तो दिस इज द बिगेस्ट प्रॉब्लम. क्या होता है, अभी रिसेंट एग्जांपल आपको बताता हूँ. कोई मध्य प्रदेश में हीरे का कोई एरिया मिला है, अभी बहुत ज्यादा न्यूज में है. एंड फॉर दैट 317 स्क्वायर किलोमीटर को हटाना है फॉरेस्ट को. अब हमारा प्रॉब्लम क्या है कि क्या हमको चाहिए या नहीं चाहिए. अब हीरा पन्ना है तो नेचुरली लोग थोड़ा इंटरेस्टेड हो जाते हैं. अब प्रॉब्लम है, गवर्नमेंट तो कह रही है कि हाँ हम 317 हेक्टेयर को करेंगे, और उसके लिए पॉलिसी है, पॉलिसी प्लेस पे है, करते भी हैं. बट क्या हम जो हिस्टोरिकल इवैल्यूएटेड, जो मैंने बात कहा था कि 5 ही होगा, 20 ही होगा, 50 ही होगा, हम तो बात कर रहे हैं पेड़ की, पौधे की. बैक्टीरिया की बात कौन कर रहा है, फंगस की बात कौन कर रहा है. दोज आर वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट थिंग. आपका सर्वाइवल से लेके आपका डिके करके इस पूरा लाइफ साइकिल को मैनेज वही लोग ज्यादा करते हैं. तो ये पूरा जो सिस्टम है वो हम नहीं चेंज कर पाएंगे. अगेन उसको क्रिएट करने के लिए हमको हजारों साल लगता है. सो दैट इज द बिगेस्ट प्रॉब्लम, ऑल्दो नॉट बैड. एंड देन सेकेंडली, कौन डिसाइड करेगा कि क्या वो सारा बायोडाइवर्स रीजन जो है आप नए एरिया पे ले जा रहे हैं, क्या आप मेंटेन करेंगे कि नहीं करेंगे. EIA एप्लीकेशंस होता है और काम भी होता है, सपोर्ट भी किया जाता है, बताया भी जाता है, लेकिन स्टिल आई ऑलवेज फील कि वो जो लोकल स्पीसीज का कॉन्सेप्ट है, हमारे तो नर्सरीज ही नहीं ऐसे होते हैं जिसके पास लोकल स्पीसीज इतनी होगी, तो वो तो प्रॉब्लम रहेगा ही रहेगा. नाउ आई एम कमिंग टू दैट. 75% ऑफ द वर्ल्ड की जो पॉपुलेशन है वो उस पर अभी भी डिपेंड करती है. और कुछ पुराने आपको हिस्ट्री है, पेंसिलिन है, क्वेनिन है, डिजिटलिन है, पैक्लीटैक्सिल है, जो टैक्सॉल बोलते हैं, अभी बहुत ही रिलायबल कैंसर का ड्रग है, और इसका कोई भी नॉन बायो एक्टिव उन्होंने केमिकल सिंथेसाइज किया है, बट वो नहीं हो पाया है। और आज भी 20% ऑफ द प्रेजेंट मेडिसिन आर वो प्लांट का ओरिजिन डायरेक्ट है और उसका डेरिवेटिव यूज होता है। कुछ डाटा है एनएमपीवी का, पुराना है बट फिर भी 960 उन्होंने किया है कि जो एक्टिव ट्रेड में है, और उनको इंडिया में 9000 से ज्यादा फैक्ट्रीज में बनाया जाता है। कुछ तो उसमें रेड लिस्ट में है, जो कि कंसर्न होता है। जैसे आपको पता है कि हम च्यवनप्राश खाते हैं, उसमें एक पड़ता है लिलियम पॉलीफाइलम। अब लिलियम पॉलीफाइलम का मेरा जानने वाला पॉपुलेशन बहुत कम है, हम जानते हैं कि बहुत लिमिटेड है, कहाँ से डालते होंगे, क्या डालते होंगे पता नहीं। हम डाबर के साथ काम कर रहे हैं, एक आपने सुना होगा वर्ड, क्या नाम है, चलिए हम उस पर भी नहीं आएंगे क्योंकि फिर वो लंबा हो जाएगा। आई एम कमिंग टू द टॉपिक। तो एक वर्ड बता रहा हूँ, डेड एज डोडो। आप सबने सुना है डेड एज डोडो वर्ड, एंड डोडो के साथ साथ चला गया। जब डोडो एक्सटिंक्ट हुआ तो उसके साथ साथ एक दूसरी स्पेसीज थी जो डोडो ट्री बोलते थे, साइडरो जाइलॉन ग्रैंडिफ्लोरा, वो गया तो वो भी चला गया। तो ये दो चीजें जो हैं हमेशा लिंक होती हैं। आपका एक पेड़ जाता है तो दूसरा पेड़ भी चला जाता है। किसी ने, मेरे ख्याल से किसी को म्यूट करना पड़ेगा, मेरा ही इको हो रहा है।
डॉक्टर प्लीज, स्टेट बायोडायव्हर्सिटी बोर्डाचे चेअरमन आणि सेक्रेटरी सतत फॉरेस्ट ऑफिसरच आहेत. आपल्यापैकी ज्येष्ठ अधिकारी वर्डेकर होते, आता डॉक्टर पाटील साहेब आहेत.
डॉक्टर साहेब बोल,
त्याच्या अगोदर
मैं म्यूट कर देता हूं। ओके, प्लीज कंटिन्यू।
अब नाउ वी आर कमिंग टू, वीसी साहब ने ऑलरेडी बताया था, सीबीडी जब हुआ था, इंडिया का बड़ा फैनफेयर हुआ था, रियो समिट वर्ल्ड का वन ऑफ द बड़ा बढ़िया प्लेस था, अभी भी है इसमें, रियो है ब्राजील में, तो बड़ा फैनफेयर में हुआ था। 92 में समिट हुई थी, फाइनली इफेक्ट में इसका 29 दिसंबर 1993 कुछ सबने साइन कर दिया तो आ गया। इंडिया 92 में ही सिग्नेचर किया हुआ था। एल गोरे वाज देयर, दो अमेरिका भी बड़ा अच्छे तरीके से इन्वॉल्व था, बट अनफॉर्चुनेटली लॉस्ट इलेक्शन, और उसके बाद चीजें अमेरिका के पॉइंट ऑफ व्यू से बदल गई। उन्होंने कुछ गोल्स डिसाइड किए थे, बेसिक गोल्स थे, कंजर्वेशन ऑफ बायोलॉजिकल डाइवर्सिटी, sustainable use of its component, fair and equitable share of benefit among the जो जेनेटिक रिसोर्स होता है वो शेयर करना। इक्विटी बहुत जरूरी चीज था। गरीब कंट्री जो डाइवर्स थे उसको फायदा नहीं मिलता था, तो उनका भी राइट को शेयर किया गया। और सप्लीमेंट्री जो उसका एग्रीमेंट था, कार्टागेना प्रोटोकॉल, बहुत ही फेमस वो है, जो खासकर बायोसेफ्टी से जुड़ा हुआ है। और लिविंग मॉडिफाइड, हमको द एरिया आई एम वर्किंग स्पेशली, वन पार्ट इज मॉलिक्यूलर जेनेटिक्स, और उस पार्ट में जेनेटिक मॉडिफिकेशन पे भी हम लोग करते हैं। तो हमें कार्टागेना का प्रोटोकॉल को पूरा पढ़ना पड़ता है, बिकॉज दिस इज मस्ट, क्योंकि हम कोई भी बायोटेक्नोलॉजिकल रिसोर्स को एक कंट्री से दूसरे कंट्री को शेयर करते हैं तो कार्टागेना प्रोटोकॉल को देखना पड़ता है। Then there was a नगोया प्रोटोकॉल। यहाँ पे नगोया प्रोटोकॉल ने इक्विटी भी, क्योंकि ये बहुत बड़ा इशू था गरीब कंट्री के लिए, तो उस वाले में उसमें फर्दर डिफाइन किया गया। और खासकर जेनेटिक रिसोर्स मैनेजमेंट ग्लोबल स्केल पे हम बात करते हैं, मल्टी लेटरल, तो इसको हमेशा इस प्रोटोकॉल को फॉलो करते हैं। ये सब इंटरनेशनल प्रोटोकॉल है, जो कंट्री सिग्नेटरी है उसको बातें होती है और वो उसको रेस्पेक्ट करती है। फिर आइची बायोडाइवर्सिटी गोल डिसाइड किया गया, जो आजकल बहुत ही एसडीजीज के नाम से फेमस है, स्ट्रेटेजिक जो गोल्स होते हैं, और यूएन ने भी अडॉप्ट किया। एड्रेसिंग, उसमें ये है कि गोल ये कहता है कि अंडरलाइंग कॉजेज ऑफ बायोडाइवर्सिटी लॉस, ठीक है। गोल 2 कहता है रिड्यूस, एक वर्ड सर ने बताया था कि रिड्यूस द डायरेक्ट प्रेशर, सो रिड्यूस इज वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट। वो हमेशा हर चीज में रिड्यूस की हम बात करते हैं इसी के लिए। टू इम्प्रूव द स्टेटस ऑफ बायोडाइवर्सिटी बाय सेफगार्ड इकोसिस्टम स्पीसीज एंड जेनेटिक डाइवर्सिटी। यहाँ पे जो कहता है कि जो भी स्टेटस है पहले आपको सिक्योर करना होगा, उसके बाद उसमें जहां जहां हमने कभी डैमेज किया है उसको इंश्योर करना होगा, और जहां हमको टच नहीं करना है उसको नहीं टच करना होगा। ऐसा एरिया इंडिया में भी होता है, हम उसको बात करेंगे, नेशनल पार्क पे बात करेंगे तब। स्ट्रेटेजिक गोल डी, वो कहता है enhance the benefit to all biodiversity and ecosystem services, especially ecosystem services एक forestry में बहुत बड़ी बात हो गई है। हम अभी बात हो रही थी, उससे पहले दिल्ली में बात होने लगी। पानी तो आपको पता ही है, अब हम ड्रिंक पोर्टेबल वाटर ड्रिंक करते हैं, हाथ में बॉटल लेके चलते हैं। मैंने अपने जमानों में मतलब स्कूल और कॉलेज टाइम में तो कभी नहीं पिया पोर्टेबल वाटर जैसी चीज, अब मैं करता हूँ, मेरे बच्चे करते हैं। तो चीजें बदल गई हैं। ऑक्सीजन का हर बार दिल्ली में जब भी पोल्यूशन होता है तो बवाल उठता है। तो इकोसिस्टम सर्विसेज की बात आने लगी है। अभी ऑक्सीजन कहाँ से लाएंगे? जो हाई डेंस एरिया से ही तो लेंगे, नेचर से ही लेंगे, वो मेंटेन कौन करेगा? जो ऑक्सीजन सिलेंडर भी बनाता है हवा से ही लेके ही बनाता है। तो वो सब चीजें जरूरी हैं हमारे लाइफ के लिए। कहीं ना कहीं ये इसका इम्पैक्ट तो बहुत ज्यादा हो रहा है। आपको एग्रीकल्चर और फॉरेस्ट्री का बताता हूँ। देखिए, एग्रीकल्चर कभी भी सस्टेन नहीं कर सकता है अगर फॉरेस्ट्री सस्टेन नहीं करेगा तो, क्योंकि एग्रीकल्चर के लिए फॉरेस्ट जो है ना बहुत बड़ा उसका माइक्रो क्लाइमेट उसको सूट करता है। सबसे बड़ा उसका एक फायदा होता है, वो पानी का साइकिल को पूरा मेंटेन करता है। ये सब जानते हैं, सारे एग्रीकल्चरिस्ट हम सब जानते हैं, बड़ा म्यूचुअल टाइप का है। बट स्टिल हम इसमें फॉरेस्ट्री को, अब ये सब सारी सर्विसेज को जरूरी है। ऑलरेडी एक अथॉरिटी है ICR मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ उसमें भी किया हुआ है, जो इन चीजों को रेनफेड एरिया और उन चीजों के लिए अलग से काम करती है। सो दीज आर इम्पोर्टेंट थिंग, इसको असेस करना। अब कोई लॉस कर रहा है अपना एरिया, इकोनॉमिक लॉस में नहीं जा रहा है, जैसे भूटान। अब भूटान तो अपना पूरा इकोलॉजिकल गेन में जा रहा है, तो उसको कहीं ना कहीं उसका असेसमेंट होना चाहिए, और उसको इकोसिस्टम सर्विसेज के लिए हमको, हमारा दायित्व है कि उसको देना चाहिए, उसको जो फायदा देना चाहिए, क्योंकि वो लॉस तो कर रहा है, इकोनॉमिक लॉस कर रहा है, बट इकोलॉजिकल गेन कर रहा है। फिर ये जो इम्पोर्ट लास्ट है गोल, जिसमें हम पार्टिसिपेशन और क्या कहते हैं पार्टिसिपेटरी प्लानिंग, नॉलेज और मैनेजमेंट और कैपेसिटी बिल्डिंग, ये सब का काम करते हैं। फिर अभी इंडिया के कंसर्न में आता है, रमन नदी फोन था, इंडियन कॉन्टेक्स्ट में बात है। तो इंडिया में शुरुआती जो थी फॉरेस्ट एक्ट्स थी, जिसमें कुछ कंसर्न्स होते थे। सबसे पुराना है 1878 और 1927, जिसको हम लोग हाल तक अभी भी फॉलो करते हैं। ये कुछ चीजों को करते थे, बट ये एक्सप्लॉयटेबल थे, बिकॉज ब्रिटिश यहाँ पे लेने आए थे, देने नहीं आए थे। बट करते करते देखिए, ज्ञान जब बढ़ता है तो आदमी को ऐसा नहीं होता है कि जब ज्ञानी लोग आते हैं तो ब्रिटिश हो, अमेरिकन हो, इंडियन हो, सब अच्छे होते हैं। तो उन्होंने भी रियलाइज किया, क्योंकि उन्होंने डॉक्यूमेंट किया। वो हमारे लिए आज भी क्यों हम इतना आगे हैं, क्योंकि हमारा डॉक्यूमेंटेशन बेटर है। वर्ल्ड के कई कंट्रियों से हमारा डॉक्यूमेंटेशन बेटर है। इवन कई वेस्टर्न वर्ल्ड के पास डॉक्यूमेंटेशन हमारे जैसा नहीं है। देन सीरियसली जो हुआ वाइल्ड लाइफ प्रोटेक्शन एक्ट 1972, उसका लागू किया गया जब नेशनल प्रोजेक्ट टाइगर स्टार्ट हुआ। वो एक बड़ा थीम था। एक्चुअली वी कैन से हम एक प्राउड कंट्री हैं जहां एनिमल डाइवर्सिटी के लिए बहुत लोग सीरियस हैं। आप खुद ही जानते हैं, हम में से 90% आदमी पसंद नहीं करता है कि मतलब कई तो मतलब मांसाहार करने वाले भी वाइल्ड एनिमल के लिए बहुत केयरफुल होते हैं। आई मीन दे गो फॉर चिकन, पोल्ट्री और वो, तो कहने का मतलब दे हैव दैट पेन। इसलिए हमको पता है, हमारा एक पेड़ कटता है तो कितना दुख होता है। इन जनरल मैंने बचपन से फील किया है, अभी भी देखता हूँ गांव में लोग बड़ा परेशान होते हैं इस चीज के लिए। देन केम बायोडाइवर्सिटी एक्ट 2002, और उसके बाद NBA बना, नेशनल बायोडाइवर्सिटी अथॉरिटी, जो कि इन चीजों को कंट्रोल करता है। इस एक्ट में बहुत सारे चीजें पहले तो डिफाइन किया गया कि कौन यूज करेगा, कैसे यूज करेगा, और उसका कॉमर्शियल या रिसर्च पर्पज से कैसे होगा, बायो सर्वे होगा और बायोटिलाइजेशन होगा। हमें भी क्लियरेंस लेनी पड़ती है NBA से। इनफैक्ट स्टेट टू स्टेट भी काम करने से हमें भी लेना पड़ता है, और खासकर कुछ एरिया में काम करने के लिए। फिर एक फ्रेमवर्क डिसाइड किया गया। फ्रेमवर्क बहुत जरूरी होता है। आपको फ्रेमवर्क नहीं होगा तो अंधों की तरह काम करेंगे। फ्रेमवर्क हमेशा हमको पाथ देता है, रास्ता बताता है। सो दैट वाज थिंग। हम हो सकते हैं पिछड़े हो सकते हैं हमने उतना अच्छा काम नहीं किया, पर एक पॉलिसी लॉ तो बनाई गई ना, ये बहुत बड़ी बात होती है। धीरे धीरे करेंगे। बहुत कम उम्र की कंट्री है, आजाद हुए हमें बहुत 47 में तो हम आजाद हुए, 75वां सालगिरह मनाएंगे। तो फिर ट्रांसफर ऑफ रिसर्च रिजल्ट एंड एप्लीकेशन फॉर इंटेलेक्चुअल प्रॉपर्टी, आईपीआर जो है खासकर इंडियन रिसोर्स को, क्योंकि हम जब किसी भी वर्ल्ड एजेंसी से करते हैं तो इनके थ्रू करते हैं और शेयर करते हैं, तो ये सारे राइट्स हमको लेने पड़ते हैं एनबीए के थ्रू। और एनबीए जो है स्टैच्यूटरी बॉडी है, स्टैच्यूटरी बॉडी है तो फाइन भी कर सकती है, वैसे फैसिलिटेट करती है, रेगुलेट करती है, एडवाइस करती है गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया को, और कंजर्वेशन स्टेशन पे बात करती है हर स्टेट को के अंदर में उसका वर्किंग होता है। जैसे स्टेट बायोडाइवर्सिटी बोर्ड होते हैं, स्टेट बायोडाइवर्सिटी स्टेट लेवल पे काम करती है, फॉरेस्ट डिपार्टमेंट मोस्टली इन्वॉल्व होते हैं, बड़े सीरियस काम करते हैं, मैंने देखे हैं इनको। कुछ स्टेट में वेरी एक्टिव स्टेट बायोडाइवर्सिटी बोर्ड्स आर देयर, और काफी अच्छा उन्होंने एक फ्रेमवर्क बनाया है तरह तरह का। हमारा उत्तराखंड के साथ अच्छा एक्सपीरियंस है, दे आर वर्किंग रियली वेरी गुड, बिकॉज ये बड़ा सिंसियर स्टेट होना चाहिए, इसको हिमालयन स्टेट है। तो उसके बाद डिफरेंट सेक्शंस होते हैं जिसके अंदर उनको पावर दिए जाते हैं। फिर लास्ट में जो इसका सबसे नीचे पे होता है बायोडाइवर्सिटी मैनेजमेंट कमेटी, एक बहुत ये ग्राउंड लेवल पे सबसे ज्यादा काम यही करता है, क्योंकि ये सीन फील किया गया इनका इन्वॉल्वमेंट पीपल इन्वॉल्वमेंट के बिना नहीं होगा। तो बहुत सारे एक्ट इसके बाद भी चेंज आया, जहां पीपल इन्वॉल्वमेंट को एफआरए एक्ट भी आया 2012-13 के आसपास आया था, तो उसमें पीपल इन्वॉल्वमेंट को बढ़ाया गया। अभी भी बहुत चीजों में बात हो रही है कि लोकल इन्वॉल्वमेंट को बढ़ाइए, वो एक्सप्लॉइट नहीं करते हैं, वो यूज करते हैं, खाली उनके एक्सप्लॉइटेशन लेवल को वो तो हम करते हैं, वो तो यूज ही करते हैं। तो उसके बाद 29 स्टेट्स में हमारा स्टेट बायोडाइवर्सिटी बोर्ड्स हैं, और करीब 1,55,838 बीएमसीज हैं। कम बड़ा नंबर नहीं है, बहुत बड़ा नंबर है। आप ये सोच के देखें, ठीक है कुछ काम कर रहे होंगे, कुछ नहीं है, कुछ तो कर रहे होंगे ना, हमेशा वो बेटर होता है। और जब इतने बने हैं तो कुछ ना कुछ कभी ना कभी और काम करेंगे। हम इसमें वी नो कितने तरह का बायोडाइवर्सिटी हमारा कंजर्वेशन का काम होता है। एक होता है इन सिटू, जो हम जंगल में जहाँ होता है वहीं पे करते हैं, जिस जगह पे जो ग्रो करता है। और सबसे इंपॉर्टेंट आज के डेट में गवर्नमेंट की नंबर 1 प्रायोरिटी है इन सिटू कंजर्वेशन। इवन मैं भी करता हूँ, मैं उसको वापस जाके अगर पौधा मुझे वो बनेगा तो मैं वापस जाके उसी एरिया में उसको वहीं लगा के आऊंगा, जहाँ से लाया वहीं से लगा के आऊंगा। ऑल्दो मैं उसको बचाऊंगा, बढ़ाऊंगा, फिर वहां पे जाके लाऊंगा। तो अब इसके बाद हमारा बायोस्फीयर रिजर्व्स हैं, इसमें हमने कुछ नाम दिए हैं, 18 नंबर टोटल है हमारे पास। नंदा देवी है, नॉर्थेक है, मनास है। आप उसको देखेंगे तो ये सारे इंफॉर्मेशन अवेलेबल हैं, क्योंकि थोड़ा सा अपने आप को लिमिट करना जरूरी था मुझे। नेशनल पार्क्स है, वी हैव 104 नेशनल पार्क्स। काजीरंगा है, गिर है, रणथंबोर है, कार्बेट नेशनल पार्क है, दुधुआ। आपको पता होगा नेशनल पार्क का स्टेटस। नेशनल पार्क में 2 होता है, एक कोर एरिया होता है, एक उसके बाहर का एरिया होता है। तो कोर एरिया तो ऐसा होता है जहां हम भी मैं रिसर्चर हूँ, इन पे काम करता हूँ, मुझे भी परमिशन नहीं है जाने की। आई मीन ओनली हम चीफ वाइल्ड लाइफ वार्डन से ही परमिट कर लेते हैं, और तब हम जा पाते हैं। इट्स वेरी सीरियस वर्क। आई अप्रिशिएट जो देखा है मैंने, जो इन्वॉल्व होते हैं बहुत ही दिल से
क्लास चल रही है।
हेलो, अच्छा ठीक है। देन वाइल्ड लाइफ सेंचुरीज हमेशा एक इसका वर्ड ही है, वाइल्ड लाइफ के लिए सेंचुरी बनाना, ये पहला स्टेज होता है। देन नेक्स्ट पार्क उसका अगला होता है। यहाँ लेस सीवियर होता है, बट स्टिल रिजर्व फॉरेस्ट से ज्यादा स्ट्रिक्ट लॉ एंड रेगुलेशंस होते हैं। और जो जिस पर्पस से बना होता है उस पर्पस को कंजर्व करने के लिए गवर्नमेंट डिफरेंट एफर्ट लगाती है। घना है, बर्ड सेंचुरीज है, हजारीबाग है। सो देयर आर सेवरल थिंग अराउंड। देन एक चीज और इम्पॉर्टेंट है, वो है एक्सिटू कंजर्वेशन। वो भी इम्पॉर्टेंट होता है। देखिए हर चीज तो आप कुछ चीज बचाना आपको जरूरी है, बाहर से हम जहां तक कर सकते हैं, जो हमारा औकात है करने का कर सकते हैं। तो बोटेनिकल गार्डन ओल्डेस्ट थिंग जो किया जाता है। आर्बोरेटम, पाइनेटम भी है। पाइनेटम स्पेसिफिकली मेंशन किया हमारा एफआरए में है। जब 60s में बहुत सारे पाइन आए थे वर्ल्ड वाइड, तो एक रिसोर्स के लिए, पढ़ाने के लिए भी अच्छा होता है, बताने के लिए भी अच्छा होता है। ऑर्किडेरियम है, बैम्बूस्टम है, मेडिसिनल प्लांट गार्डन्स हैं। कई जगह खासकर वीड ऑफ इम्पोर्टेंस भी करते हैं। तो डिफरेंट टाइप का डिफरेंट मेथोडोलॉजीज होता है। ये मैं एग्जांपल दे रहा हूँ हमारे कुछ काम का, जैसे एक डिप्लोक्निमा ब्यूटेरेसी, इंडियन बटर ट्री। इसका जो बनता है बटर, वो घी के कंसिस्टेंसी, इनफैक्ट मिलावट के भी काम में आ जाता है। चिउरा बोलते हैं इसको। एंड नेपाल में इसकी अच्छी इकोनॉमी है। हेलो मुकेश, 2 मिनट में बोलता हूँ ना, 2 मिनट में करता हूँ बात। सो एंड देन डाइसोरजाइलम बाइनिफेरम। सो ये हम लोग स्टेटस सर्वे करते हैं एक विदिन जैसे स्पीसीज के अंदर कितना डाइवर्सिटी है उसको करने के लिए। आजकल एक हमारा प्रोजेक्ट था, अभी उत्तराखंड का खत्म हुआ है, पूरे नॉर्थ इंडिया, नॉर्थ और साउथ सारा है, FRA भी नॉर्थ को हैंडल कर रहा है। उत्तराखंड में हमने डिफरेंट स्पीसीज को हम जाते हैं, एनालाइज करते हैं वहां जाके स्पीसीज को, और उसका GIS वो करते हैं, फिर बाद में मैप बनाते हैं कि उसका रियल सिनेरियो क्या है, कहाँ कहाँ है। सो ये आप देख सकते हैं मायरिका का है, ये रोडोडेंड्रॉन आर्बोरियम बुरांस है यहाँ पे, उसका है, इसका डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन येलो कलर में जो देख रहे हैं वो है। इसी तरह ओरोजाइलम इंडिकम नीचे नीचे के पूरा एरिया में फैला हुआ है, तो उसका रियलिटी पता। ये RET स्पीसीज हैं जो बहुत कम है, रेयर एंड थ्रेटेंड स्पीसीज हैं, और इनका कंजर्वेशन स्टेटस मेंटेन करना हमारा फर्ज बनता है। सो वी आर डूइंग ऑन दैट। सम उस पे हम टिश्यू कल्चर भी ले रहे हैं, कुछ सीड का काम है। NBPGR के साथ हम डायरेक्टली लिंक हैं, हमारे सिस्टर इसमें है, सॉरी हम लोग म्यूचुअली MOUs हैं हमारे, और हम बहुत अच्छा काम कर रहे हैं कई सालों से, पिछले 7-8 सालों से, तो मुझे अच्छी तरह याद है। NBPGR हम काफी हेल्प कर रहा है, स्टोरेज में भी कर रहा है। फिर ये जैसे ये सब स्पीसीज हैं जो कि रेयर है, एंडेमिक है, और इनको कंजर्व करना जरूरी है। अब प्रॉब्लम क्या होता है, बहुत बड़ा टास्क है, मैं स्पेलिंग में मिस्टेक कर गया ही उसमें टास्क बहुत बड़ा है, मैन पावर नहीं है हमारे पास, इनएक्सेसिबल एरिया है, इन्वॉल्वमेंट ऑफ लोकल पीपल जरूरी है, लाइवलीहुड जनरेशन भी हमारा एक कंसर्न होता है। तो ये चीज़ों को सिक्योर करने के लिए UNDP ने एक हिमालयन प्रोजेक्ट दिया, और उसको स्किल डेवलपमेंट के थ्रू पैराटैक्सोनॉमी लोकल कम्युनिटी को हमने सिखाया, और उसका फायदा ये हुआ कि हमको व्हाट्सएप ग्रुप के थ्रू वो लोग अब कॉन्टेक्टेड हैं, एक गाइड बना रहे हैं, हम भी उनको हेल्प कर रहे हैं आइडेंटिफाई करने के लिए, वो भी हमको बता रहे हैं, हम दोनों मिलके काम कर रहे हैं फाइनली, जो कि गाइड बनता है और जिसे पहचान सके। खासकर कुछ बच्चे हैं, कुछ जगह इन्वॉल्व हैं, कुछ तो पेड हैं, कुछ अनपेड हैं, कुछ जुड़े हुए हैं, NGOs के साथ हम लोग लिंक हो गए हैं, और इस पे हम लोग काम कर रहे हैं। सो वैसे तो ये हरि कथा अनंता, लेकिन मैं यहीं पे खत्म करूंगा, टाइम लिमिटेड है। थैंक यू वेरी मच।
Thank you, sir. Nice to listen you, sir. Sir, we are very grateful to you for highlighting Indian biodiversity scenario and benefits of biodiversity. As you said, sir, how the forestry is the backbone of agriculture and important for the maintain microclimate and other ecosystem. So, sir, I am saying very thank you for sharing with your expert opinion on the biodiversity in Indian forest. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Now, I would like to request to Dr. Alka Jain ma'am for give the brief.
सर आपका म्यूट है, कुछ कह रहे हैं ठाकुर सर?
मैं स्लाइड मेरे ख्याल से शेयर हटा दूं, शेयर अभी भी है शायद ना, हट गया?
यस सर।
हाँ ठीक है, ठीक है, थैंक यू वेरी मच। बड़ा अच्छा लगा, बड़ा ग्रुप को, खासकर स्टूडेंट्स के साथ, तो मैंने इसलिए ट्राई किया कि सिंपल रखूं, क्योंकि वैसे तो मैं कुछ और बताने वाला था, फिर मुझे लगा कि नहीं, टॉपिक स्टूडेंट्स के लिए बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है, तो मैं इंडियन बायोडाइवर्सिटी पे अपने आप को फिक्स रखूंगा। थैंक यू वेरी मच।
Thank you,
sir. Thank you.
May I begin, ma'am?
Now, I would like to request to Dr. Alka Jain ma'am for give brief introduction about the next speaker. So kindly continue, ma'am.
Thank you so much, Dr. Garima. I offer my pranam and extend a warm welcome to Honorable Vice Chancellor, sir, all the dignitaries and the respected speakers who have graced our event today to share their wisdom and experiences, all the respected directors and deans of RLBCAU, my senior officers, the colleagues, and also the students. It is an honor, sir, that I have been provided with the opportunity to present before all the glimpses of the illustrious career and successes of a very humble, enthusiastic, and encouraging personality, and my dean, Dr. A.K. Pandey, sir. Dr. A.K. Pandey is Dean, College of Horticulture and Forestry, Rani Lakshmibai Central Agricultural University, Jhansi. Prior to joining at RLBCAU Jhansi, Dr. Pandey has served as Dean, College of Horticulture and Forestry, Pasighat, which is in Arunachal Pradesh, under Central Agricultural University, Imphal, Manipur. Before entering the university service, Dr. Pandey worked as principal scientist at the ICAR Indian Institute of Vegetable Research, Varanasi. He is an ARS scientist of 1985 batch. Dr. Pandey obtained his MSc in agriculture and PhD degree in horticulture from CS Azad University of Agriculture and Technology, Kanpur. Dr. Pandey participated in the first international postgraduate course on protected agriculture in arid and semi-arid region at Hebrew University, Jerusalem, Israel. He has published more than 80 research papers, 167 popular articles and review articles in journals of national and international repute. Dr. Pandey has authored 12 books, viz. भारत में सब्जी उत्पादन, प्रमुख किस्में एवं विकास के तरीके, गृह वाटिका एवं हमारा स्वास्थ्य, पत्ती वाली सब्जियां, अल्पोपयोगी सब्जियां, नई सब्जियां, underutilized vegetable crops, दलहनी सब्जियां, aquatic vegetables, drumstick or moringa oleifera, velvet bean, exotic vegetables and curry leaf. Dr. Pandey's contribution towards utilizing the underutilized vegetable crops in addressing the nutritional security is considered one of the most notable achievements in enriching the food diversity and inviting the attention of researchers to lesser known vegetables of the country. I'm happy to inform everyone that Dr. A.K. Pandey has been conferred with several awards and honors for his distinguished academic contributions. Honorable President of India has conferred on him the prestigious Rajiv Gandhi Gyan Vigyan Puraskar for his book Dalhani Sabjiyan during 2012. Defense Research and Development Organization DRDO honored him with the first prize of Rajbhasha Puraskar for his book Bharat Mein Sabji Utpadan Pramukh Kisme Evam Vikas Ki Takneeke. His other two books, Patti Wali Sabjiyan and Nai Sabjiyan, have also been awarded by the DRDO. He also received Rajbhasha Puraskar for 2003 and 4 under the National Award Scheme for Original Book Writing on Gyan Vigyan on his book Grih Vatika Evam Hamara Swasthya. Dr. Pandey is a prolific writer, and for his significant contribution, Scientific and Applied Research Center, Meerut, Uttar Pradesh, has conferred on him the Outstanding Authorship in Science and Technology Award 2010 and Lifetime Achievement Award 2016 by BSRD Allahabad. Dr. Pandey is also a member on board of a number of scientific societies and academic panels. He is a fellow of Indian Society of Vegetable Science, ISVS, Varanasi, and Society of Biological Sciences and Rural Development, Allahabad. So, I humbly request you to please enrich us by your words of wisdom. Thank you so much, sir.
So, may I request Dr. Garima ma'am or Dr. Pandey sir who will be? I think Dr. Pandey sir can start the presentation, sir.
Yes, ma'am, I'm calling to. Ma'am, our Dean sir is busy in another expert lecture. So I think we should go ahead and go for next speaker. Okay, so after the next speaker, Dean sir will give the presentation. Okay, so I would like to invite Dr. Ranjit Pal sir for introduce our next esteemed guest speaker. So sir, kindly.
Okay. Well, good afternoon, everyone. So, thank you for being here this afternoon. Today, we are pleased to welcome Dr. Wang Chu. It's my proud privilege to welcome and introduce Dr. Wang Chu. And Dr. Wang Chu, working as an associate professor and head, Department of Food Science, College of Horticulture and Forestry, Central Agriculture University in Pasighat, Arunachal Pradesh, for last 18 years. He has done his PhD in horticulture from BCKV, Mohanpur, Nadia, and in West Bengal, and also his postdoctorate fellowship and awarded in Michigan State University in USA. And sir has successfully guided 3 PhD students and 9 MSc students, and he has published 39 research papers in national and international journals, and 9 practical manuals and 3 training manuals, lot of folders and pamphlets in different food crops. And Dr. Wang Chu has been regularly given training on different aspects of food production to the officers in the line departments and farmers and rural youth. And he has successfully completed the project, 2 DST project, 2 DVD project and 1 DST project, 2 intra project and 3 conversational projects. And at present, he is handling 1 AICRP on food projects, 2 DVD projects on citrus. And Dr. Wang Chu is a renowned scientist in working as in citrus crops in northeastern part of India, and northeastern part of India was a home of citrus. That's why, moreover, he has studying diversity of citrus in NH regions. And under the AICRP food projects, objectives, collection, conservation, evaluation, and characterization of citrus genotypes for the last 10 years. And he has collected 33 different genotypes of citrus and maintained it. And today we will be sharing with his research opinion in citrus biodiversity of northeastern regions. And welcome again, sir. I humbly request you, sir, please sharing your valuable knowledge in this platform. So, Wang Chu, sir.
Thank you, Ranjit Palji. Firstly, I'll be sharing my slide.
Okay.
See my slide. Am I audible?
Okay, you are audible, but not, sir. Slide is not visible. Okay, yeah, sir.
Okay. Thank you. Good afternoon to you all. First of all, I would like to thank Honorable Vice Chancellor Arvind Kumar for giving this opportunity, and also I would like to thank our beloved ex-dean, Dr. A.K. Pandey, the organizing committee members for the opportunity to be with you in this webinar on nurturing the nature for health and clarity. The topic event is biodiversity of northeastern region. I feel like my presentation is students. If you have been a little bit help to the faculty members, I'll be very happy. So with this, so before I go, I just wanted to tell you what is
Sir, you are mute, sir. Please unmute yourself. Dr. Wangchu, sir, please unmute yourself.
okay.
Yes, yes.
I've
Now
been
audible,
saying
sir.
that biodiversity. Oh, thank you. Biodiversity is the food we eat, then the water we drink, or it is also the air we breathe. So more than that, biodiversity is the part of us, as we human are the part of nature. So it has been said by then the executive secretary of the Convention on Biological Diversity by Christiana. And then another one I find it very nice and given by your then the UN Secretary General Antonio, that by halting environmentally harmful practices, diversifying our food system, and promoting more sustainable production and consumption pattern, we can improve global health, increase food security, and strengthen resilience to climate change. So with this, I like to say that at present in the world, in our generation, we have a lot greater variety of fruit as compared to our previous generations. But
Sir,
what happens
sir,
is that as
just a minute, sir. Just a minute, Wangchu, sir. Actually, your PPT is not visible. So, in share screen, please share your PPT, sir. You are visible through the share screen.
Okay.
Just click the mouse on the PPT slide, and then it will be visible. Yes, it's coming now.
Yeah, it's coming.
It's coming, but not totally clear. Yes, yes. It's yes, sir. Now it's okay, sir.
Okay.
Please.
Okay, that means saying that at present in our generation, we have not of food as compared to our previous generation. But now actually what happens, but the food is slowly becoming homogenized. Now, as per what they say is that in the last 100 years, more than 90% of the crop varieties have disappeared from the farmer's field. And of the 6,000 plant species which we have been cultivating for food, only 9 accounts for 66% of the total crop production. Here I like to stress, as Honorable Chancellor also was saying, that we need a diversification in cultivation and in our consumption pattern also. In fruits, so in the fruits, whenever we talk about mango, papaya, banana, all the major fruit crops, but we have lots and lots of unutilized and well fruits available in the, all over the India and in Arunachal Pradesh also. One of my PhDs collect lots nearly 40 being genera like phobia, then canarium, elignus, then pentas. So we need to
Sir, please unmute yourself, sir.
Yeah.
I think
am I
it's
audible,
a
right?
Yes, sir, you are audible now, sir. I think it's a bandwidth problem, maybe. Please continue. Sir.
Okay, okay. It was coming. I don't know. This is a problem in the Northeast. Okay, can you slide?
It's coming, sir. It's coming.
Citrus fruit, and then have leveled it. People are not the horticulture may have been doing so. And then to introduce about the citrus, see, we know it is one of the most cultivated fruit crop in the world with the highest acreage, especially concentrated in the tropical and subtropical region of the world. And in the world, we can say Brazil, US, Mexico, and Spain are the 5 largest citrus producing countries. And in case of India, if you talk about it, we occupies a 3rd position after Canada. It's been cultivated on 1,054,000 hectares with an annual production of 13,176,000 metric tons with a productivity of 13.25 metric tons. And the citrus species has been said by Singh in 1977, it's undoubtedly indigenous to India. Any scientists talk about we get a little bit scared because there is a lots and lots of diversity in citrus, and taxon classification and knowing a particular species is very, very difficult. But overall, the center of what we have is that this is South Asia bordered by northeastern India, Myanmar, and China. And from here only it has dispersed outward. Now, species origins are there. Like in case of a mandarin, it has been thought that it has been originated. We don't know exactly. It was thought to be first cultivated in Assam. Then we have lime in East Asia, and pomelo, Malaysia, and then grapefruit in West Indies. And if bit of benefits of eating citrus, obviously we know very rich in Jhansi and plants which are very helpful as inflammatory, anti-inflammatory, and antioxidant effects. It is good on the fire, and it's consumption of raised citrate in our urine, which of kidney stones, and then it also helps in lowering the lungs cancer. Fruit also helps in increasing food calories and stones, and in the citrus fruit are said to ward off neurodegenerative diseases like Alzheimer's. Very important for us. And then if you see a little bit of tribal people of the northeastern region, how they use the different species of the northeastern region, they are in case of this, if you see citrus indica, as been say, Dean sir was saying about citrus indica. So this is a photograph of citrus indica, which is quite common here, and use medicine for treating jaundice, stomach diseases for human domestic animals. Then we have Trella citrus, very commonly used in different parts of northeastern region, and the fresh fruit and dried fruit are the local against gastritis problems. Then we have a limon, which is very, very common. Paste mixed water and is to eat in empty stomach for getting rid of the worms. Then we have so juice of this acid is mixed with hot water and a little bit of salt to ward off our dysentery problems, dysentery. And then lemetta, we have the for European urinary troubles. Then citrus medica is a very complicated one. We have different variation in citrus medica. This one is one of them, and it is the peel fruit is used against the liver, cardiac, and brain tonic, and against the stomach, mucin, and vomiting. And the juice is mixed with the honey and dried ginger for hiccup. Medicinal use. And then last is citrus sinensis. So many of people, we know citrus sinensis is sweet orange, it has to be very sweet. No, citrus sinensis also we have one which is locally we call it Jhansi here. It is quite sour in taste, but is very common around here in northern region, and usually people use it as a purifies blood, and then also reduces a thirst in your fever, cures cataract, and improves the eye, and then fruit rain is rubbed on the face to get remedy against the acne. So these are some of the use of indigenous species. Now coming to the courses. So in all, citrus belongs to Rutaceae family. Under this, we have 30 genuine and reported in the world, which is being used for citrus, not India, South America. Considers the citrus species. When citrus very every are there in nature, lots of variations are there. So classifications there. And is the single types of under only. Library is kept as later. Am I audible, please? Anybody?
Yes, sir, you are audible.
And and the slides.
That slide is not visible, sir.
I've shared this.
Yes, sir, it's now sharing.
Okay. And Tanaka was now in 1967 as in Tanaka, his own observation, he suggested system of having 30. There is other researchers they suggest into 6 species. Now for the true fruit trees, they are 6 genes, then consider microcitrus, and these are extremely distributed in subtropical Asia and Oceania.
It's a network problem.
Also fighting internet issue. That is lab.
Yes,
So, Garima ma'am, what should we do?
Ma'am, we have a contact number of sir. I think we should call him now. What he wants.
Yes. Ma'am, we can do this one. Let sir also join later, Dr. Wangchu sir. So when he'll be joining, let him brief about his presentation without presenting the slide.
Yes,
He can
oral,
just
oral.
verbally complete. Oh,
Yes,
sir
sir.
has joined again.
Let him do oral. If PPT is not problem, then at least.
Yes, sir. Dr. Wangchu sir is
I think he is starting again. Na?
yes, sir. Sharing the slide is problem. Then sir, you can talk and connect to us verbally, sir. Okay, sir. It is visible.
Yeah.
Okay, okay, thank you. Yeah, I'll connect because internet is a problem.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Okay, continue, sir.
Okay. Okay, thank you. So after the classification, I just wanted to inform you that citrus has been grouped under different categories. So under this, the first group is acid group. Under acid group, we have lots and lots of species like citrus jambi, latifolia, lematoide, ledica, aurelia, carna, and then you have lemonia, lemata, like this. So, and in case of your group, the orange citrus sciences is there, and then you have lots of varieties. We all know Mosam Malta and all, and then we have shower or bitter orange also. That is orangeum, and then we have under Mandarin group have Julius, Noble, Rashmi, Reticulata, Tangerine, different categories we have. And then the pomelo and grapefruit, we have different variety adults and ruby, marsh, dun, seeds, and others which we put in other previous 4 groups. The others are such as Junso, Mycophylla, Nutspida, and Pensivilla. That is under is coming. And we talk about the national status of citrus germplasm. Then germplasm is built in by different institutes of ICR, Central University, and state of the farm. We have one central citrus research station under ICR located in Nagpur. Is the only dedicated to citrus development. Also, as a national active germplasm site for citrus in India. And they have all research project on fruits funded by having different research institutes in various agro-ecological regions which are actively involved in collection, conservation, evaluation, and characterization of citrus germplasm in India. And also one of these. And I've, as I previous speaker, that I got the IC number. We come to citrus biodiversity of northeastern region, and in this region we have total 8 states are there, and it's been characterized by a high rainfall from 2,000 to 6,000 mm with temperature range from degree centigrade up reaches here, 38 centigrade in the lower plains. And then we have even today, most of the places are rather very poor in accessibility. So there is a need to identify these particular problems of getting into those places so that we can go and collect. And above this, about the climatic conditions, if you see, as I've already said, is very congenial for growing citrus. So as such, northeastern region of India is considered as a natural home of many citrus species. So a large number of citrus species of commercial citrus fruits are believed to have originated in India. A vast reservoir of citrus diversity exists in this region, both wild as well as cultivated form. But the erosion of these genetic resources is a matter of great concern. Now, northeastern region, a paradise of genetic diversity, is also recognized globally as an area of mega diversity. So, looking at the importance of citrus diversity in northeastern region, ICR New Delhi established world's first citrus gene sanctuary in 1981 at Nokrek in Garo Hill of Meghalaya to protect the citrus species of that particular region. And then if you come to the major citrus growing belts of northeastern region, then we have Arunachal, we have maybe 8-9 districts where citrus is being grown. Assam, we have lots of districts. And Meghalaya, we have southern, northern, and western slopes of Khasi Hill, southern slopes of Jantia Hill, central Jantia Hill, west Garo Hills like this. Manipur, Tamenglong, Ukrul, all GD Balm, all these areas are the citrus belt. Mizoram, Aizawl, Kolasi, Dorlok, all these. Sikkim have eastern districts of Sikkim and southern districts of Sikkim. Tripura, we have Jampui Hill ranges and Dharma Nagar, and then Nagaland, obviously Twinsang districts. So these are the different places where the citrus is being grown. Now, the different citrus species found in the north region as such is citrus medica, lemon, aurantifolia, lematoides, jambiri, karna, citrus reticulatus, indica, maxima, and then Aurantium sinensis, paradisica, latipis, mycoptera. So lots and lots of citrus species are being found. And then what is the importance of these species? Now, these species can be utilized for tolerance to biotic stress and also for abiotic stress. For example, there is a lots of problem of root rot here in the northeastern region. And to get rid of this, we can use a tolerant rootstocks like your Rangpur lime, prior site range. For nematode, we have sweet lime, Karnakata, trifoliate orange. For Trestiza virus, we have Rangpur lime, rough lemon, trifoliate orange, and then sweet orange also. Exocortics is again a disease where we can use rough lemon, sweet orange, shower orange, Kilopatra mandarin. The gummosis is also a problem where we can go for trifoliate orange, shower orange, Rangpur lime. And then greening is a big problem here. Now, to get rid of greening, we can go for Poncirus species, or we can go for Karnakata, Gajanima, like this. And for tolerant to abiotic stresses, we can go for salinity tolerant rootstocks. We can go for Rangpur lime, Cleopatra mandarin, Tashi also. And for a drought, Rangpur lime, rough lemon, shower orange. And then for acid soils, we have indigenous one here. We call it Sampola. We could identify exactly the species. Locally, it's known as Sampola is doing very well. And Rangpur lime, rough lemon. So these are the germplasm resources we can effectively utilize to bring about to fight against the biotic and abiotic stresses we have here. And these are some of the varieties of the fruits which are commonly grown. And then Khasi mandarins are there with your TSS ratio. Khasi mandarins TSS ratio comes to be 28:1. So this is also a very good fruit. And then the common problems of citrus industry in northeastern region, if you see, it is unavailability of quality planting material is one of the major problems. Then we have general negligence, and then poor water management, and then cultivation in unsuitable soils, improper fertilizer schedule. So use of fertilizers is negligible in northeastern region. Farmer does not know about the fertilizers. And then incidence of pest, disease, and viruses are there. And on top of that, the main problem, improper handling of the harvested fruits. So these are some of the major problems of citrus. And I think my slides you can see. Oh.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
It is visible.
You can see my slides, right? Okay.
Yes, sir.
So okay, thank you. This is one of the major pests. We call it stem borer, where you can see the adult and the grub and the damage. So this is one of the major problem. And then another one is a fruit sucking moth, we say. And to control this is very, very difficult because fruit sucking moth, it remains in a forest, and then when the fruit matures and becomes sweet, then at that time it comes and attacks the fruits. So it's one of the major problem in case of northeastern region, the fruit sucking moth. And then obviously leaf miner is a problem in case of a nursery. And then this is also a butterfly, that is a caterpillar, which is a very voracious feeder of the leaves. And if you leave it like this, within one day, it will eat up all the leaves of the seedling. And then this is a canker disease problem. This is a canker is quite common here. It's a bacterial canker. Then we have another problem. It's coming up nowadays very highly. That is root rot caused by Phytophthora, the root rot. And then slowly the plant dies. The plant becomes yellowing, and then plant starts dying. So this is a very big problem. And then we have another very dangerous disease. It is coming up. That is a green disease. Previously, it was thought to be mycoplasma or something, a virus, or now it is being confirmed that it is a bacterial disease, and it's also known as Honglong-Bing HLB disease coming up in a very severe. We have to get rid of this because if it is there, then citrus industry will be finished. And then lastly, I like to go for conclusion. And in case of a conclusion, I will say northern region of India, despite we have a rich biodiversity of citrus, erosion of this genetic source of citrus is taking place in a very fast way because of biotic, abiotic factors, and also large-scale deforestation, and especially practice of zoom or shifting cultivation, cutting of the trees for urbanization, and then other developmental activities, as well as preference of some newly introduced cash crops by the farmers is the main reason for the loss of genetic diversity. And then you can see, hence what we have to do for tradition. So genetic resources need an urgent attention in order to protect the existing genetic diversity, to promote cultivation of rare and endangered species. Now, ex situ and in situ conservation of endangered species should urgently be taken up to ensure the safe storage of germplasm for conservation and sustainable use of genetic resource for all the available citrus germplasm, whatever we have. So cryopreservation and in vitro storage of seed is also attempted to safeguard this germplasm. So Sarma et al. 2004 I say that natural reserves in centuries, inclusion of citrus species in the forest system to spread the genetic resource allow further evolution and natural stresses. So with this, thank you all for giving me this opportunity.
Thank you, sir, for such an informative presentation. As you spoke about the fruit diversity, especially about the citrus in northeastern hill region, sir, you said about the utilization of citrus germplasm for crop improvement and tolerance variety for biotic and abiotic stress. You also discussed here on problematic issues for citrus. So, sir, thank you so much for share your knowledge. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
Garima ma'am, you are not audible, ma'am.
Yes,
Ma'am, I'm not audible.
Now only.
I already give the thank, but I was not audible.
Yes, ma'am. Then next.
Okay. So thank you so much, sir, for such an informative presentation. As you spoke about the fruit biodiversity, especially about the citrus in northeastern region. Thank you, sir. As you spoke about the utilization of citrus germplasm for crop improvement and tolerant varieties for biotic and abiotic stress also. You discussed on very well on problematic issues like canker, stem borer, root rot in citrus. So, sir, thank you so much for share your extreme knowledge. So, thank you so much, sir.
And Ranjit Pal, sir, if you want to add something, sir.
Thank you very much, sir, as your informative sharing. And you actually the northeastern region home of the citrus, and most of the citrus germplasm, also gene century also present you are mentioned, and also, sir, your classification is very nice, and also the citrus biodiversity in your regions is very good, and also you are good sharing, and citrus biotic and abiotic stress related. It is not only problems in northeastern part of India. This was a problem in throughout the country also. Okay, this is a big challenge, and we maintain it. And thank you again, sir, for your sharing knowledge.
Okay, thank you, Paul, sir. So now, Garima ma'am, you can request our next guest, or you can request our next speaker, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Actually, I was on call with the Dean, sir. He's again busy.
But then let us continue, ma'am.
Okay, so again, go ahead. And now I would like to invite to Dr. Neelam Visin, ma'am, for introduce our next speaker. Dr. Neelam, ma'am.
Yeah, thank you, ma'am. Am I audible?
Yes, perfectly, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you so much. First of all, very good afternoon to respected Vice Chancellor, sir, all directors, sir, Dean, sirs, and HODs, sir, my seniors, and all delegates and students. Today I'm very glad that I have to get chance to introduce Dr. Dobriyal, sir. Dr. M.J. Dobriyal, sir, presently working as a professor and head Department of Silviculture and Agroforestry at College of Horticulture and Forestry, Rani Lakshmibai, Central Agriculture University, Jhansi. Dr. Dobriyal, sir, completed his BSc Forestry from G.V. Pant University of Agriculture and Technology, Pantnagar, MSc Forestry from Tamil Nadu Agriculture University, Coimbatore, and PhD Forestry from Forest Research Institute, Dehradun. He is meritorious student since his school life. He is recipient of MHRD, Government of India Residential Scholarship at school level, awarded University Gold Medal in BSc Forestry, ICR Junior Research Fellowship in MSc Forestry, and he secured second rank in GRF exam and ISM and H Fellowship in PhD Forestry. Prior to join RLBCAU Jhansi, he served as a associate professor and head Department of Silviculture and Agroforestry at College of Forestry, Navsari Agriculture University, Navsari. He has also served as assistant professor in College of Horticulture and Forestry, Maharana Pratap University of Agriculture and Technology, Udaipur. He also worked in Dolphin Institute of Biomedical and Natural Research, Dehradun. Doon PG College of Agriculture and Technology, Dehradun, as assistant professor and junior research fellow in Forest Research Institute, Dehradun. Dr. Dobriyal, sir, has about 17-year professional experience of forestry, teaching, research, and extension. He has vast knowledge of agroforestry, silviculture, forest ecology, non-wood forest product including medicinal and aromatic plants, industrial agroforestry, carbon sequestration and carbon finance, and forest management. He also developed agroforestry models and technologies, and for this contribution, he received various awards from professional societies and NGOs. Dr. Dobriyal was PI and co-PI of various national and international projects in the field of carbon finance, herbal garden, germ plasma collection, and gum extraction funded by World Bank, ICR, and Government of Gujarat. He has published more than 60 research papers in national and international journals, 20 practical manuals, 2 technical bulletins, 20 book chapters, and 25 extension articles. He also guides 8 MSc students, and presently 3 PhD and 2 MSc students are working under him. He is very vibrant personality. He has very vibrant personality and humble person. So it's my privilege to welcome him for today's lecture. The lecture of his topic of today's webinar is Bioprospecting, the Forest Wealth of Bundelkhand region. So I would like to welcome Dr. M.J. Dobriyal, sir. Thank you so much. Sir, please unmute yourself.
Thank you, Dr. Neelam. Introducing myself and reading it's a long biodata. Still I am in working stage and still lot has to be work in future. So thank you. And now I start my talk on the biodiversity in Bundelkhand. So I will share my slide. So, so I try to say that how do you, because Bundelkhand is one of the uh, uh, naturally rich resource region in terms of the forest and as well as minerals. But unfortunately, it is still considered backward region because the utilization of that resource was not done, and still many of the things are remain either not properly utilized, or if utilized, then they are not reached to the common people of the Bundelkhand region, especially the native people which are residing since a long time in this area, and very poor stage of poverty also here. So, so in spite of having the mineral and forest rich area in many pockets of the districts of the Bundelkhand, that is not reached out, and that's why there is need to have the perspective in terms of the forest utilization, how the resource, forest resource and other land resources which are available in this Bundelkhand regions to be utilized, and to add to the economy of these people. So, though I try to frame this in this way, but some of the still not able to collect all the things. But the focus is that how we best we can utilize that biodiversity which is present here, and the biodiversity has to be quantified in terms of the wealth which we can obtain in terms from these resources. Then again, the bioprospecting of the forest wealth. Bioprospecting is not in terms of just to the pharmaceutical value or in terms of the only novel compound, but also in terms of the resource quantification and resource utilization for the different natural products, and also they produce, which the normally the current practice still what the tribals or the locals they collect from the forest, and just they get the collection charges just like a wages, and they are not enterprise in terms of the resource mobilization or in terms of the gaining of the that value, what the economic value they are actually contributing. So that one aspect, then resource distribution pattern and resource utilization economic perspective, then factors governing the forest wealth acquisition. Some of the things are in general in terms of the even the ecosystem services and their recognition and their valuation also there, and also the what are to be done this area. So just to see that this biodiversity, which is the that already previous speaker also told that that sustainable development goal, protect and restore and they promote the sustainable use of terrestrial ecosystems, sustainably manage forest and combat the desertification, halt, preserve and land degradation, and halt the biodiversity loss. So that is the general focus of the all the thematic this biodiversity celebration and all. And as already the we are not the we are the part of the solution. So we have to see the solutions how we can have. From the nature-based solutions to climate to food and water security, sustainable livelihoods, biodiversity remain the basis of the sustainability of the future. So in that context also, I have we have to see that how best we can use this resources. So some problem in the slide. Okay. Just this is how the what we say the forest. So just it's not just a collection of the trees, but source that it's need a concentrated vegetation in terms of perennials, and that's why the perennials vegetations and what we have in the our ecosystem that varies, and the different people, different way they come, they says that the forest, how they can utilize and what their roles. So it is a ecosystem, and that ecosystem has to be balanced. So whatever the resources we are getting from that, that has to be augmented, that has to be replenished in that again by the forest management techniques and all. And in current scenario, the participatory approach is more this is, we have to leave this colonial setup of mind of the harvest from the forest to the now participatory approach. That's why joint forest management and other activities are involving the local peoples, so that they have a sense of belonging. Until they have the sense of belonging to the forest, they will just see this as a commodity of utilization and not in terms of the valuing. So we have to see the valuing this. So even the FAO also saying that they have the 1.5 hectare land having the 5-meter trees and 10% canopy density, that has to be also considered as a forest, because we know that even in our country the 33% to reach it is very difficult when we have the recorded forest area itself 23%. So obviously we have to expand it outside the natural forest, and that's why we have to take the help of the peoples, not only to revisit the existing forest, also to expand it for outside the forest areas and utilize that. So just land, range area, forest land or other waste land which is available, that remain a dead stock, that has to be converted into resources by the tree vegetations, and whatever the already available resources, that has to be properly utilized in terms of the better economic gains. So this forest resource assessments is required, and unless we have the proper quantification of that value, and then only we can plan and develop the measure. Different ways we can study the forest, and these are there, but most of them are derived with the either floristic or western approach. But now the new of the ecological economics approach, where we are thinking of the how to tag with the value to that forest, either the tangible benefits or intangible benefits, that has to be valued. And that has been some places, especially Western world, that have been very meticulously planned. But in our country, still our working plans or forest management plans are lagging behind. Most of the working plans are not updated. So even if we don't know what is the resource available and how to quantify and how to it has to be utilized. Our forest corporations, that is also not professionally that has been approached, means trained in that way to harness that forest wealth proper way, which we call the sustainable way of harvesting. Even the forest certification is coming nowadays, and that has to be. So the areas which the most population is like the poor, where we don't have industries, and this kind of situation is there, where the natural vagaries are means like drought and flood, and these are coming. So these areas has to be seen in that way of the restoring the natural ecosystem. So that is not only for the restoration of the land ecosystem, but also in terms of the giving the wealth from that. And this way the forest utilization. So one talk was always used to say the productivity. So we generally say productivity in terms of the wood material we are getting, but it's not like just the wood or the wood products, but also in terms of the socio-cultural values and livelihood options we are generating from them. So that's why still our forest managers, we taught us to scientific, technical, and economic principles of forestry and forest management. But in India, if you see that we, or in most of the scenario, we see the psychological and social principles are more, because the livelihood of so much people are depend on that. 8% of tribal population is directly dependent of the on those areas, and other than the other 30% of the other rural population also depend. So we have to define this now ecological productivity in terms of the other produce which we are getting from that. So if you see the forest cover map, the recent 2019, we have the forest, then forest, moderate forest. This is the classification where the Forest of India is giving every year. And we know that only 3% forest we have dense, and maximum is in the case of open forest. So still a lot has to be done the existing forest by their restocking of this forest, and again to contribute in terms of the proper utilization of that forest resource, because maximum forest is still not have the adequate canopy density. If you see in this area of the Bundelkhand region, so most of this dry tropical dry forest and fern forest is available in these areas, and their productivity is very less, and still the pressure is population pressure is more for the grazing, lopping for fodder, as well as the your livestock and grazing problem, firewood collection, timber collection, all they are depending on these only. So already they are in poor stage, and the pressure of the demand also again creating a more deterioration of these forests. So this is the major concern, how to again regain this vegetation in these native areas of the forest, recorded forest areas first, and then expanding that areas. This we only to know that this is the decade of biodiversity we are coming to end. So this forest cover in India, this already taught that we have a tree and forest cover of 24.56, and that I was telling very dense forest is only 3.2%. So this 3.2%, and you see that 9.99% around you have the moderately dense. That has we are just 21.6 in the recorded forest area. Outside we have 2.8. Very long area has to go. And if you see the global, so we are in the 10th point in terms of the percentage of the 2% of the global forest we are having, where the Russia having 20%. Similar way in the growing, even now the productivity is also very low. So even in the average productivity low, so Bundelkhand forest it is much lower because the adverse conditions of the topography of this area as well as climatic factors. So saying that now we are also evaluating in terms of the carbon stock and all in these intangible things which are indirectly contributing to the ecosystem service environment. And this, if these conditions are not controlled timely, then we are moving to the desertification stage because the once we have the loss of the biological and economic productivity, so over a period of time, the health of ecosystem will be deteriorated. And if you not took the bold decisions for the improving the productivity and interventions required timely for to reinstate these irreversible transformations. So that's is the important value of 40% restricted cover is considered critical. So we always we have how much forest we've already seen that under this stage. These are the different methods which we have. They already know that ecosystem services, and these are contributing to different ways. So just to see the how best we can utilize these production services, regulation services, cultural and supporting services to use. And we know that categories of ecosystem services, some of them we can have the use value and non-use value, and there are methods of these valuation, but that has to be done for even in the different level. That's why I'm saying that our working plans, forest management plans, are not talking about these value, these economic valuation of that forest values. So even the working plan code of 2014 also suggested various things of the this kind of ecosystem services valuation and attaching the value to them. Even now we are coming for the ecotourism potential of those areas, carbon sequestration potential of the forest, and recent, you know, the oxygen and all already talk of the day. So these stages for the evaluation system to be also we have to consider, and these are the different characteristics of forest system that we all know. And in this, even the forest, the non-timber forest production and soil formation, water hydrology, the forest hydrology is play a major role in this. And there are different methods worked by different peoples. So I will not go in the ecosystem services detail, only some of the things only talk. And we already know that through that chart that we have these kind of values, we can attach to ecosystem services that need to be now properly planned way to involve these things. And these either non-based values and optional values has to be calculated for these areas also, so that tagging of the value can be done. Coming to the productivity, that is the major question, why we are not able to improve the productivity. Some of the inherent character of the site are there, which are restricting our means our utilization for this site, and some of the factors of the site quality also there. So how to manage these site factors for the getting the better productivity in terms of the not only just seeding of the areas or vegetating that areas, but also doing those silviculture practices which can promote these themes, and moreover the social participation, the people participation, because most of these areas are in the condition like in Bundelkhand, where the most forest is already very less, and in that also under various pressure. So the patches which are available that are not expanding, rather they are also diminishing over the period of time. So if you see at 2 decades, last 2 decades, how much forest we have lost. So every year we are planting, but that natural successional process which were there existing due to the pressure, it is not recouping that pressure, and the rate of degradation is much faster than the rate of restoration. So our efforts of the restoration has to be increased. So we have to focus on this forest, so that it can become this kind of less clean. And in dry deciduous forest, in summer you see this kind of conditions prevails. But how the water to be recharged to this forest during the rainy season and all, that has to be like soil conservation measures and all. Also most of the forest department are taking that care, but still has to be more. This is the map of the Bundelkhand, where we already know that these are having this area, 7 districts of UP and 7 districts of the MP. And you see that these are some just photographs of some species which are like Pathogens dulci. Presently there is the wild fruit, but in near future it may be in the cultivations. Many of the wild fruits are cultivations. Similarly, we have this Livia ascetica also, and this also the kusum and mawa, and all these are there. So if you just to have a look on the forest, this land of the forest in part of the Bundelkhand. So if you see the Banda, Chitrapur and these areas, so if you find that we have around 3.96% forest only in UP part, and 6.16% total forest in the UP. So, and even the change, you see the most of the areas we not gain, we are losing, except in the Chitrapur, other places we are losing the land. So that is also a situation we have to see. All these Banda, Chitrapur, I mean, except the Chitrapur, are all others. And similar way, if you see the forest in MP part of Bundelkhand, so here also you see that we have around 13% forest this area, and maximum is at Panna 38%, and 35% in the Damo, and 20% in Chhatarpur. So compared to UP part of Bundelkhand, this part of MP part of Bundelkhand is much richer in the forest areas. But the concerned, and MP itself has a 25% forest cover. So that if you see, but the condition is you see Damo and Sagar, Tikamgarh, this is reduction in the forest in last census from 2000 to 2019. This is the data of the 2019 Forest Survey of India. So that also shows. And also we see the scrub. So this scrub area has the most potential, because more area is in the same in UP part also. If you see that there is more, even in the Jhansi we have the 41.96 square kilometer area in the, this scrub forest. So this has to be seen. So the same picture just I merged it with the MP part and MP part of Bundelkhand, and again that picture what I shown you. So we have this much the forest cover, which is coming around 17% of the total Bundelkhand area. So if you together you see Bundelkhand, then we have the 17% forest, and that is not less, that is much. But the distribution of that forest you seen in the picture in the UP part and the MP part, and even the within MP part also you seen that the major contribution from the Panna and district. And that also the because it has created the wildlife and this Panna Tiger Reserve and all that protected habitat. So due to that, you see that here the total geographical area and how the total is coming. So we have around of the 12,000 or 13,000 square kilometer area of the forest in the Bundelkhand region, which is 17.21%. And overall has been increased, but in UP part it has decreased, and in MP part it increased. So that also we see that how to utilize. Actually, this slide was land use pattern. If you see that in the this Bundelkhand MP part, this is slightly lower 2008 published, 5 estimated. So the notified forest area is 28%. And you see in the forest area how much is there, and also you see the barren land, grazing land on other cultivable land. So the categories of these grazing land and cultivable wasteland is also much higher is there. That can be utilized. So the net zone area is, I think, around 50% only, even below 50%, 45 to 50%. So expansion of the tree cover is the area is available, so it's possible. Same way, if you see the UP portion also, the notified forest area is around 7%, and if you see the under miscellaneous crop also, they have certain areas, and cultivable wasteland is there. Here agricultural land is there, but you see the Jalwan only there. 0.4, I don't know, some data problem is there, but that's showing the data from the planning commission. So if you see the forest, that is this red line below that. This is the forest area map of this part of Bundelkhand, and similar way, these are the forest types. So the major species are the Anogases, Holopilia, Melanitis, and even the Nilotica, Ziziphus, Carissa corindus. And though we have in UP with so many forest types, 29 types are there, including the plantations. And in this area, but we have only the tropical dry decidual and that on forest. And similarly, if you see this UP, so in also Madhya Pradesh, you see that Madhya Pradesh, here you see this area of the Satarpur, and these are some of the rich area. Otherwise, there is less forest area. And here also the forest types are there. Diversity of trees in Bundelkhand. So in if you see the different areas of this, so most of the things are the dry species are there, but some of the species are very important. Like Tendu is there, then Ziziphus is there, Butia is there, Mahua is there, Semal is there, as well as Anogenesis latifolia is there. So Mahua is one of the potential species which is grown in most of these areas, already naturally naturalized in these areas, but the population is decreasing day by day, and it is one of the important species for especially tribals and rural peoples to have the income from this flower and seeds collection. So most of the people are livelihood depend on this. Only for 2 months season is there, and in that only they collect their flower and all, and they sell. But there is no organized market, no other that processing is there. Even the natural street of Moa is very valuable, but that is used in the country liquor only and the mistakes. Same way, if you see the Diospyros millonnae Tenduli, these some of the district Damo and all are totally depend upon the BD making. So Tendu leaves are used in BD making, but there is no proper means they have the value for that. So that's the other reason that we are not able to encash that value. Similarly, you see the southern Bundelkhand also, they are also Panna, Chhatarpur, Himatgarh, they are also the species like Anogases and this. So, even the Pterocarpum marsupium, one is the very good species for timber also, but slow growing, and some part of the this Hikamgarh and that's area we have the teak also, but less is there. So most of we have the species of the anti-apis and all the subspecies are more. Even some pockets we have the bamboo also, and but the pressure of the fuel wood and is more there. Some of the area already so which are showing that forest is area, but they are also designated as the reserve forest reserves in terms of the wildlife and all. Good population of the, because we have the good river system here. You see the two main river system are there, Betwa and Ken are there, and they are the lifeline of whole Bundelkhand. Most of the area, the water requirement is met by these rivers only, and they also the supporting the riparian forest along these river courses. And if the hydrology of these forests is also depend on the forest vegetation in the upper side of the MP. If there is rich vegetation of the forest, then only this can be perennial over the period of time, because we know these are not from the glacial river. These rivers are originating from the forest only. So the health of the forest only decide the lifeline of this river, how long they will remain. So most of the summers they become dry. Besides that, we have some other tributaries of rivers. They are also contributing. So now the linkage of river linkage is also there. Some people say that it will be good or some bad, and even the forest cover will be lost much again. So that is also concerned. How best we can implement that river linkage system for the better benefit of the society to bring out the water requirement as well as just I was saying that and so if you see that the heavily forest areas and is reducing. So look, previously there was a much forest, and most of these are due to the pressure and different NTFT collections are there. Even the Amla, Harar, the Chironji is also Pushnanial Engine, also one of the major produce, which again not in terms of the hair also there along the river courses. Anjan is also there, and various medicinal plants also there. Not so these species can be prioritized in a particular block or range wise, and that has to be again restored to that, so that the economic gain can be done over the period of time or longer term. Presently, the only thing we are focusing on the harvest, so that harvest regimes has to be supplemented with the again this replenishment of things. The drawback is that most of these forest areas, especially in the Bundelkhand, they are also mineral rich, and we know that most of the minerals are in the forest areas only. So they are leasing the forest for this extraction of this mining for these minerals, especially the diamond. Panna is famous for diamond, and you might have heard the news that so many trees will be cut for leasing that diamond mines. Already some of the forests is using that this development projects, but different ways they are go. The government mining policy says that we should not be open mine, only the underground mining will be there, and gradually the mined area to be again restored, reclamation of the mined areas continuously. But that is the problem, that reclamation process is very slow, or even the not done at all, and that's why the forest which is lost in these mining operations is not again regain that momentum. So even monitoring mechanism is not that way. So you see that how many mining are there in the Tikamgarh and Chhatarpur areas, even the Panna also there for limestone and other rock phosphate and other. So that is also a major concern. And we know that already told the Mawa flowers, that is one of the major which can be attract the major the planning. So the prospecting of the Mawa tree in this Bundelkhand region is one of the major trust area can be given, so that we can have even the now the we have the vegetative production of the MOVA also, to better selection of the species and all that improvement program can be done in the MOVA, and we can reduce some of the flowering phase or fruiting phase, so that it become interesting. Still we are growing MOVA by seed only, but nothing has been done in terms of vegetative propagations. Second aspect of the is the tendu leaf. Tendu is the naturalized the tree species, but not the aspect on the management and all this. And still, it is just collected by the forest department and utilized by these middlemen and all, and not the proper benefits is going to the these poor people. So that is that this Tendu forest and how they are really making is going on in Damo and all. But these people getting very less amount of the wages, and why not some kind of group can be made from these people, so that they can pay their in the cottage industry or small industry they can grow, but they are just getting the wages for that. So that way, because it is a forest department gives to the contractors, and they harvest, and they also again engage for them making, so that the whole the Tendu leaf based this can be revamped in terms of the with these groups, which where the forest corporations and the other cooperative, tribal cooperative, trified and all can help to make these the things. There are some small scale industries on the wood waste like wood pies, the wood handicrafts, and the one of the things, some of the furniture and the studies also there. So these can be developed small cottages, because even we see the forex that is also used for different purpose. So whatever the resources available, that has to be recognized in better way, and some mechanization also required, because still these people are doing manually because labor is available easily. So that has to be. The wildlife in terms of they are also rich, especially gharial and the vulture. This is one of the major this marine wildlife sanctuary in the Lalitpur, that is for good habitat of the these vultures. We know that this is become endangered species, and vulture restoration what is going on to their population, but the sand mining and all these are posing the threat of even to habitat of these vultures, even that but some good news that still they are now some development means the population increased. If you see the over perspectives, the role of this forest corporation and all the over the years that has been not made out to for which the corporations has been. So we have to see that how to reboost the forest development corporation professional base to engage these people as a partners to facilitate their production, produce processing, and also the market. Because the objective of forest development corporation is for that purpose only. And for wood, we already know we are meeting from the outside forest only, but at least whatever other non-wood products which are derived from the forest that can be channelized and prioritized by the different government schemes, because a lot of focus is on the different livelihood options, biodiversity-based livelihood option also. So, and finally, they conclude that the forests are a major source of biodiversity in terrestrial ecosystem, and biodiversity in livelihood options to be different. So we cannot say the livelihood biodiversity only for the conservation of germplasm and indirect benefits, but it also can provide a livelihood options to poor peoples. They are not require the intensive management, that is only they need the extension of these services to them. Forest diversity creates the more ecosystem services than the monoculture, and so harness the site productivity by vegetation stratification more spatial and temporal manners. The local biodiversity conservation and bioprospecting of the resources. We know everywhere, even in the sector means where the forest areas in there and the Western Ghat and Northeast, even there also the biodiversity prospecting is not done in terms of the documentation, biodiversity registers. So the biodiversity board or the state biodiversity board, national biodiversity authority, and again in the district level we have the biodiversity committee. So biodiversity register has to be maintained first for the resource quantification. Then only you can go for the encashing the benefit from strengthening the water industries and revenue generation, working plan for the recommendation to this and the tribal major targets. So these areas for the forest boosting and the natural ecosystem farming incentives to given. Lastly, we should know the value of this forest, and this to be made how to even the each tree has to give the benefits to the people in terms of the this society. So I think we have to have a balance between these ecological and economical perspectives, as well as to see that forest resource how best can be utilized rather than wasting, or directly to the son of soils can get the benefits, the tribals or the rural people, rather than the middlemen, which are so forest department and the our means some kind of the mechanism has to be developed. Okay? Utilization of that resource. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, sir, for very informative and well explained presentation on wealth from forest, especially in Bundelkhand region. You discussed very well about the valuation of ecosystem services, distribution of forest in Bundelkhand region, and diversity of trees in Bundelkhand region. And you say about that if we conserve this biodiversity, then we can get the sustainable life and sustainable wealth from the Simej region also. So thank you so much, sir, for such a nice presentation, sir. Sir, getting my voice?
Yes, ma'am, you are audible.
Yeah, we are getting your voice.
Okay. Sir, I already said about the thanks. Did you hear that?
So, ma'am, what is the plan now, ma'am?
I
will be presenting.
Invite our dean, sir.
Yeah, I am available.
Okay, sir. So officially, I request to you for presentation on biodiversity and nutritional security, sir. So, sir, please come and give the presentation.
Garima, my slide is visible?
No, sir. No, sir. Not yet, sir. So sharing करिए.
Sharing करो. वो सर ऑप्शन जूम मीटिंग का कहाँ है? हाँ ना, अभी तो उसे बताना. अच्छा ये सर. How are you, sir?
Yes, sir. Sharing.
Now it is visible.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
उससे हो जा रहा है नहीं होता. So, thanks, Dr. Garima, inviting me for my presentations. My presentation's topic is the biodiversity and nutritional security. And before I am going to start, I listened to very valuable information that has been given by the Dr. Dovial. I congratulate to Dr. Dovial that he gave a very beautiful information related to this forest biodiversity of the Bundelkhand region. In fact, we are in need of such information, and we are in need of to this generate, regenerate, conserve, and to this preserve the sanctity of a Bundelkhand region. Bundelkhand region is known for to this forest wealth. So my congratulations from my side to Dr. Dovial. We're coming to this my PowerPoint. So I'll be talking to this my students also, and this information for to this student, that is the very much useful. Biodiversity, as my this earlier morning sessions this Dr. Thakur was this mentioning, that is not an old word. This has just emerged after 1960-65, and great credit goes to this first person, Raymond F. Tasman, who gave this term biological diversity, and few work was done by to this Dr. W.G. Rosen. But greater credit goes to this Wilson South. Wilson, in fact, was a scientist up to this working on to this ants, and you know that the ants are having its very social life, and by that of these thoughts, Wilson was working on the ants, and finally he became a social scientist and gave to this popularity to this biodiversity, and very significant contribution up to this Wilson make him to this father up to this biodiversity. Biodiversity, very in morning session, most of my problems has been eased out by the Ajay Thakur Saab while he was presenting to this year. And biodiversity, what we are looking visible in the differences means morphological differences, taxonomical differences. That is the one aspect of this your biodiversity. Going in the deep or peeping in the deep, that is what at to this your genetics levels, at chromosome level, genes level, cell level, that what these your differences creates, that is the this your means genetic differences. And third part happens to this your eco diversity level, different type of these your ecosystems that gives to this your it's this your impacts onto this your it's this your means it's a flora fauna, and you know, these are riverine systems, these are mountainous systems, and different type of these systems. So that eco diversity third aspect up to this your biodiversity. Peeping into the history up to this your biodiversity, that's Rio. We all very much familiar about to this your Rio conference, Rio de Janeiro. That is the place into this your Brazil country presently reeling into this your corona trouble. So Rio conferences, and in Rio conference, major this your thoughts was given how to sustainable developments in all aspects, how there should be the sustainability will continue. And in that sustainability in Rio conference, much of this your discussion was made about to this your CBD, conservation of to this your biodiversity. Without conserving this your biodiversity, without maintaining the biodiversity, without this your given to this your good thought of to this your biodiversity, you can't have to this your sustainable development. Further in this your Nairobi conference, it got through this your approval, and presently this your 195 world's country and plus to this your European country, it means including to this your 196 or to this your signatory up to this your CBD, and right on to the 2000, UNO has taken to this your decisions that every year on the 22nd of this May will be celebrating to this your International Biodiversity Day. India has become this or its a partner right from 1994 after ratification of this your dot. Here, two are the very important this your further protocol have been added to this your biodiversity. First, that is the Cartagena Protocol, and second, that is the that will come. Cartagena Protocol is highly related to this your biosafety. Ours, this your earlier research was a very in the preliminary nature. Now our research have gone into the very advanced to this your molecular level, where this your biotechnology tools are playing a very means a very advanced role. Coming to this your looking to this your transgenic, and transgenic is the such a means this your means what to say means inclusion of to this your different these your genes from the different sources, as we are working hard to this your taking to this your BT brinjal from to this your BT gene from to this your bacteria against to this your for lysinodes R1 for managing to this your fruits and seed borer. Same way that genes have been harnessed taken from to this your fish for to this your inserting into tomato or developing to this your old hardy tomato. So such type of this your plants means such type of this your man-made plants or transgenic plants are coming into this your nature. What type of this your impact they will give to this your environment, what type of impact will give to this your. So such type of this your biosafety concern was very much essential, and in Cartagena Protocol means detailed discussion was made, and India is the partner. India is the signatory of this Cartagena Protocol. Nagoya Protocol. Nagoya is the city into this your Japan, where in 2014 this your meeting was there, and India participated, and right from this your first day of this your 12th October, India is the member. India is the this your signatory up to this your Nagoya Protocol. Nagoya Protocol is the mostly based on to this your benefit sharing up to this your biodiversity. You all find my students and their delegates that the country who have got a very rich wealth up to this your biodiversity, some way they are poor into this your utilizing or to this your harnessing their potentials, or they are not scientifically advanced as compared to this. And what is the this your topsy-turvy, that the developed countries are very rich into this your scientific advancement, but they are poor into this your such a genetic wealth or to this forest wealth. So this was a proposal made that once these developed countries, by their knowledge, by their advanced techniques, if they are utilizing the these resources, they must share the benefit to this countries where from where they are taking to these your resources. You will find that in most of, even morning I was chatting to this your Cucumis calosus. Cucumis calosus, one of the very important source part to this your virus resistant. And most of these collections were taken early days by to these scientists from abroad countries. And now we have lost almost all its this genetic wealth of colossus, and now asked from them, they are hesitant to this or share to this your colossus or this or germplasm. So this all have how to this or sort out. In that case, this your Nagoya protocol is the very important, and that gives to this your legal binding part to this your it's a means a benefit sharing. Forest to this or biodiversity, what it gives in the return, it is a very difficult to this or calculate in terms of to this or money. It's this or direct and indirect benefits, and roughly what is the estimate or guesstimates, you can look this or 33 trillions per year US dollars. That is the very huge amount, and though that is the huge amount, but I will say that is it is difficult to calculate this your tangible and intangible benefit of to this your biodiversity. And you look to that every means about 100 million metric tons up to this your aquatic means aquatic wealth we are taking from. So you can imagine to this your cost coming to this your India, so to this your genetic wealth. India has got a nature's very good gift, though it is having only to this your 2.4% of this your land mass, but genetic or biodiversity or wealth is the very much rich, and it comes under to this or one of these or 17 mega biodiversity centers, and having to this or 4 hot spot of to this your out of 35 four hot spots have been this or declared into this your words, and almost more than 45 to 46,000 of its this or floral species, and almost it's a double to this your 91,000, more than 91 to 92,000 it's this your faunal species. And you look in the this or most of these your mammals, birds, reptilia, we are having to the earth and 5th rank. And in amphibia, that's our rank is a little bit in the lower side, is that is the only 15th rank. But globally, this your amphibians problem is getting to this your problems because of this your very wanton use of reckless use of this your pesticides. And what are having the amphibians problems population is to this your deep oceans. There is also problem of to this your ocean acidification, and that is creating to this your neuro problems, and that is the very advanced means study. And there we must have to this your take care how to this your conserve the population of to this your amphibia. There should not be any to this your disturbances into this your different traffic levels of to this your our plant or either animal kingdoms. So as I was starting this year, more than 47,807 species of the under this your plants have been to this your identified, and few are more than 11,000 are to this your endemic to this your India. And for the students' sake, Leguminaceae happens to the very good family I consider, it is having 3 subfamily: Myrmecardi, Caesalpinidae, and Papilionaceae, and we get these nutritious proteins and nutritious legume vegetables such as cowpea, French bean, vegetable pea, and most of these are flowering trees such as Delanic, Caesalpinia, and these are Acacia fistula from this family. So that is the largest family, having to this 1,421 species, followed by the Poaceae. Poaceae's earlier name was to this Grimney, that is giving most of these your cereals and including to this your bamboo. 1,291 species, followed by to this your Arcadiaceae and to this your Asteraceae. Same to this your faunal species. Already I have to this your elaborated. Dear students and dear participants, that is I pay to this your rich tribute or great tribute to this your Yanai Babylog while I was studying his to this your early life and his very inquisitive minds, how this your he made to this your explorations, and in finally when he was into this or completing his explorations, how this your politics ruined his this your lives. He was put under to this or behind to this your wars, and his final death happened into this your jail, and the death happened due to this your starvation. And but how he was dedicated or to this or determined to save to this or precious genetic wealth. Once this your door of this your jail was open, so there was a written by to this your Babylon that I am dying with this your due to this your starvations, but I can't eat whatever to this your seeds and grains or to this your planting materials I have collected, because they are to this your future wealth of to this your words. So that was his dedications, and dedicating to this or his novel work. Presently this your Soviet or USSR earlier, and this your Russia now having to this your prestigious NI Babylon Institutes of Plant Industry, and even has released to this your coins while celebrating his to this your centenary birth years. Dear delegates, our this your agro biodiversity that has been defined by this your 22 this your agro biodiversity regions, and out of that 22 this your Bundelkhandi is also very means very noted regions, looking it's this your very rich this your floral wealth. And morning sessions this your Honorable Vice Chancellor has very nicely this your mentioned how this your PBFRA has given to this your protection of to this your breeders' right, and how it has given a milestone into this your conserving to this your our local varieties, genotypes, even that is protecting to this your interest of to this your farmers also. In ex situ conditions, conservation efforts was taken very early during 80s by to this your ICR, and first to this your gene sanctuary was established into Meghalaya and to this your Garo Hills. And I'm having opportunity to this your meet to this your Dr. Bhag Singh, who was the founder of to this your gene sanctuary into this your at Garo Hills. He was a very Sardarji was a very dynamic, and that time I was working into this your Mizoram. I was this your that time I was a busy to this your introduce guava into this your Mizoram conditions, and finally I got a very good success with the introduction to this your guava, and guava that gave it very good success into this your Kulasi station up to this your Mizoram. And that time this your Dr. Bhag Singh Sahab came, and he was very much happy to look my to this your guava orchards, and he took a plenty up to this your guava, and we enjoyed to this your his trip up to this your Mizoram. That time he was into this your Mizoram trip for this your collection of most of this your wild citrus. And you know that the citrus, most of this your diversity, most of it's this your wealth, almost more than 78 to 90 species that is existing into this your northwestern regions. And first species means wild species Citrus indica, that was this were explored by to this your Bhattacharya and Datta. Bhattacharya's and Datta's contribution is very significant into this your bringing to this your citrus classifications, and he published a very classical monograph of to this your citrus diversity and citrus up to this your Assam or NES regions. And first time he described to this your Citrus indica, and for that sake I was I thanks to this or our colleague Dr. Bangsu that he collected to this or Citrus indica from to this forest and planted into this our horticulture garden up to this Pausighat. And apart from to this Citrus indica, Citrus macroptera, and into this Pomelo grapefruit group, and in different to this sour oranges group, there is the good diversity. Even this Tanaka was a very much fan of to this citrus diversity of to this NES regions. Under the umbrella of to this ICR, with establishing to this 6 bureaus, ICR is catering the need of to this maintaining, conserving, preserving to this different types of to this biodiversity, whether that is the floral, faunal, or to this aquatic biodiversity. NBPGR is the one of these novel organization or noted organization. Apart from to this NBPGR, NBIM was established at the MAU, that is looking to this microorganism that mostly part to this fungus and to this bacteria, and that microorganisms are considered considered as this gold mines. They are having to this immense potentials, and they are very good for to this maintaining our to this ecosystems, provided that how we are smart to harness their potentials. So on same line, this National Bureau of Agriculture Insect Resources was established at Bangalore, and National Bureau of Fish Genetic Resources, NBFGR, taking the care of this fish genetic resources at Lucknow, and for animal genetic resources at Karnal, and for to this ecosystem sake for soil, National Bureau of Soil Survey and Land Use Planning at to this. And recently this this CRP consortium research platform has been developed, and a very good way knitting a number of these programs have been assigned to these different bureaus for taking the care of to this biodiversity. Declining to this plant biodiversity, that has become a very point of to this consideration, and in that context I will say that every year to this Living Planet Index, LPI, Living Planet Index is this published, and accordingly that index up right from to this year 70 to up to this year, we have almost lost to this year 68% up to this year. And here you look to this your terrestrial biodiversity loss, 70%, and fish biodiversity loss is to this your 50%. So in that context, this your IUCN is the playing to this your pivotal role, and that is publishing to this your red data book, and that is the very means that information is eye opener how to this your save your this your resources, and that is a very very pain to say that once this your nature has created any to this your species, and if it is wiped out or it is extinct from to this your planet, it is very difficult to get it back. And out of that, if the 6 species has been extinct from to this your Indian continents, that is a problem of to this your very. Here I will cite of this your very terrible story of these 2 plants, Arabica coffee, that the coffee Arabica. Once this your plant was in very good up to this your population into this African countries, but every it's a very reckless way, very huge up to this or it's this or exploitations. Its population day by day is dwindling. And second, that is the photograph of to this or Nymphia thermarum. That is the very specific type of to this or Nymphia lutea, and Nymphia. So a number of this or Nymphia lotus we are having a species, but it is a species very small up to this or lily, and that was surviving into this your African countries, one up to this your hot spring waters. Unfortunately, that hot spring waters was to this diverted for other purpose, and now this its population has become so rare that it is if steps are not taken, it will extinct so that is the we have to this your emphasize such type of the things. Agro-biodiversity loss is the very much concern where we are this or directly related, working into this or agriculture domain. Morning session, while the inaugural was going, Honorable Vice Chancellor Sir, and even yesterday evening also he emphasized this your how this your climate change is giving to this your impact onto this your our all agriculture activities, and agriculture other way is also is one of the very cause for to this your climate change, and it is also cause for to this your for depleting to this your our biodiversity. But agriculture, present agriculture is the facing to this problem of to this climate change, water crisis, food safety, and to this food security. All are to this vicious circles. And in morning hours, this Honorable Vice Chancellor Sir was mentioning that almost 1 degree enhancement into this temperature. Here I am citing to this 0.74 degrees centigrade enhancement in this temperature, and same way to this very increasing level of to this CO2, and it is expected that by end of this century our to this CO2 level will cross more than 1000 ppm. And here how this your silent means how this your India losing about 1.5% of its GDP per year due to this your climatic changes, and everywhere 4 to 9% decrease in yield due to this your current 0.85 degrees centigrade rise in the global temperature. In a simple term, if it is mentioned that if there is a 1 degree centigrade enhancement in the temperatures, India will be losing to this 10 million metric tons of to this wheat production. So that is the very grim picture of to this your effect of to this your climate onto this your our agriculture productions. Here look to this your how wheat yield almost this your 5% down, and this your maize yield into this your around to this your 4%. Here is the this information is the very much important, that how this your our agriculture's different activities are to this your causing to this your environmental impact. Here almost food accounts almost 26% of this your greenhouse gases emission, and 70% global fresh waters. Even plants, all crops requires only sweet water. They don't want to this your brackish water. And in that context, how South Asian countries where we are dominating only to this your wheat rice crop rotations, and we are using most of this your our sweet water part to this your agriculture purpose. More than 76% in South Asian countries we are utilizing. And in morning, Honorable Vice Chancellor Sir has given a very specific data that what was availability during to this your water during this your 1950, and by 2020 almost it will reduce to this your availability to this your 1/5 up to this year. And same way our we are not going to we are not tapping the full potentials or for increasing to this your water use efficiency. Our water use efficiency is still hardly this your 32 to 33%, while to this your Israeli is having with this your applications up to this your micro mode of irrigations more than 90% of to this your water use efficiency. This is the different components how this your 24 to 26% agriculture is the responsible part to this your emission of to this your greenhouse gases. Coming to this your pressure onto this your agriculture production, as our this your population burgeoning population is taking place. By 2050 it is expected that the world's populations will be more than 9 billions, and most of these your increase in these your populations, how these countries this your problem will occur. Here for example, do this your very brown color that is part to this your China and this your India, means these two countries will be most populous country, and accordingly their requirement of this your food grain will also increase. And this data has also depicted the same thing, and this data indicates that how this your our food productions is having direct footprint onto this your climate change. Look into this your if country are to this your people are having to this your non-vegetarian diet, they are giving much damage to this your climate, or they are more responsible for increasing to this your carbon footprint as comparison to this your vegetarian food habit. Here this slides indicates that while you are going to have this your 1 kg up to this your mutton, you have to this your used to you have to this your release 32,081 gram up to this your carbon dioxide, while in that comparison how this your banana, apple and potato, just they are having this your less than 1,000 up to this year gram up to this your release up to this your CO2. And such type of this your food pyramid, where you are having this your most up to this your vegetarian, or your maximum requirement is made by to this your vegetarian diet. So you are giving a very good means you are very cordial to this your climates. And while in reverse, if you are having to this your more into your diet to this your meats or such type of this your products, so you are not friendly to this your climate point of view. These figures also gives a very clear-cut picture that vegetarian foods that required only this or 500 square meter area, while you are having the mainly meat diet, almost 14 times enhancement, 7,000 square meter area. That I thought that information given by this your FAO is a very appealing. And coming to this your organic farming, though opting to this or organic farming in the present day, where we are fond of to this your chemical agriculture, it is a very difficult to this your opt it's all this your holistic aspect. Overall, organic farming is a very eco-friendly. Just you look to this your care that the health and to this your ecology and to this your means it is a very eco-friendly, and once a very good objective of to our very good principle of to this organic farming is it exclude the chemicals. And once you are going to this your exclude the chemicals, you are excluding to this your chemicals, you are excluding to this your pesticide, automatically you are very friendly to this your most of this your soils microflora and microfauna. So that problem is that organic produce this mostly that is going to this your costed, so its users are mostly this your country who are this your very health conscious, are having money to this your pay. Otherwise its market is increasing as very fast. In 2000 it was only $17.9 billion, and by 2018 it has come to this your by to this your 100 billions up to this your dollar. So that is the very good aspect in other way for climate sake, and for to this your biodiversity indirectly, because that is avoiding the use of these your chemicals. And in India, as this or my second state has come as the organic state, and there is the good scope for to this or increasing the area up to this your organic into this your NS region, where there is the application of to this your fertilizers and to this your pesticide is very less to less. Same way, this is the Amazon, and this Amazon is very much into this your Asian countries, where this your rice based farming is there. And this indicates that our farming system is the our agriculture or system is not sustainable, or that is not eco-friendly. Here this slide is the very important, that here you say that the how this your up to this your production to this your up to this your consumption purpose, up to consumption level, how we are going to this or lose our means production, or how we are means only production is the not important, other steps are very important. Here look into this or North America, in the Oceania countries, here 17% loss is in the productions, and 61% loss is into this your consumption purpose. Means they are while they are onto this your different hotel restaurant, they are this your spoiling to this your food. That is the problem. But in our Southeast Asian countries, their problem is into this your production, and major problem is to this your while we are taking to this your handling and storage. Our while in the during to this your consumptions, we are not losing so much of this your product. But these aspects and this slide or this information is the very valuable for to this your planners, policymakers, or persons working into this your agriculture domain, that handling and storage. Even many times we being the vegetable persons, we emphasize that vegetable production is the not only to this your only this your necessary. You have to pay more attention on its this your handling is post harvest management and value additions. And same way for to this your secondary agriculture, secondary horticulture, that is the very much important part to this your getting its full dividends after this your agriculture. In very good tune, India's data reflects that the 23% food grain productions, that is the loss, and 12% food loss, and the 21% up to this your vegetable loss. This much up to this your vegetables, even England like this your country is unable to produce what we lost during to this your post during to this your marketing or post harvest losses. And that how to minimize, that is the very much crucial issue. How you are developing to this your very means feasible cold storage facilities, and how even pre-cooling facilities, if that is the this your provided, that will be very useful to this or minimize to this your fruits and vegetables losses. And how this information says that every year 1.3 billion tons of food is wasted. And in same way, same times, 1 person out of 7 goes to this your bed as a empty stomach. So if little change into this your our food habit, and I well remember that on very Earth Day, our Honorable Vice Chancellor Sir was this year giving very much emphasis that our students and our hostel wardens and everyone should take care, and we should inculcate a very good habit that we should not waste the foods, because it is directly to this your curse part to this your very hungry society, and secondly it giving to this your very bad footprint onto this your our food production systems, climates, and others related problems. Friends, our food security is the well secured. We are having to this your 3 million metric tons up to these productions, but GHI, which was published, even it was criticized by to this your Indian agriculturist also, and I also criticized, but in some up to this your in this whole gametes, I look some this your possibilities, and I also peep into this your our management systems. So certainly I will say that is I am not fully agree that India's condition is the poor as compared to this Bangladesh, Myanmar, or Pakistan. But certainly I will emphasize that our food distribution systems must get improvement. There is a lot up to this or lacuna that must be addressed. And if these things are addressed by to this or by employing to this or our research and other developmental strategies and different by planning and policies, certainly will be able to this or achieve our all goals, and especially that sustainable goal which are directly related to this or our agriculture, such as goal 1, 2, 3, that is the zero hunger, no poverty, and 13 such as to this your climate action, and to this your 15 sustainable goal. That is the very good very good parameters that has and India has to achieve by to this 2030, and our Niti Aayog every time it is getting to this your appraisal from to this your each and every states, and every action is the monitored. Hunger's conditions it is not going to be this year finished, and it is expected that by 2030 there will be 841 million hungry people into this your world, and out of that 50%, almost 46% that will be into this your Asian countries. And this malnutrition data which has come early this year in Asia, this year 54% our children are this year stunted, while into this year Africa and to this year 40%, and West at 69% our in Asia, and 27% into this year Africa, and almost 45% overweighting, and almost 24% into this year Africa, that is to this year wasting. Friends, this though we have got a very good jump onto these productions, and very proudly we say that we have achieved this year 303 million metric tons. But as this population is increasing, burgeoning population, ceaseless fragmentation of land holding, and very incessant growth of to these urbanizations, that will give this means a very pressure onto this our agricultures. What we had to this agriculture areas, cultivable areas, 141 million per hectare in 70s, still that is the only 140 million hectare area. And every as this urbanization is going, as our this modernization is going, concept of smart cities are going, and how we are firstly we are changing our to this narrow lane to this broad lanes, all are in this galloping our very fertile of chunk of to this land, and in lieu of that, that is giving us to this polluted water, and this different other type of to this harmful effect. So how to this save to this agriculture, how to this increase this productions, looking to this our burgeoning population, that is the challenge for our agriculture scientists. And in that gamut to this malnutrition, and this if 37% of our children are malnourished, and though this data child mortality, that is the very different type of this data, it is calculated on this any child takes birth, and mortality happens in the 5 years, early 5 years. So on that aspect, it was 189, more than 189 in 1950s, and in 2021 its mortality rate is the 28 only. So we can say that country have got a very good to this improvements on that aspect, but still that is the very crude death. If any this your child gets birth and dies within 5 years, so that is the very much shocking. We should we have to take care for that. And anemia, that is the directly related to this your iron deficiency, and India almost 50% pregnant lady, means age between to this your 18 to this your 48, that is the 50% out to this your anemic. And some of this your Bimaru states such as Bihar and Jharkhand, that is having to this your very high rate of to this your anemia, while to this your few of these your state have taken a good care, such as Kerala and Sikkim, where there is the anemia rate is the minimum to minimum, or Kerala is having to this your minimum, followed by to this your Sikkim. Friends, while I am speaking on to this your malnutrition, I am least bothered about to this your protein energy malnutrition. I am more bothered about to this your micronutrient malnutrition. Micronutrient malnutrition means deficiency related to this your micronutrients, related to this your minerals, related to this your different sorts of to this your vitamins, and deficiency or health problems caused by to this your lack of different this your phytochemicals. So that is the very crucial issue in the present text. Means that requires a balanced diet, that requires a good address up to this or different need up to this or different minerals, and on that account country is losing to this or 6% of this your GDP, that happens to this your very huge amount. And this is the if citation that only 50 the intake of micronutrient is less than 50% of to this your RDA, what is the recommended by to this your ANIN or this your different agencies up to this your ICMR. So certainly we have to this your focus more attentions on to this your how to this your address to this your micronutrient. And today's topic that biodiversity, reaching the biodiversity, you can address the very well to this your micronutrient deficiency. That is the my focus. And in among different to this your indicators of to this your health related this your different this your malnutrition, micronutrient malnutrition. Obesity is also problem. Earlier it was considered that the obesity is the only due to this or overeating or excess eating. But recent concept has emerged that obesity is the not only due to this or overeating or this or excess eating, it is also a sort of to this your mineral deficiency. If you are not taking to this your diet is not balanced, your diet is not balanced with the different minerals, different micronutrients, different phytochemicals, you'll get to this your obesity. And you look to that in almost this problem is everywhere. Developed countries are more obese, and obesity is the problem. Obesity is the disease. It is not a simple cause. Obese persons are having to this very high blood pressures. Obese persons are having hypertensions, and obese persons are recent data indicates that they are very prone to this or diabetes, and even they are very prone to this or cancer. So balanced diet, that is the only answers. Mineral, how that is the answer? I will cite to this or one up to this or zinc. During to this or pandemic COVID periods, we are struggling for to this or zinc deficiency. Zinc problems. Even doctors are prescribing to this or zinc COVID like that. Zinc, we all know that zinc is the very important minerals. This or addressing the number of to this or enzymic process that is related to this your this your metabolism. And apart from all, it is having one of these very important antiviral actions. That is the very important, that is the zinc is having. And almost 33%, 31% our population, that though that data is old data, 31%, it means 1/3 of our population is this your deficient in a real of or in a spectrum of this your zinc deficiency. And in down it is a very good question has been mentioned that zinc act as a gatekeeper of to this your immune function. If you are not having to this your sufficient zinc, automatically you are having to this your means your immunity is down and you may be the prone. And further, how this your climate change that will take this your problems and increasing level up to this your CO2 that will create a problem. I will directly come to this your up to this your if that CO2 level is increasing almost 19.5%, our protein this your synthesis will down, and almost 14.6 to 14% our zinc and iron deficiency will take place. And this way almost 50% population, 50 million population is the deficiency into this your zinc, and 38 million populations is into this your protein, and 502 million populations is lining क्यों आ रही है? कहाँ से? नहीं क्यों आ रही है लाइन? क्यों लाइनिंग आई? हाँ? सर डॉक्टर डोबरियाल साहब, हेलो।
यस सर।
जी सर।
उस पर हमारे पीपीटी पर कुछ लाइनिंग आ रही है?
हाँ लाइनिंग दिख रही है सर, ये स्क्रैच।
कैसे स्केच कैसे आया?
ये शायद
सर कर्सर से आ गया है सर।
कुछ और
कर्सर से आया सर, कोई फंक्शन हाईलाइट हो गया होगा, उससे कर्सर से आ गया।
हाँ, एक बार डॉक्टर तनुज।
Yes, sir. Actually, some student, I think, notion was actually जो note करते वो on था, so that's why I think कोई student annotate किया है.
अच्छा,
annotate को disable करना पड़ेगा actually.
अच्छा, ठीक है आप।
Some हाँ, annotate clear.
Any solution of that? Re करते हैं हम। तनुज।
अभी फिलहाल sir, yes sir, please. You can continue, sir. You can continue, sir.
Okay, then.
You can continue. I'm trying. So someone who have done this, okay, sir.
So, means major emphasis that if the CO2 level increase, the synthesis of this your protein and iron and zinc will get affected. That is the very much problems, and these problems happen to the much more part to this your country like to this your Sri Lanka, Myanmar, Bangladesh, Pakistan, India, where we are having a lining. क्यों आ रहे?
Sir, can you please आप स्क्रीन शेयर को बंद कीजिए सर प्लीज। मैं बंद करता हूँ। हाँ, नाउ सर प्लीज स्टार्ट अगेन। I think some student maybe.
Okay.
Now it's clear, sir.
Yeah.
फुल उसमें कर दीजिए।
फुल कर।
स्लाइड शो में सर, स्लाइड शो नहीं है।
So that is the very important issues that how this your increasing level of this your CO2 is going to this your reduce the synthesis of this protein, zinc and iron. And if my this your presentation is listening Dr. Vijay Lakshmi and other this your physiologist, they have to this your study, and this research has been published in the latest journal of this your Lancet, that C3 plants are mostly getting this your affected with to this your increasing level of to this your CO2, and these problems happen to the very much into this your our countries, India, and to this other South Asian countries. Here you look to in this your Sri Lanka. We are Sri Lanka is having 69% dependency or 69% source of zinc from to this your C3 grains and 46% iron from to this your C3. In India, we are having to this your 71% our zinc availability from to this your C3 plants and 59% our availability of iron from to this your C3 plant. And major C3 plants are major our diet, that is the wheat, rice and barley. And here I have cited the examples of to this your C4 plants. So how our diet diversification is taking place, that should be the one of to this your very important issues. How we have lost to this your biodiversity. I am citing one this your very existing and information, or that was in Bogi into this your earlier into this your different hilly tracts and different tribal areas, and but how with the advancement we are to this your changing this your very holistic this your systems. Dr. Dobrial Saab, I am citing this information from your Garhwal states. There was this your means 12 grains, and mostly you look to these your different grains, kulthi, marsa, mandua, jangra, mung, urd, rajma, pat, lobia, oat, and 1-2 crops up to this your farmer's choice. How this was given to this your diversity to this your food baskets, and how they were mineral rich to this your cereals, to pseudo cereals, to this your millets and different legumes and different leafy vegetables. But presently we are changing our to this your such type of this your production systems, and many times I used to say that earlier our this your consumption was the production based, and now our this your consumption has changed, and that has based on to this your purchased based food habit. Means earlier we had to this your production based food habits, so our body was quite sound. We were not facing any to this your micronutrient deficiency, no any micronutrient disorder, no malnutrition disorders. But present day, once we have narrowed our to this your food basket, and we have our dependency onto this your purchased based food habits, we are inviting most of these your problems. And morning hours, this your Honorable Vice Chancellor, I am very much emphasizing to this your Honorable Vice Chancellor, this your his presidential remark, and very nicely he was mentioning that earlier into this your Punjab there was more than 30-35 varieties of their wheat were in the this your chain, and now that has reduced to this your only 3 to 4 varieties. So that type of this your earlier we changed our to this your agriculture production systems, went from to this your multi-cropping to this your monocropping, and now we are changing our production system to this your mono variety systems. You look that if in future if any havoc comes like from as this or we are facing this your COVID problem or any such type of this your problems happens, what will be the fate of our to this your monotypic varieties or mono variety cultivations? And this information has I am citing in the tune of to this your or in context of to this your, it's a nutritional spectrum. You might have to this your all my students and delegates earlier might have this your taken to this your red rice, even to this your black rice, but day by day our this your how this your diversity is of this your variety is losing. In Bangladesh, once a time it was more than 5,000 varieties in cultivation, and it has reduced to this or only 23 varieties. In Thailand, more than 6,000 varieties were into this your cultivation, that has reduced to this or only 37%. And in FAS report and others, you'll look that every variety is having its different constituents. NIN's recent it's this your publication onto this your nutritional analysis up to this your different commodities, that has very very clear cut this your tabulation has been made about to this your different products from the different zones, different varieties are having the different of its nutrition spectrum. So once we are this your narrowing our to this your biodiversity, automatically we are inviting to this your depletion of to this your nutrition from our food sources, and automatically we are inviting the problem of micronutrient malnutrition. This is the again example of to this your Alaknanda value, where earlier we had a different type of this your coarse grains, cereal grains, and even to this your phagoparum such as buckwheat, and to this your perilla proteins as a leafy vegetables. But as we are getting to this your new informations, we are changing this all without this your having any this your interest that these varieties, these coarse grains, these wild vegetables, they were very nutrient rich. Friends, going to this or in final part of this or our presentations, I have selected this or topic biodiversity and nutritional security. In nutritional security, I will emphasize that the vegetables are having the immense role, and country has got a very good gift of this your climate. We are producing more than 60 types of the vegetables, right from snow line to this your seashores, and I mean so right from temperate areas to this your coastal areas, from arid to this your humid areas. And here you look to this your how this your as this your vegetables are this your very this your short duration crops, and they are having very high tonnage in per unit area. So how they are excelling into this their protein yield? Look to this your most of these your brassica vegetables as cauliflower, cabbage, broccoli. How it's their protein yielding capacity is much higher than to this your rice, wheat, maize, and same way to this your solanaceous vegetables and some these your leafy vegetables. That is the comparison part to this your protein, and it is a comparison part to this your minerals. Minerals, our vegetables are matchless, and no any cereal crops can match to this your minerals content of to this your our vegetables. Vegetables are very rich into this your minerals, and most of these your leafy vegetables, they are very rich into this your minerals. They are very good source of fibers, and they are very good source of the different antioxidant. And mostly these are leafy vegetables, they are very good source of to this or lutein and zeaxanthin. And lutein and zeaxanthin, that is the very important pigments, and that is not gets its synthesis into this or human body unless you take from to this or leafy sources, and that is a very much related to give strength to this your macular region of to this your eyes. So that information and other way all these your vitamin except B12 vitamins that is lacking in all my these your vegans. Otherwise all these your vitamins that is almost even for this your vitamin C, I will say that the 90% our vitamin C, so this your need of this your body is completed only by this your our vegetables and to this your food sources. Others are very poor source. And in that gametes, most of to these your wild vegetables are underutilized vegetables. They are also very rich into this your different minerals, and they are also having a immense medicinal properties. And second beauty of this your most of these your wild vegetables are underutilized vegetables are that they are they have got their birth into this your in our Indian continents, and they are having immense potential to survive under to this your adverse climatic conditions. They don't require to this your very intensive care. They don't require intensive applications of to this your chemicals and to this your pesticide. So other way they are very safe, and that can be taken and that can be popularized also. And for that sake I was having my interest to this your bringing a good of this your literature, because early days when I was working at to this your IIBR and others institutions, so that time I was facing to this your dearth of information on to this your this underutilized and to this your wild vegetables. So right from to this your domestic to this your velvet bean and to this your aquatic vegetables, I brought to this your literature, and that can be referred by this your my students and some of these your interested delegates who are interested for that. Friends, globally we are saying that the Mediterranean diet is the very good diet. Mediterranean diet is the very means environmental eco-friendly. It is very rich into this your nutrition and very balanced nutrition. It doesn't give to this your obesity, and same times it is the also very this your as per to this your our social cultural liking also, and safe part to this your. So we have to this your not only our eyes should be concentrated onto this your productions, different aspect of this your productions, how that is the crop is the eco-friendly, how that is the this your catering the need of our nutritions, and how it is well fitted into this your our social cultural systems. That aspect must be considered. We should not be only to this your selecting variety, or to selecting the crop, or selecting our practice for to this your only enhancing productions. So such type of this your schematic presentations that is looked at how this your biodiversity, environment, climate, that is sustainable diet, and every aspect is the nicely knitted, well woven. And if we are this your nurturing to this your nature, nurturing to this your biodiversity, certainly it is it will give this your very good scope to enhance our horizon for selection or our horizon for to this your different sources of this your availability of to this your foods, and for if that is the varied sources of to these your foods, if our food basket is quite large, so automatically we'll be able to this your get more micronutrients, more minerals, and more vitamins, and that will not face to this your problem of micronutrient malnutrition. So with this, I thanks to this your organizers for to this your giving me the opportunity. Biodiversity in general and vegetable diversity, that is the very important, and that is very important for our health, wealth, and to this your prosperity. Just we have to change in our mindsets, and if the such type of this your holistic mindset we are bringing, automatically we can save to this your biodiversity, and we can ensure to this your good nutritional security to this your peoples. Thanks for giving me the opportunity.
Yes, sir. Sir, as always, your presentation keeps wide knowledge for us. Today's presentation, you highlighted many issues related to the global biodiversity losses and the impact of climate change on our food system. Sir, you also discussed about the arising health problem in current scenario, like lacking of micronutrients, malnutrition in our food. So they will cause the low immunity for us. So, sir, overall, your presentation was very informative and valuable for our students as well as all participants. So thank you so much, sir.
Thanks, Dr. Garima, for your remarks.
Thank you. Now, I would like to invite Dr. Sonia ma'am to introduce our next speaker. So kindly, Sonia ma'am, come and invite.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. Am I audible, ma'am?
Yes, ma'am, yes.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone present here. It's a great privilege for me to be a part of this webinar. So our next speaker is Dr. Yumnam Bijilakshmi Devi, and she is going to speak on a very important topic, that is nurturing soil diversity by sustaining soil health. So before handing over to the speaker, I would like to give a brief introductions about Dr. Yumnam. Dr. Yumnam is currently working as an assistant professor in the Department of Natural Resource Management under College of Horticulture and Forestry, RLBCAU, Jhansi. Dr. Devi completed her MSc Agriculture in Soil Science and Agricultural Chemistry at College of Postgraduate Studies, Central Agricultural University, Imphal, and she completed her PhD in Soil Science at Assam Agricultural University, Jorhat, in the year 2018. So prior to joining in RLBCAU, Dr. Devi has worked as Senior Research Fellow under NICRA at ICAR Northeastern Hill Region during 2018 to 2019. And after that, she was appointed as an assistant professor in the Department of Soil Science at Lovely Professional University. And out there, she was working there for 5 months during 2019. So as Dr. Devi is in the beginning stage of her career, she is involved in few in-house projects and is under consideration of holding some external funded projects. She also has accomplished many publications like research articles, review articles, so many good book chapters, technical bulletins, and many more. So now I request Dr. Yumnam to kindly deliver her topic. So over to Yumnam Bijilakshmi.
Thank you very much, Sonia ma'am, for giving me a brief introduction about me and inviting me for the talk. So for today, a very good afternoon to all the participants again. So by now, you all must have been exhausted, as we are also, we know that. So I'll be crisping my presentation in a very short way, and we have already heard many things from the experts that we have heard before. So namely, Dr. Bir Singh sir has talked about many important things, Then Ajit Thakur sir also talked, Dr. Wangchu sir, then Dr. Pandey sir and Dr. Manmohan Dobryal sir. So compared to them, I have nothing. I'm just at the very beginning, so I don't have much experience. But so I'll be discussing a very simple, a basic topic related to our biodiversity. So let me please share the slide. Is it visible?
Yeah, it's visible.
So today the topic that I have taken up to talk about it is the nurturing the soil biodiversity by sustaining the soil health. So soil biodiversity and the soil health, it is almost interchangeable and interlinked. So if the biodiversity is conserved, the soil health will automatically be conserved. Then if we have the soil health to be maintained, that will also be helping the soil biodiversity to be conserved. So in both ways, it will be working out. So I'll be talking about how much importance of this biodiversity it is now at this hour, and we can help it by sustaining our soil health. So it is very much related. So at first, simple, I'll be, let me just giving some. Okay. So this biodiversity by the term we know, and we have acquired with many extra connotations to common use, but by simply biodiversity, we know that it is simply the number and proportion of different species present on this earth. And the potential biodiversity in the soil is spectacular. It is estimated then in excess of more than a quarter, that is more than 25% of all the species on earth that is existing in the soils. So, but there is a threat coming on its way, that is 6 mass extinction. So life on Earth, we have suffered as many as 5 mass extinctions of biodiversity in its long history, which is caused by massive volcanic eruptions, deep ice ages, meteorite impacts, and clashing continents. But now some scientists, they believe that a 6 mass extinction is on its way and it has already begun. So this one is very different, which is not caused by the geology or any other natural climate change, but by a single species, that is us. So as rightly talked about by the Dr. Veer Singh sir in his slide, he has also talked that the slogan for this year, it is we are the part of the solution. Sir also said that we are the cause of that problem. So that in both ways we can do so. If we are the cause of that problem, we can also be the solution of that problem. So because why we are the main problem? So humans and our livestock, now we consume almost 25 to 40% of the total planet's entire primary production. That is the energy captured by plants on which all the biodiversity depends. So we have become a very ferocious top predator across the entire globe. So now that we are the only one that we should be helping, and we are, yes, obviously part of the solution. So I'll be focusing about the soil biodiversity, because we are talking about soil health and soil biodiversity, and more than 25% of the biodiversity, it is found in the soil. So yes, it's alive. Soil is much more than you think, and the soil biodiversity, it is a foundation for human life. So the soil, we say it is alive because of the presence of only those microorganisms and macroorganisms, and also any kind of living beings which is living and in there. So they are performing many of the functions, which is again returning it back to our planet Earth and helping it to nurture ourselves and to maintain the sustaining ability of the environment. So yes, so soil, it is very much alive. So talking about the soil biodiversity, yes, as seen like biodiversity, it is simply the mix of all those living organisms in the soil, and they interact with each other. The biodiverse, how diverse, like each particle or each of the components, they are interacting with each other, and they are forming a wave of biological activities. And yes, this soil is by far the most biological diverse part of Earth. So from anywhere where we'll be getting the diversity, we are getting the most diverse form in the soil itself. So this soil food web, it includes beetles, sprinklers, mites, worms, spiders, ants, nematodes, fungi, bacteria, and mostly all the other organisms. It even includes macroorganisms like earthworms, ants, termites. So all these, it is included here. So yes, just now I have discussed that their soils are home to more than 25% of the Earth's total biodiversity, and it supports the life on land, on and water, and they do the nutrient cycling and retention. So they are very much important for our day-to-day life and to sustain our life on the Earth. So these they do the nutrient cycling, they produce the food production, pollution remediation. Also, they do this biodiversity and climate regulations. Then, and whenever what we have to focus now is that whenever we are trying these land management practices assessment, land management assessment, we have to keep our mind in the center the soil biota. So soil biota, it should be always keep in mind. We should not be relying on any single factor like only crop productivity. We should not be thinking about that. So we should be accumulating with other things, because all these organisms, they are intimately tied to multiple processes that ecosystems and our society rely upon. So the soils are a reservoir of the soil, this biodiversity. So there are more living organisms in a tablespoon of soil. In simple, a tablespoon of soil, then there are people on Earth. So a healthy biodiverse soil, they include the vertebrates, invertebrates, viruses, fungi, bacteria, lichens, and also the plants. They have a multitude of ecosystem functions and services. They provide benefit to everyone and everything on living on this Earth. So there is very much importance of soil biodiversity, and this diverse community, they keep the soil healthy and fertile. I have talked about these biological part also. They will be helping the soil to become fertile, and the fertile soil will again in return, it will be making the sustainable environment or optimum environment for the biodiversity to nourish. Then soil biodiversity, it is also essential for our food. So the nutrients that we are getting from our this one, it is estimated that more than 95% of our food is directly or indirectly produced in our soils. So from here only our food we will be getting. So more diverse and healthy soils, if there is, then there we can go more and more of different varieties of vegetables and plants, and we can consume that. And the nutrition that this depends on these healthy biodiverse soils. The more the diverse, the more nutrient cycling will be there. Their functioning will be more active and will be getting more amount of nutrients, which is essential for our growth. So through edible parts of the plants which will be consuming, then it will also be one source from the soil that we can get. So if we nourish the soil better, if we maintain the soil health, the human health will also be good. Then soil biodiversity, it is also needed for our health. From the biodiversity itself, there are many important sources of chemical and genetic resources. Nowadays, in new medicines, also many of the important resources we are having. For example, like antibiotics, the products of antibiotics, very example, penicillin. Antibiotics we are using in our nowadays medicinal purposes. So for that, this penicillin, it was originally extracted from a small fungus living in the soil. So there are many other varieties which is used for many other properties like biocontrol agent, these antibiotics, many other things which they help in improving our health. Then it has been, the studies have by Food and Agriculture Organization of the United States, they have stated that the studies, they show that exposing the children, by exposing our children to the microorganisms in healthy soils, they can improve their resilience to diseases. They can help prevent their health problems and reduce the disease occurrence such as allergy, asthma, autoimmune disease, and depression also. So that is why in our older times, many of us, they suggest that we should go in open field and play. So like that, our immune system will be boosted up, and otherwise always staying inside indoor, it will not be helping us to boost our immune. So soil biodiversity, they also help to breathe good air, and they fight the climate change. So these, the more diverse these organisms, the more activity will be happening, and these most healthy soils. One of the very important point here I want to discuss is healthy soils. They provide the largest store of carbon on Earth. So we know that Nowadays, the problem of global warming is that it is because of that climate change has come. So that the main reason for this global warming greenhouse emissions is one of the main factor. It is the carbon which is released into the atmosphere. So there are many things which can store the carbon properly inside them, like land, soil, air, water, then vegetation. So all these things, they can store the carbon and retain in its place. So when these are stored in its place, it will be better. It will be retaining itself, and we will not allow them to release into the air. So if the air is not having enough of carbon, so it will not be having greenhouse gases. So automatically it will be reducing our these greenhouse emission gas, and it will give us a clear air. So if we maintain the soil biodiversity in the soil, it will help us again to gain the clean air or clean environment that we hope for. So, but now the threat. Before also about the sixth extinction I have talked about. So there is a threat to soil biodiversity. So biodiversity, most of these human resources, they rely on the soils and soil biodiversity. They are under the threat because of the land degradation, climate change happening, unsustainable soil management practices, stealing of the soil, pollution, urbanization, and misuse of all the natural resources that we are having now. So some of the ecosystems, they may never recover from the damage done also. So now it is a time, and we should know that we should keep in mind that soils are finite. They are finite, they are non-renewable. They are finite and they are non-renewable resource because they cannot be replenished within the human lifespan. So we should be very much careful in using the soil and maintaining the biodiversity in the soil. So it is this formation of soil, it relies on a very complicated balance between the time, climate, topography, underlying parent material, and of course the microorganisms. So these are the factors of soil forming factors which will be giving us the exactly soil. So it takes a lot of time. So decades and decades of time, it used to take 1 centimeter of soil. So therefore, the timing, the swiftness in which we have to act to protect the soil, it is very crucial. So we can guess what we can do to help save our biodiversity. So first of all, we can go for simple, sustainable soil management. Sustainable soil management without adding any more these inorganic chemicals, it will be an integral part of protecting soil biodiversity. There are some more of these practices which are very simple. That is by avoiding the removal of vegetation. If we don't remove the vegetation, the habitat or vegetation of that particular soil will be better. It will be protected from the erosion, direct heating. Then maintaining the crop diversity. By maintaining the crop diversity, we'll be able to provide the space and time, different space and time for the particular group of organisms to utilize them. So the particular area of soil will not be extracted or exploited in that particular area. So they will be getting some uniform utilization, and they will get enough time to replenish itself or restore itself. So this is why we can do this one. Then we have to avoid the monocultures, because monocultures, they will be only exhausting the similar type of nutrients or any kind of these resources they will be taking upon only that thing. So if we intercrop with something, the requirement will be different. The restoration time that the soil will get, it will be it will be better. So composting, natural shelters, they help. Then erosion. Erosion, it is, as Honorable Vice Chancellor Sir also today, he has talked about much about the conservation measures. So erosion is one of the very important factor which will be making us the loss of soil biodiversity. We know that the most fertile part of the soil, it is on the surface, and because of the action of water and wind, they will be taking out all those these soil portions along with the biodiversity which was present or habitating in that portion. So that we need to prevent. So that is one of the way that we can help. So now, like we are part of the solution. These things that are those that we can do. Then some more processes which will take some more time is that crop rotation, intercropping, then agroforestry system, which will be largely mitigating the climate change by reducing the air emissions. Then they will be helping in building of plant biomass in the soils. So all these things we are pointing towards the maintaining soil health. So, but the biodiversity का important जो है, just now we have discussed. So everything it is pointing towards the maintaining of soil health. So if we maintain the soil health enough, the biodiversity can always be restored and conserved. So the soil health, by the term soil health, it is simply synonym, as a synonym we use as soil quality, and it is defined as simply the capacity of soil, the capacity of soil to function as a vital living system within ecosystem and land use boundaries to sustain any plant and animal productivity, and they should be maintain or enhance water and air quality. Means in a short, soil health should be optimum, and they should have the ability to produce. They should have the ability to produce, and they should promote plant health and animal health. So the soil health is one of the three components of environmental quality, besides water and air quality. So these are the three important natural resources, which are the very important component of environmental quality, which is needed by us for our normal sustaining of life. So soil health, this optimum. On optimum soil health, they require a balance, right? Balance between these soil functions for productivity, environmental quality, and plant and animal health. And these are very much affected by our management and land use decisions. So what we are doing with our land, so what we are doing, urbanization, we are doing agriculture system, we are doing, if we are planting more trees, that management and land use system, it will be affecting the optimum soil health condition of that particular soil. So good management practices that consider soil health, they must consider all these functions, not only focusing on single functions like crop productivity, we should also be focusing on these other terms so that we will be able to maintain our soil health. And consequently, it will be helping our biodiversity to be restored and conserved. Then relationships of microorganisms with plants and and animals, we suggest major contributors to the soil health. So soil health, they are having three these components: physical, chemical, and biological. So under the biological part, the soil microorganisms, they play a very important role. And nowadays, crops which are grown on biologically rich soils, according to Rive et al. And his associates during 2016, they have stated that these crops grown on biologically rich soils, they may lead to nutrient-dense healthy foods, in contrast to the previous notion of the early 20th century. So biologically rich, it's better even for health also. So overall, these are the principles to improve soil health. So before I discuss these points, I would like to just summarize about how this soil has formed and how these soil health will be affected by the physical portion. So first, we know that from the volcanic eruption, the rocks and minerals, they have been weathered, they have been disintegrated and decomposed to the small particles, and they have formed the primary particles. So that primary particles, when they have been combined or congested with the cementing agents like organic matter, iron, manganese, zinc, many other organic acids, so they will be forming some structure. So because of that formation of structure due to the binding agents, they have formed a particular structure. So that structure is the main key thing for the soil health. So that structure, if we know that normal proportion should be maintained in the soil. Around 45% mineral matter should be there, organic matter should be by weight, by volume, 5% should be there, then 25% at least air, 25% which can be variable to 12 to 35% air and 35%, 12 to 35% water. So if we maintain the proportionate components of these four in a particular soil, and these particular soil is having this definite composition, it will be obviously having the better soil health because it has maintained that system component, and from there, the organisms which they will be living, they will be getting the enough space, they will be getting the enough oxygen, they will be getting the enough optimum condition that they need for growing. So first of all, this physical is important. So to know our soils and to improve, what we can do again. This is the just basic one. So now what we can do to improve this soil health under the physical part. So we have to know what is the texture of our soil. So after understanding the texture of our soil, we can know this particular type of texture it is having this, then how should we manage this? If a particular is having sandy texture and if a particular is having clay texture, both are having some of the defaults. So those conditions we can try to manage by adding some amendments. Then we should be trying to optimize the water balance through drainage of necessary because I just now I have told components of air, water, and mineral matter and organic matter. They should be in optimum. So water balance, if we don't maintain, drainage is the problem. They will be surely causing the waterlogging problem, and there will be a problem or shortage of oxygen inside the soil. So because of that, most of the beneficial organisms that they are growing, these biodiversity, they are mostly aerobic. So they need oxygen to grow, and the products they form after decomposition of organic matter, everything they need for that this oxygen. Otherwise, toxic materials or toxic compounds they form. That is why this making the good drainage and avoiding the waterlogging, it is also very important. And overall, the main basic thing that we have to improve is soil structure. So by improving this soil structure, soil structure, how can we improve? Is that simple by addition of lots and lots of organic matter into the soil. So then under the biological aspect, what we can do? We have to feed the soil regularly through plants and organic matter. Yes. How we are doing this soil structure is just by adding these plants and animals organic compounds. So they will be very good. Then the soil, we have to do a very minimum tillage. We have to move the soil only when we have to, because we know that an ecosystem has been built inside it. Many of the diverse organisms are present in the soil. If we disturb it again and again, their ecosystem will be broken, and then we will be having that disturbance. So because of that, their biodiversity may be lost. So that is why we should keep in mind that we should not be disturbing the soil again and again. That is why many things like minimum tillage, zero tillage, conservation tillage, many things have come up. Then we should be growing different crops, diversity in plants, because we should try to explore the different space and different time from the soils, so that it will be in even time, and the soils will get enough time to restore it. Then under the chemical part, we have to maintain one very important chemical property of the soil, that we have to maintain the soil pH. If we maintain the soil pH, we'll be able to help any other chemical properties to maintain the soil health. Because we know that chemical properties, these are all related, like cation exchange capacity, anion exchange capacity, all these important chemical properties, they are very much related to the pH. So if we maintain the pH within the normally range 6.5 to 7.5, then we can surely help them get enough nutrients. And all these are related with the nutrients. So by maintaining a perfect within a range of this pH, we'll be able to supply lots of nutrients, and it is also in the available form to the plants and animals, and also to the microorganisms, or by the biodiversity we are getting there. And we should know a particular our buffering capacity of a soil. So if a buffering capacity, it is the ability not to change when given some stress. So buffering capacity, the more the buffer capacity of the soil, the better the soil health. Because buffering capacity, if it is less, because of some of the activities, the environment change, the biodiversity that they were occurring there, we might lose we may be sensitive to that change. For example, if we know that lots of the microorganisms like fungi, they are able to grow in acidic soil. So for acidic soils, if buffering capacity is very less, and we apply lime and just it changes very sharply, then the organisms, these fungi which were growing properly in that acidic portion, we will not be able to grow in that changed pH. So the buffering capacity is also a good property of the soil and chemical property, and we should be knowing how much we can alter those. So that was all about that, the principles to know how to improve the soil health. So I just want to wind up with nutrient cycling. So nutrient cycling, it is done, it is moving from up atmosphere, soil, vegetation, all the nutrients, carbon, nitrogen, phosphorus, it is not going out. But yes, most of the these nutrients, they are going nitrogen, especially nitrogen and phosphorus, nitrogen and oxygen. Nitrogen and carbon. So these nitrogen and carbon, if they are doing that circulation in better way, so they will be giving a better soil health. So by maintaining a soil health, just now I have told, very good soil health, they will provide us many soil mediated ecosystem services, like they will be controlling the erosion, carbon and nitrogen storage, which is a very important component for our climate change को curl up करने के लिए. the nutrient availability for both the nutrients and for both the microbes and for both the biodiverse plants ke liye bhi, microbes ke liye bhi. Then soil acidity elevation. Then there are some health factors which will be indicating that how we'll know that soil health is okay or not. So in order to know that, we have to know what is the soil erosion happening there in that place, soil porosity, infiltration, soil organic carbon kitni hai, then these soil inorganic nitrate, nitrogen, these things. So I just wanted to tell among that, out of that 3 aspects, the biological part, it is interchangeable. Hum soil health ko improve karenge to it will also be improving the these biodiversity, and biodiversity will be on the way, it will be improving the soil health. So these, among those 3, these soil organisms, they are having many good properties, roles to play. That is why it is helping of us to maintain the good health, and also it is helping to sustain the environment. So these organisms, they provide the main source of their food is on the detritus. There is any kind of organic matter that they are getting in the soil, and from here they can work upon many functions, like they control the plant disease and pests. They decompose organic matter, which will be giving us the nutrient cycling. After decomposing only, means there is, according to these, we have to give back some amount of harvested portions to the soil, so that like the carbon or any kind of nutrients that the plants have taken up, it should be returned back to the soil. So it will be better. So that decomposing organic matter, then improving soil structure, because they produce some organic acids and many other compounds, which, for example, earthworms, they produce this glomalin. So they attach, they keep these soil particles intact. So they improve the soil structure. So they help in these things, and they sequester, even they sequester carbon and they store it. So the more the carbon can be stored in any kind of thing, soil may, water may, these vegetation may, everything is good in controlling our global warming, because it is reducing the emission of our greenhouse gases. And some of the organisms, they detoxify the contaminants in the soil also. Nowadays, also problem about the this one, it's coming, contaminants, pollution, it's coming. So that function is also can be seen. So according to Beck and his associates 2010, they have summarized the soil organisms, what they provide the functions. So they provide the functions about human well-being, terrestrial life and diversity. They provide clean water and aquatic life. They provide climate regulation. So all these biodiversity, different biodiverse, these soil and under the soil, they help in managing all these functions. So at the conclusion, what are those strategies to which we should help in maintaining the soil health? And consequently, this maintaining the soil health will be eventually managing or conserving our biodiversity in the soil. So first of all, we have talked about the 3 principles. We should be improving the physical, chemical, and biological properties of the soil. That can be easily done by taking some good management practices, by adding lots of organic matter, doing reclamation process for chemical problems. Then next is organic agriculture. It nurtures the soil biodiversity. So soil biodiversity, obviously, without using any inorganic chemicals, this organic agriculture and any organic or inorganic chemicals, without using that, it will not be hampering the soil biodiversity, because the inorganic chemicals or pollutants or even the fertilizers, they are termed as pollutants when it is in more amount. So they will be sensitive to the biodiversity and it will be hampered. So using the system of organic agriculture, it will obviously nurture the soil biodiversity in the present period. Then not only from organic agriculture, from the intensive agriculture, we can also try to improve. We can also try to improve the soil health by these following points. So these following points, we should be supplying organic matter into the soil. By supplying organic matter into the soil means, according to the principle of soil conservation and agriculture, so in that at least 30% of the harvested these products, it should be mixed inside the soil. So it should be given back to the soil, so that the soil should have a proper maintenance of nutrients. So we know that soil are finite and they are not renewable. So if whatever is taken out from the soil, it should be given it back in order to have the particular soil health. So for that purpose, whatever we are harvesting, we should be also again supplying to that. So that is why we should give them time. We should add organic matter, Then different plant varieties use karke will be able to use the different space and time. Then we should protect the habitat of soil organisms by maintaining the temperature, by maintaining the water level. If too much high temperature or low temperature, we should do some mulching. So these methods we can follow to improve the soil health. And some by agronomical practices like crop rotation, intercropping. So if only one particular type of crops will be using the same amount of these resources, I have already discussed now. So those things, it should be avoided. So we should be using intercropping. Otherwise, crop rotation will also help in maintaining the soil health. And yes, reducing the pollution. The pollution, it is not in the hand of soil or in the hand of whole agriculturists. So it should be, it is in the hand of among all of us. So we should try to remove that pollutants that we are applying to the soil. We know that soil is a very dumping zone, high dumping zone, where most of the waste materials have been dumped. So there they are causing many problems, like even the fertilizers, they are acting as pollutant when they are present in high amount. Some of the heavy metals, they are very much present inside the soil because we are dumping electronical parts. So from electronics around these arsenic, cadmium, so they used to come out, and the microorganisms or biodiversity, even the plants and microorganisms, they are very much sensitive towards this presence of the heavy metals. Not only us, first they will be suffering, then later on we also will be suffering from our own deeds. Then the last point is the less disturbance of the soil. So we should always be trying to do not disturb conservation. It is leading towards the conservation agriculture. So if we prepare the soil or land in such a way that we are not disturbing that system properly, because there the organisms are habitating, they are living there. So if we disturb, they will be exposed. The optimum temperature and air and water, whatever they were getting before, everything will be hampered. So the minimum disturbance we can do, it will always be helping the soil health. So from here, this topic today, I wish to say that by maintaining the soil health properly, we will be able to save our biodiversity. And we know that more than 25% of the total biodiversity, it is found in the soil. So soil biodiversity, it is the foundation for human life. And we've taken soils for granted for too long. So let's keep the soil alive and protect the soil biodiversity. Thank you.
Thanks, Dr. Vijay Lakshmi ji. You have given excellent presentations and major emphasis on the soil and you are while concluding to this your presentations, you are mentioning that soil is the fulcrum of all these your dynamics, and once this your soil is maintained, every biodiversity will be maintained. So that approach should be from to this right from to this your soil, and different components what you have narrated about right from to this your intercropping to this your mixed cropping, and mentioning about to this your different microorganisms which are the home of to this your soil. Certainly that are the that needs a very holistic approach, and in modern farming we have this your ruined in fact to this your our very soil health, and that is causing one of these major trouble to this your today's. So yeah, you have presented and you have knitted your slides in very excellent way. Very good informations you have delivered. Thanks. Congratulations for delivering such a nice talk.
Thank you, sir. Dr. Garima, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Ma'am, आवाज आ रही है?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so अभी क्या thank you या सीधे सर कोई valedictory address ले. Okay, so finally thank you so much, ma'am. You presented very well the very most important topic regarding to the soil biodiversity. As you said that the soil biodiversity is responsible for overall regulation of ecosystem. Soil micro and as well as macroorganisms are very important for decomposition and makes nutrients available to the sustainable food production. Ma'am, you well discussed on threats to soil biodiversity, which are land use changes, urbanization, unsuitable soil practices, etc. And definitely, ma'am, if we are talking about the sustainability of ecosystem, we should focus on the conservation of the soil biodiversity by the adapting of many practices like adaptation of agroforestry techniques, crop rotations, organic farming, and check the soil erosion. So thank you so much for such a important and a nice presentation. And also thank you for put your ultimate efforts to organize this event successfully. Thank you so much, ma'am. And I'm again request to our Dean, Dr. A.K. Pandey, sir. Sir, please come for valedictory address.
First, I will request to, you may request to Dr. Dobriyal Saab to say this thing, then.
Yes, sir.
Yes,
Dr. Saab, please
so,
put your remarks.
I think we are now very late. Some of the participants are saying that this webinar is too long. I also agree that we took little time, but we tried for 3 hours, but it exceeded. Sorry for inconvenience. And I hope from the different delegations, right from the special guest, Dr. Veer Singh, who was addressing from Toronto, and our Honorable Vice Chancellor, Dr. Arvind Kumar, as well as our Dean, Dr. A.K. Pandey Sahab on the vegetable biodiversity, and our colleague, Dr. Vijay Lakshmi and myself. I think you might have taken some of the aspects of those deliberations, and hope in future we will try to improve, limit the time. We agree for that, and sorry for inconvenience. And the better is you take the giveaway message from this webinar, so that especially the students to have the means the utility of this day celebration. So that's from my side. Thank you, sir.
Thanks, Dr. Dobriyal Saab. Dr. Vijay Lakshmi, if any student wants to give comments, we can also listen.
Yes, sir. Is there any student who wish to interact or ask some queries about that? But the feedback from everyone will be getting who has participated in the webinar. Just after completion of this, in the mail you'll be getting the feedback from. Thank you for the inconvenience. And I also spoke too fast because it was already very late. So because of that person, or is there any students who wish to communicate?
They can send in chat box also. Now the query is there, they can send in chat box.
Dr. Vijay Lakshmi, anyone interested? Any delegates?
Or any of the delegates who wish to interact, you may join the interaction.
Or any other faculty? Dr. Gaurav ji?
Yes, Dr. Jay Shankar sir has wrote something.
Please.
He has said the knowledge has no limits in such a pandemic situation. Such a wonderful webinar was organized by you all. Time never matters for knowledge. Great way of the day use. Yes, sir. Thank you for your warm words. But yeah, we know that we couldn't manage properly the time because of some or the other thing. So from next time, we'll surely try to improve our shortcoming of this time management. So is there anyone who wish to?
Dr. Gaurav.
Thank you, sir, for giving me this opportunity. See, all these speakers discussed about various aspects, and I think that when we जैसे कहते हैं ना मंथन होता है समुद्र का तो टाइम लगता ही लगता है. So to get to the point, we need to have some time, and I think in the end it was a very concrete understanding of the biodiversity in general. So I think it has been a very fruitful day. Many of new things I was just working and listening to the speakers, many of new things. Even I learned few things from Vijay Lakshmi's presentation. So I can say that in the end, it was a very good take home messages from the different speakers. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you all of you for giving so nice lectures. Thank you.
May I speak?
Thanks.
May I speak?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Welcome.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Pandey, for giving me this opportunity. Indeed,
Please welcome,
it is a
sir.
very nice webinar organized by your team, and I congratulate all of you and also the speakers. They have widely covered about the biodiversity. My only point is that since long time, even ancient time, people are knowing the value of biodiversity, trees and plants and so on and so forth. And at that time, people are worshipping and they are not knowing the importance in terms of scientific way. So now its time has come how this wide knowledge that has to be crystallized and utilized in sustainable manner. So if this particular webinar is able to provide some guidelines that how we have to work in a very focused manner to utilize this biodiversity for various purposes, not only the ecosystem services, but also for nutrition, health, and also conserving or preserving this nature. Because that is very important. Organizing webinar is one thing, but if concrete form, some of the recommendation has come and some of the program or research project has to be developed in a very holistic manner, then certainly the purpose of webinar will be fulfilled. And I'm sure under your able leadership, the things will happen in right direction so that we have to utilize the Bundelkhand specific bioresources for not only doubling the income of the farmers, but also creating lot of livelihood option for the population of this Bundelkhand. So thank you, Dr. Saab, for giving me this opportunity.
Thanks, sir, for your very valuable remarks. And as per your directions, we'll develop some to this your proceedings, and there will have very particular to this your recommendations that what should be done under this biodiversity conservations and what programs we can select that will be useful for our Bundelkhand regions. And as you have you are mentioning that about nutritional security and to this your biodiversity, and especially for to this your Bundelkhand region about this your what the coarse grain, what to this your others coarse wild vegetables, how we can to this your tap their potentials, and such type of this your if any research proposal is this your submitted, certainly that will be very useful. So sir, I on my own behalf and behalf of organizing committee, I express gratitude for giving such a valuable remarks. Thanks once again, sir.
So I think we can wind up the webinar, sir, as all the processes have been completed. So now we'll be, sorry for the inconvenience, we'll be sending you the feedback form right away, just after ending this meeting. Through your mail, you'll be getting the feedback form. So, okay, then, thank you everyone for joining.
They're sharing the feedback, just inform the participant, sharing the feedback.
Yes, sir. So we have already prepared, but one or two changes question we want to make. So that is why.
So my finally submission will be to Dr. Vijay Lakshmi that what you organized that quiz or to these or poster or slogans. I was looking that and some of these slogans were very effective, even very informative also. So
Yes,
we
sir.
can have such type of, even will request to this your our director education that if any there is the this your means any magazine and other things is going part to this your publication. So there we can submit part to this or its further popularity. Even if there is any beautiful to this your slogans that we can to this your depict on our plant or on wall with this your name of that particular students, because such type of this your one line slogans, one line of such type of this your remarks that gives a very good notions to this or launch any program, or that gives a very good memory part to this or persons who are in this field. So that one my suggestions. And
Yes, Dr. Pandey Saab, it is very good that I think in our campus itself, we have a concept of green campus, clean campus, but in this also we have to have the importance of biodiversity. So any visitor is coming, so we have to have some kind of printed one, maybe good printed one and very good selected one, so that at least student also feel that they have done some good job, and they have to be depicted in our campus. And also the magazine, eSports magazine is coming. So I think in that you can also give those winning slogans, so that I think the student will also feel motivated. Thank you, Dr.
Thanks, Dr. for your strengths. And Dr. Vijayalakshmi, as per directions of our esteemed Director Education, kindly you can submit that selected one part to this, or getting it into printed form. So with this, I thanks to each and everyone, and my special thanks to all the esteemed invited persons who delivered a very nice talk on these occasions, especially Dr. Veer Singh Saab, who touched a very new horizons. And while he was presenting to these talks, he touched a number of to these new dimensions where we have to look after, and we have to be very cautious. As he was saying that all what these microorganisms are coming out, they are just the very minute proportions. Tomorrow will be more challenging. So this is also such type of this or noticed by to this or very eminent persons and eminent writer. You know, this writer is having this or third vision. So such type of this or even if I will request to Dr. Dobriyal Saab that if he's drafting any to this or paper, Dr. Veer Singh Saab, so that we can submit to this or to our Director Education sir for getting it to this or published into this or our ensuing issue up to this or magazine. His this or I mean, the presentation was a very valuable presentations looking to this or COVID problems, and very means that I liked very means very informative and very means he was giving it to this your caution that what you have to this your follow or to this your future states. So same in same context, I thank to this your Dr. Ajay Thakur Saab, who accepted our to this your invitations and delivered a very good talk. And he's a widely traveled person, and he has got a good exposure right from to this your working as while he was working at to this your Rain Research Institute to this your Rainforest Research Institute at Jorat. So he has got a good exposure of to this your northeastern regions, and he's touching to this your new horizons where there is a very much need of to this your such type of strategy, and that strategy should come into this your I mean vogue, or that should come to this your practical, and that should percolate to this your each and every institutions about to this your preservations and others. And purposely I invited to this your Dr. Wangchu. Dr. Wangchu has done a very good work on to this your maintaining to this your citrus germplasm at to this your our Pasighat College, and he is having very specific interest on to this your STG so tip grafting. In future, if we are having any to this your specific programs on to this your citrus, but this area of this your Bundelkhand region is very means suitable niche part to this your growing the number of to this your citrus plant, especially to this your sweet oranges, mandarins, and different grapefruit, etc. So in that conditions, if any this your means if we are able to this your take the cooperation of Dr. Wang Chu or take his expertise, certainly that will boost up our to this your program. And accordingly, I will request to this your Gauravji that he will be in touch, being a senior person. If Gauravji is getting in touch with Dr. Wang Chu in support with Dr. Paul. So in future, we can organize one day brainstorming session on to this your SDG. So tip grafting is the very innovative approach for getting to this your disease-free planting material. Most of these your our citrus orchards nationally and globally getting havoc by to this your effect of or infestation of a number of to this your virus diseases like from to this your greening to this your pistaja, etc. In Bundelkhand regions, how we can avoid to this your bringing such a this your infected material in that conditions if our university is establishing good to this your propagation unit for to this or providing this or disease-free planting material. Certainly that will be the very good approach. And in that context, our effort and especially effort from our head, Dr. Gauravji, and our professors who are working under to this your fruit division, certainly that will be very much useful. And forestry, this all this your biodiversity, and today's most of this your problem what I am looking, that is means coming under to this your forestry domain, means not a problem coming, that is means a solution we are looking into this your forestry domain, so that forestry is emerging such a to this your powerful tool to this your address the number of problems related to this your biodiversity, to this your climate change to and different other components of to this your pollutions and etc. So in that context, responsibility goes very much to this your our Dr. Dobriyal Saab, and in very nutshell, I will be requesting to this your Dr. Dobriyal Saab that this year, as per suggestions of our worthy Director Educations, who always is this your promoting the concept of establishing to this your bioresearch form or bioresource this your unit. So few of the very means promising and very rare tree species must be collected from to this your different parts of to this your country. So in futures people may say or visitors may acknowledge that that university is having such type of this your collections or rare plant of this your collections, and that in coming days university should serve as a this your resource center for catering the need of other newly developing institutions or other newly emerging universities in for that purpose. So today's presentations, I appreciate to this Dr. Dobriyal Saab's presentations. He took the lead and mostly his focus on to this Bundelkhand, and even time is clearly if you to this your analyze this your Bundelkhand, this your forest conditions. In early days, it was a very verdant forest up to this your Bundelkhand regions, but day by day, it's a dwindling conditions is very alarming. We have lost a good populations up to this year Acacia catechu. Even the way this year we are not paying attentions, or the way we are neglecting as the Butea monosperma as the neglected plants, and same way as Tedu or other even this your Anjan plants, which is very slow growing, or as you were citing in your presentation about this your enogesis and different species of enogesis. Many times I feel that the Bundelkhand has got a very specific gift, and getting this your very specific type of this your flora, and having to this your immense potential of such a flora to this your survive into such a difficult rocky conditions. Really that is the nature's gift, and it gives the responsibility to us that we should conserve, maintain, and many times such type of these your plants are not being popularized because of lack of this your its planting material. So whether we can have a very viable nursery for of these your rare plants, there should be one of this your board in our nursery that is the planting material is available of this your rare plant. So such type of this your initiative we must have to take. And Dr. Vijay Lakshmi's presentations that means completed the need of one of these your portions where ecosystem diversity is the one of the very important component of to this your biodiversity. Without addressing the problem of this your ecosystems biodiversity, we can't have to this your whole holistic approach part to this your maintaining the biodiversity. That part was lacking, and the Vijay Lakshmi has very nicely addressed that lacking part. So my core of the hearts, I thanks to this or Vijay Lakshmi for completing that requirement and giving a very good presentations. And she's very much active, and she's looking at the important task, and that important task is very important in case of to this or Bundelkhand regions where soil conditions is the very much vulnerable. And if we are addressing at this juncture, certainly such type of nurturing will give strength to this your soil. And while she was concluding to this your her PPT, she was very much and very emotionally she was emphasizing to this your importance of to this your soil. Very nicely it has been mentioned that the root of the civilization lies in the earth, and root of the civilization lies in the earth, and every civilizations come on the earth, and a country badly defeated in the war can survive, but a country who has lost her soil can't survive. It doesn't matter how rich she or she is maintaining her this your civilization. So such is the importance part to this your soil, and you nicely presented. So with this, I thanks to this your all my colleague who directly we are directly involved to this your manage this your today's programs and bringing to this your grand success. And my Erisel, and especially to this your my thanks goes to this your Tanuj Misraji and Salanji, who right from to this your morning, and not only in the morning, right when we took this your initiative, he came into this your full form, and this your initiated his means every activities, even taking to this your special sanctions from to this your honorable Vice Chancellor. So this all happens to be possible only with this your good technical facilities of to this your Erisel. And above all, on my own behalf and behalf of whole organizing team and College of Horticulture and Forestry, I am very much thankful honorable Vice Chancellor sir, who blessed these your occasions, and his blessing was in such a this your quoted word that every word has given a message for today's occasions. So my core of the hearts, I express my gratitude to our worthy Vice Chancellor. In that in the same context, I express my gratitude to my esteemed Director Education, Dr. Anil Kumar Saab, and he has given a very good suggestions, and right from the morning he was watching the whole programs. So sir, we are very much thankful for your guidance, suggestions, and other way he has given a feather into this or cap to this or organizing this program right from this your it's a pre-evening up to this your biodiversity day. He organized to this your one this your invited lectures by very eminent personality, the Director General of to this your Uttarakhand of this your Science and Technology, Dr. Doval, and yesterday's presentation was very much informative. That was based on to this your most of these your medicinal plants and how this your it's a patent issues, and he keenly makes this your delivered. So for that purpose, and we got a very much benefits of his knowledge. So for that sake, I also express to this your gratitude to our Director Education, all my other statutory officers, my counterpart Dean Agriculture, right from morning, he was sharing to this your dais, and Director Extension Educations and Director Research, my head of this your library, Dr. Kushwahaji, all my esteemed faculty members who directly, indirectly made this your program a grand success. So with this, thanks to each and everyone. Thanks.
Thank you, Dr. Saab.
Okay, so thank you to all. Dr. Vijay Lakshmi, Pandey sir, Dr. Anil Kumar sir, and all my colleagues and all the delegates. So thank you to all. And with that, this we conclude this webinar. Wish to meet you in next some of the webinar or some of the talks. So be in touch and be safe in this COVID situation. Thank you to all.
Thank you, sir.